Service predicts that the heat conditions will continue throughout this week. So those are conducive to a fire. So we do need our crew to be on standby.
And finally, businesses in more than 30 African countries, including South Africa, are facing uncertainty ahead of the expiry of a vital trade agreement allowing duty-free exports to the United States. The 25-year-old African Growth and Opportunity Act has not yet been extended by the Trump administration, despite efforts of African envoys. The BBC's Akisa Wandera has the details.
Across the continent, workers say they're holding their breath, unsure whether their livelihoods will survive if additional tariffs are imposed.
SAfm, setting the nationwide agenda daily. 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 Nationwide agenda daily. Daily. SAfm, setting the 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 nationwide agenda daily. Daily. SAfm,
October 2025. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Mzansi, Powerball stands at a staggering 100 million rand guaranteed jackpot this Tuesday.
Wide
You
agenda
heard right.
daily.
Play Powerball now for your chance at the guaranteed 100 million rand jackpot, and you could become the next big winner. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za and mobile. Southern Banking also dial star 120 star 7529 hash for USSD. And the Bishop May players must be 18 years or older. Ituba is the proud operator.
SAfm, setting the nationwide agenda.
On your journey to success with the Durban University of Technology. Application.
Thank you, Commissioners. Dlamini is another name or surname of Vusimuzi Matlala, and he possesses an identity document to that effect, and also he is using that surname in some of the gadgets where he is communicating with Brown Mokotsi and others.
General, the second identity document you are referring to, is it a South African identity document issued by Home Affairs? The one that bears the surname Dlamini?
Apologies, Commissioners. It's a Swaziland identity document that bears the surname Dlamini.
Thank you. And then we see that the chats we're about to go through begin on 19 December 2024. Do you know why they begin on that date, 19 December 24?
That is, Commissioners, the beginning of the whole communication data on the cell phones that were extracted. All the data or information begins on that day, 19th of December 2024.
And it ends on 15 May 2025. And is that because obviously he was arrested on the 14th and that was when the phone was confiscated?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Commissioners, if I could just explain the date of the 15th, because Mr. Matlala was arrested on the 14th. But if you turn to page 91 of the chats, the reason it reflects as 15 May is that strange thing we were talking about yesterday, that the system kicks in, called unknown sender, which is reflected as 15 May, but that's the date on which the contents of the phone were extracted. So obviously there was no chats between Mr. Matlala after the 14th. So just to explain why it goes up to the 15th. Okay. All right, so let's begin then with the first communication from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mokotsi. And that contains a video link, which we'll display for the Commission. That was dated 18 December. It's followed by a photograph of the same people, a still. It looks like it's a still photograph taken from that video. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Can you explain what that's a video of?
Sorry, Ms. Assam. You say that was the 18th. What we have here is the 19th on the document. Is there an explanation for that?
Yes. Maybe what we should do is play the next two videos and then deal with this. If we can pause there. So what we see generally is a series of videos of people entering a building called Menlyn Capital, including two pretty seriously armed officers. And it's on 2 days, the 18 December 2024 and 19 December 2024. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, can you explain what's happening in that video and that photograph and who the people are?
Thank you, Commissioners. The two videos were forwarded, as well as the still photo, were forwarded by Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala to Mr. Brown Mokotsi. The two videos and the still photo are depicting the 2-day operation that was conducted by the members of Gauteng Counterintelligence Operation with regards to the Firearms Control Act compliance inspection, which was a follow-up from the operation that was done on the 6th of December.
Was Mr. Matlala informed that the team would be arriving for this inspection on those dates?
That is correct, Commissioners. The arrangements were made with Mr. Vusi Matlala as well as his legal representative, and the appointment was set initially for the 18th, and one of them was not available, hence then it was postponed to take place the following day, the 19th.
And can you explain why it was necessary to have an armed escort?
It is a standard operational procedure for the Gauteng counter-intelligence operation members because of the threat and risk assessment that is still in place. And it is also our operational procedure to provide the protection for the investigating officers by a suitable tactical capability during the conducting of their operations.
And the threat and risk assessment you referred to, we haven't got to that point yet in your statement. So could you, at this point, just give a bit more of an explanation of why there was a need for a threat and risk assessment and what the findings were?
Yes, the threats against the operation, which will include also the members attached to it, were identified at the beginning of the operation. That was reflecting an operation as a very high-risk operation. Hence, then, as part of counterintelligence measures, we had to employ then the 24-hour protection to the members that are involved in this particular operation.
So the findings of the threat and risk
assessment
was high?
Was high.
The individuals you say who arrived are members of the task team?
Are the members of the task team, that's correct.
So in the next photograph, is that, can you explain who are the people in that photograph and what's taking place?
The photograph depicts the members of the GCI Ops conducting inspection together then with the personnel from Vusi Matlala's business premises.
Please mention the page numbers for the record.
That's on page 3. Pardon me.
No, I do see it. I just for the record.
Thank you, Chair. That's on page 3, the photograph. And so this is where they are conducting the firearm compliance inspection.
That's correct.
And what were the outcomes of that inspection?
The outcomes of the inspection was there were possible contraventions of some of the sections of Firearms Control Act. Hence, then an inquiry was registered, which was then investigated from that day on, and it is still under investigation. And the firearms were all confiscated for ballistic analysis. After the ballistic analysis was completed, and they were returned back to the owner, lawful owner, Mr. Vusi Matlala.
Do you know when they were returned?
I do not have the specific date, but it was 3 to 4 weeks after the operation.
Thank you. If we can turn to page 4. After a call between Mr. Mokgotsi and Mr. Matlala, there's then a text exchange. Can you read that, please?
The first text exchange from Brown Mokotsi to Vusimuzi Matlala. It has got the message that reads, I pit guy name, which is the first text that is talking to our first theme of this presentation.
And can you read the next message?
The next message, which is a follow-up on the first, where Mr. Brown Mokotsi is following up from Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala on the same IPIT discussion, asking my brother any news from IPIT.
So you say that this is the first mention of the theme regarding IPID that you've highlighted for the commissioners.
That is correct, commissioners. Maybe also to add or to sensitize the commissioners that we will find the discussion under this theme as we continue to the next page, page 5, 6, 7, as well as page 11 and 12. As we get to those pages, we'll be coming across the discussion around IPIT theme.
Thank you. So we'll move off that because we want to go sequentially through the chats, but it will recur, the theme of IPID. Okay, so the next message, if you can read that.
The next message reads, my brother, how is the court proceedings? According to our analysis and interpretation of the message, we are aware of the fact that after the compliance inspection operation, Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala initiated an urgent court application for the return of the firearms that were confiscated. Our analysis of the chart based on the timeline is giving us that possibility that the chart or the question was with regard to the court proceedings because the matter was expected to be heard on the date of the message, which is the 24th of December, 2024.
Advocate Hassim, I know we're dealing only with the chats, but between the chats, I see that there are audio calls and video calls. Are we leaving those and just assume that there were video calls and audio calls, but nothing more about it?
We have no further information on the audio or video calls, so all we're able to discern from the chat is that a call was made at that point in time, and when the call was returned, and the times at which the calls were made, but we have no information beyond that. And I think that it's useful to just note, General, as we're going along, even though we're skipping sort of over the calls, but to just note for the record that a call was made between the two individuals.
On that same note, Ms. Hassim, I think it will be helpful for purposes of a complete record when we read it later, that perhaps you also mention the date and the timestamp as you go along.
Of the calls?
Yeah, well, not just
of
calls,
everything.
More the messages, really.
Yes,
messages.
No, I mean, certainly for the messages, but we could do the same for the calls. I'm sorry, so we were on how's the court proceedings, and your interpretation of this is that it related to the application by Mr. Matlala for the return of his firearms and cell phones. Do you know anything further about that court application?
What we know is that on the same day, the 24th of December 2024, when the matter was expected to sit, the applicant, Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala, withdrew his application.
Okay. So can you just provide the date and time of the next set of calls one by one?
On the next page, there are calls between Mr. Brown Mokotsi and Vusimuzi Matlala, as well as the greeting on the Christmas Day.
Let me pause you, General. So the first one is, I think we are going to be quite specific about this. So the first call was 24 December 2024 at 13:45. That's at the bottom of page 4.
That is correct. The first call of the day from Brown Mokotsi to Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala, followed by another call, and thereafter then the response or greetings back, or maybe an indication that he did miss the calls. And then the next message.
So let me pause for a second, just so we get all of the calls in as Commissioner Baloyi requested. The next call was, so the first call on that was 24 December 13:45. The next call was from Mr. Mokotsi, 24 December 2024 at 14:05. And then another call from Mr. Mokotsi, 24 December 2024 at 23:03. And then a message on 25 December 2024. Can you take it from there?
Thank you, Commissioners. And then the first message then from Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala to Mr. Brown Mokotsi on the 25th of December 2024.
At 6:17.
6:17.
Yes.
Morning, my brother. Did you call by mistake last night? Then followed by the message from Brown Mokotsi to Vusimuzi Matlala on the same date, 25th of December 2024 at 8:42, with the message reading as follows: Good day, bro. I believe it was a missed dial. Sorry, it's a response to the previous message. And then there are 3 items that are sent by Mr. Brown Mokotsi. The first one being IPIT, the second one being the court case date, as well as the 25% we may lose ACOM and flight packages. The first 2, according to our analysis, are referring to the 2 subject matters that we have heard or seen on the preceding pages.
And the third?
The third is talking to the theme, sub-theme that we are still going to unpack as we move forward. The 25% we may lose ACOM and flight packages.
And which theme is that?
That theme will be talking to the payments to the politicians.
Can you turn to the next message?
The next message on the same day, or the next 4 messages, starting with when are you available? I'm in Mafikeng. The next one, meaning in Joburg. The next one, are you in Joburg or you in Joburg? Those are messages that are suggesting that there was an attempt to set up a meeting between the 2.
And those messages begin, when are you available, begins 25 December 2024, 8:47. And the response by Mr. Mokotsi, I'm in Mafeking, is the same day at 9:15. The next message, meaning in Joburg, is at 9:15, immediately after the previous one, followed by, on the same day, the message from Mr. Matlala saying, you in Joburg, and that's at 9:15. And then if we turn to page 6, Mr. Mokotsi responds, same day, 9:16, no. Okay, and then can you take it from there?
Then the next message from Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala to Mr. Brown Mokotsi on the 25th of December 2024 at 9:16. It reads thus: let me know when you back and the banks open tomorrow. I will circle that deposit thing and the rest we'll discuss whenever you are available. According to our analysis of the chart, it relates to the lists of 3 items that were shared between the two the same day in the morning, the same day, the 25th of December 2024 at 8:42.
Thank you. You can continue with the chats.
It can't be all 3 things. Can it possibly be 1 and 2, or is it about 3 only?
Apologies, Commissioners. It refers to number 3 of the list sent.
You.
It refers to the 25% payment for flight and accommodation.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so the next message.
The next message on the same day, 25th of December 2024 at 9:16, Brown Mokotsi to Vusi Matlala. I'm asking if you want me in Joburg, the continuation of an attempt to have a meeting with the response from Vusi Matlala on the same day at 25 December 2024 at 9:17. No, was just wondering if you are around so we can discuss what's happening. And then the next message.
Can you pause for a moment there? Do you have any views on what is meant by when Mr. Matlala says we can discuss what's happening? What was happening at that time?
According to our analysis, Commissioners, the issues that were discussed mainly during that period was firstly the operation by the GCI Ops members to the businesses of Vusimuzi Matlala, and also during the operation on the 6th of December, the initial operation, it was the first time that the issue of the tender that Vusimuzi Matlala was having with the South African Police Service. So it was also an issue that was discussed a lot. And on a previous day before Christmas, is when then the SAPS management and ministry had a meeting around the same issue of the tender. So according to our analysis, the question or the issues that Vusimuzi Matlala wanted to discuss with Mr. Brown Mokotsi are referring to the discussions or issues around that tender.
Thank you. You can continue with the messages.
The next message is on the same day, 25th of December 2024 at 9:18, Brown Mokotsi sending to Vusimuzi Matlala indicating that the 26th is a holiday, and with the response from Vusimuzi Matlala on the same day at 09:18, yes, the open half day tomorrow. And then the next message.
You can just pause there. He probably meant they open half day tomorrow. Do you have any view on what he's referring to there? Who's open half day tomorrow?
According to our analysis of the previous messages or discussions and the ones that we are still going to go to, they are talking to the 25% deposit that had to be done.
So is it referring to the banks being open?
To the banks, yes, Commissioners.
Okay, all right, continue.
And then on the same day at 9:18, Brown Mokgotsi indicating to Kat Matlala the continuation of the IPIT theme, indicating to him that IPIT can be a breakthrough. And then on the same day, Vusimuzi Matlala is responding back to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi at 9:18 again, indicating that there is a bit of a hurdle there, but I'll fill you in. Our interpretation is there means IPIT as a direct response to the previous message from Brown Mokgotsi.
The next message?
On the same day, Brown Mokgotsi responding with will it work?
At 10:32.
At 10:32 on the same day.
So there's a bit of a hurdle there, but I'll fill you in, followed by from Mr. Mokgotsi, will it work? Okay, and the next message?
And then the response to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi by Vusimuzi Matlala on the last message asking whether will it work. It reads as, needs someone brave enough. Our interpretation is the response on the question whether it will work or not.
And do you have any view on what, it's responding to the previous message, but do you have any more insight into what that means, need someone brave enough?
Following the order of the discussion, the question, will it work, will still be part of the IPIT theme as the previous messages or the initial message on that day came from Brown Mokgotsi indicating to Vusi Matlala that IPIT can be a breakthrough, then followed by a response that there is a bit of a hurdle there, but I'll fill you in. So if you read those messages, they give the suggestion that it's a continuation of the IPIT discussion, ending with the message from Vusimuzi Matlala that it will need someone brave enough.
Can you proceed to the next message?
The next message, what we can indicate, Commissioners.
Date and time first, please.
The message is on the 25th of December, 2024 at 13:06, where Brown Mokgotsi sent a picture to Vusimuzi Matlala that is having a picture of what looks like a business or travel agency advertisement. And what is of importance there is to note the name of the travel agency, because it's going to come up very often as we move with this data chart presentation, which is Godclear Travel.
Can someone who is Sotho Tswana speaking please pronounce that for us? Advocate Powe.
It's Khotle. Khotle.
Thank you.
And maybe Ms. Hassim, it may have to be spelled for the transcript.
Thank you.
And that's spelled Gotlhe. Hotle.
Thank you. General, it also looks like it's a still picture taken off a video.
Yes, that is correct, Commissioner. Thank you for the correction for the hotel travel. It looks like the still picture.
I wouldn't have gotten it right either, General. So you are in good company.
That is correct, Commissioner Chairperson. It looks like it's a still picture of a video that was sent then to Matlala, Mr. Matlala.
So the next message is still on the same day, that's 25 December 2024. Can you take it from there?
Thank you. On the same day, Commissioners, on the 25th of December 2024 at 13:12, Mr. Brown Mukhodzi is forwarding the message that was sent by someone to him. He is now forwarding it further to Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala, which reads as follows. Hello, sir. You have been promising to do the payment, and I constantly requested that do a 25%, which is 37,000 rands of the amount of 100.
Sorry, General, I just pause you there. I think it's 37 million. It's 37, and then it has a. Oh no, it's 37,000. That's correct. Yes, yes. Yes, apologies, it is 37,000.
A 25% deposit or amount of 37,000 rands of the amount 148,000. Unfortunately, we have to prioritize the next available client should you not do the payment by tomorrow, the 26th of December, 2024 noon. The next message.
Before that, General, you say this was forwarded by Mr. Mukhodzi to Mr. Dlamini. Is that what you say?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Can I maybe just to clarify that now at the top right hand, you have received, and then you compare the next one, it says delivered. The way that I had understood it was that received there shows that it was received by Mr. Mukhodzi. Am I correct? In the one that you've just read now.
Thank you, Commissioners. It was received by Mr. Matlala, as these are chats from Mr. Matlala's phone.
Okay.
I have a, I have a different question, General. When I receive chats on my phone, if it's something forwarded, I'm not sure off the top of my head now whether it will actually have forwarded, but I think it also has arrows that turn sort of at 90 degrees like that. If I'm not mistaken, it's two such arrows turning at 90 degrees. But I think there's also the writing forwarded. So you can tell from that that it is forwarded. So here, how can you tell it's forwarded? Besides the content does indeed suggest that it may have been forwarded. It's unlikely that it would have been something written by Mr. Mukhodzi to Mr. Matlala. But aside of that, how are you able to tell that it was forwarded?
So, Chair, this is the issue that we alerted yesterday, that the Commission's own software was unable to reflect it in that way in which we normally see it on our phones. So the only way we could establish that it's forwarded is by looking at the metadata that indicated, and the spreadsheet that's in your annexures. If you were to, I don't propose we do it now, but if you were to go to the spreadsheet and look at 25 December 2024, and then at the time stamp, it will indicate that this is a message that was forwarded.
Thank you for the explanation. Let's go by what the General says then, yeah, even with others that follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioners. Continuing on the same date, 25th of December 2024, we noting the response from Vusimuzi Matlala to Mr. Brown Mokotsi at 13:58, which reads as follows. First thing tomorrow morning, I'll attend to it. Soon as the banks open, I'll be there. I couldn't do it before because of the obstacles which you also are aware of. But I made a promise to you and I won't disappoint. Then on the following day, on the 26th of December 2024 at 8:05, the message sent by Mr. Brown Mokotsi to Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala containing the banking details of the same company on that business card or advert with the FNB, hotel specialists, and the account number reflected as 628952.
We don't need to read out the account number.
Okay. And then it is for the current account. And then followed by the greetings.
So just to pause there, General. So it's Mr. Mokotsi sending the bank account details to Mr. Matlala for payment.
That's correct,
and it's hotel specialists. And what was on the advert was hotel travel. Okay, you can continue.
Then that
when you get to details like the banking details, please just say banking detail indicated without reading it into the record, please. General.
Noted, Commissioners. Then that message on banking details is followed by the greeting on the same day, 26 December 2024 at 10:59. Then on the next page, on the same date, the 26th of December 2024, there are audio or video calls exchanged between the two, and then followed by on the same, there is a video call at 11:05 on the 26th of December, followed by the message from Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala to Mr. Brown Mokotsi on the 26th of December 2024 at 11:06, which reads thus, let me call you in 20 minutes, meeting. The response from Mr. Brown Mokotsi at 11:06 on the same day reads okay, followed by another message on the 26th still of December 2024 at 11:06 from Mr. Brown Mokotsi to Mr. Dlamini Vusimuzi, which reads, just send me a message that you are held up so that I send this woman, these women, please. Our interpretation is that message is talking to the forwarded message of a person who was reminding the two chatting gentlemen about the 25% deposit. The response thereof on the same day, 26 December 24, at 11:13 from Vusimuzi Matlala reads thus to Mr. Brown Mokotsi, do not stress my brother, I will take care of it. And then on the same day, the response from Mr. Mokotsi to Mr. Dlamini at 12:08, indicating that share a POP and thank you, hence. Then the next message on the same date.
POP, which I understand to be proof of payment. Proof of payment.
Yeah.
Is that a thank you or a please, as if somebody is pleading?
I think it's a please, the interpretation, because there hasn't been a payment made yet, so it's a pleading hands, Commissioner.
That's a reference to the emoji on the side, General.
So, General, it says share a POP, and then the emoji of the hands. And the interpretation is that that's a please.
A please.
I don't know what your interpretation is.
I'll have to agree. One is not using these emojis often, let alone the understanding.
At least,
Ms. Hasima, I was asking the chair if we are entering the territory of calling experts, emoji experts now.
I certainly hope not. Let's stay as far away from that as possible if we can in this hearing. Share a POP and the next message.
The next message is forwarded again by Mr. Brown Mukhosi to Kat. Maybe this message, we can read it together with the next one for better understanding. The two messages are sent more or less the same time on the 26th of December 2024 by Mr. Brown Mukhosi to Vusimuzi Dlamini. The first one
at 12:43.
At 12:43.
And you say that's forwarded?
Yes. The first one is a forwarded message, which reads, Comrade Brown, which means someone forwarded that message or sent that message to Mr. Brown Mukhosi, referring to him as Comrade Brown. The travel agency called in, please talk to them. Then Mr. Brown Mukhosi is forwarding the same message to Vusimuzi Matlala as sent to him. The next message now is not forwarded, is sent by Mr. Brown Mukhosi after that forwarded message, which reads, Chief of Staff.
And your understanding of that?
Our understanding of that is the indication by Mr. Brown Mukhosi as who had originally sent that message to him, the very same message that he is forwarding to Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala, an indication that this message above is originally from the Chief of Staff.
And do you know anything more about, we don't know which Chief of Staff?
We do not know which Chief of Staff,
and perhaps at this stage, unless something clearer comes up, let us not speculate.
Yes.
Noted, Chair. Can we move to the next message?
Before you do that, let me ask Ms. Hassan, these two chats, they look on their face that they could be controversial or will become important later on. You've referred to annexures which have metadata. Is the intention that at some point you will take us to the metadata that indicates that indeed this was forwarded from a source that hopefully would be identified?
My understanding is we can't verify the source, the original person who sent it, the message that was then forwarded. All we're able to establish is that this was indeed a forwarded message, but not the identity of the person behind it. Can we continue? So we're on page 10.
On page 10, Commissioners, the first message on the 26th still of December 2024 at 12:48, the message from Mr. Vusi Matlala to Mr. Brown Mukhosi, reading, I think when they wake up tomorrow, it will be in. I will send you a video of my banking app. It is off. I cannot do anything without going to the bank. Was hoping they will be open today, but still closed. Our interpretation of that message is it relates to the previous chats between the two gentlemen about the possibility of the banks opening on the 26th. So this message is indicating that it is the 26th today, so the banks are still closed, and Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala is indicating that he has got a problem with his banking app, which will need him to go into the branch. Then with a response on the same day, 26th of December 2024 at 12:49 from Mr. Brown Mukhodzi, indicating that that is sufficient, with another emoji.
Which is? Can you just?
I'll guess that it refers to, I'll be strong. Yeah.
So that's sufficient, and then an emoji of a muscular arm. And the next message?
The next message, still from Brown Mukhodzi to Vusimuzi Matlala on the same day, 26 December at 12:49. Mr. Brown Mukhodzi indicating to Vusimuzi that no need to send the video. The video, according to our interpretation, refers to the previous message at 12:48, where Vusimuzi Matlala wished or promised to send a video of his banking app to Mr. Mukhodzi to show that it is not working.
And the next one is a link, if we could just play that video attachment. And that's sent, sorry, just for the record, before you play it, it's 26 December 2024 at 12:49 p.m. Do we have a problem? Apologies. And then maybe you can just read the next message to explain that.
Thank you, Commissioners. The previous messages, the first one on the same page indicated to Vusimuzi Matlala, prepared to send a video of his app that was not working as a proof, and then followed by the message where Mr. Mukhodzi said there is no need to send a video, but still on the same day at 12:49, same day, 26 December 24, Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala is sending a video proving that his app is not working. The next message on the 26th December 24 at 12:50, Vusimuzi Matlala explaining to Mr. Brown Mukhodzi that he can check it, it just turns blue, nothing happens. Our interpretation is he is indicating, of course, that his app is giving him a problem. The same day then, on the 26th December, at 13:18, Vusimuzi Matlala asking if Mr. Brown Mukhodzi can take a call, and then after that, then there is a call from Brown Mukhodzi to Vusimuzi Matlala. 2 calls.
At 13:18 and 13:21, respectively. Can we turn to page 11?
Then on page 11, we see the screenshot for the communication between Mr. Brown Mukhodzi and the minister. According to our interpretation on the screenshot, we see Senzo Mchunu. The screenshot is forwarded by Mr. Brown Mukhodzi to Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala with the messages. Reading the first one, it was during your tenure, and then there are calls in between, and then on Monday.
Before that, General, just explain that it was during your tenure. I don't quite get what it is.
And as you do so, if you could explain who's communicating. So the darker blue versus the lighter blue. Who is the person who's communicating?
Yeah, according to our understanding and analysis, the communication, which is colored blue, is from the holder of the phone. In that case, it will be Brown Mukhodzi, and the responses then will be different as we move on.
So the first message is, please update with the response. It was during your tenure. Do you know what that is referring to? And we don't seem to know when that exchange took place either, because there's no date above it. Is that right?
That is correct at this moment, because it's a screenshot with having previous discussions. One cannot then conclude or suggest or claim to be understanding as to what was the communication all about.
But who is supposed to have said, please update?
It's supposed to be the Minister Mchunu.
And who says it was during your tenure? Can we tell?
It's supposed to be Mr. Brown Mukhodzi.
And then there are phone calls.
Yeah.
Okay.
The same for the breakthrough where it says Monday, December 2020.
So I think that's where the
still
witness
coming
wants
there?
to go to, is actually that exchange, Monday, December 2023. Can you go there, General Khumalo?
Maybe before that, thank you for that, Ms. Asim. Right at the top there. So we've got the time stamp and date stamp of the 27th of December, and then 12:01. Then you've got 11:02. Is that in the screenshot? What is that 11:02? Do we know, General?
Our limited knowledge will talk to the 27th, 12th was when the screenshot was sent to Vusimuzi Matlala by Brown Mukhodzi at 12:01. And
the 11:02 may be the time, the time that was reflected on the screenshot, but it's not linked to a date, so it's not that helpful.
And then after those two messages exchanged between 13:55 and 15:07, there are 3 calls. And then on Monday, the 23rd of December, there will have been a message from Brown Mukhodzi to Senzo Mchunu reading, "We got a breakthrough." And then followed by the calls on the same day. Then turning...
and do we know whether that was a call received by Mr. Mokhotsi or a call made by Mr. Mokhotsi?
The interpretation of the screenshot as these two calls were received by Mr. Brown Mokhotsi as compared to the three above that were made by Mr. Brown Mokhotsi.
General, before you go to the next page, still on page 11, top left of the page, it says there the message was deleted. What does that mean?
Oh.
According to my observation, commissioners, this is a screenshot and there is a gap between that message that is written, message was deleted, which might suggest that it's the previous message. When you take the screenshot, then that other page happened then to encroach with the page that you wanted to use.
Thank you.
It's, I think, as a result of the printout. So if you were scrolling through the phone, you would see it's actually linked to the Brown Mokhotsi message before that.
Just for the record, you said the first set of calls, and there are three of them, you said those were made by Mr. Mokhotsi. For the record, I think we should say the writing there says outgoing in respect of all three. And then the next set, you say those were received by Mr. Mokhotsi. I think for the record, we should say that it says incoming.
That is correct, Commissioners. The first three calls, they were outgoing, and then the two after the message were incoming voice calls.
And can you just give the time? We know it's Monday, December 23, but could you give the time of the two incoming calls?
The two incoming calls, the first one is at 11:23. The next one is at 14:49.
Can we continue with the screenshot? There's on the next date within the screenshot.
The continuation of the same screenshot on Tuesday, the communication now is on Tuesday, the following day, as reflected partly on top, page 12, where Mr. Brown Mokhotsi receives the message from the number saved as for Senzo Mchunu on his phone, with the message was the arrest effected at 1919.
And the date there is reflected as Tuesday, December 24.
24.
Just remind us, what was the date of that operation where weapons were seized? Was it the second operation? Was it on the 24th?
It was on the 19th,
on the 19th.
Commissioner.
And this screenshot of this conversation is a screenshot not of WhatsApp, but of Signal.
Of Signal app. Thank you, Commissioner.
So the communications were taking place on Signal, is that right?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Can we move to the next text then?
The next text, which is the return of the theme 1 under IPID, Mr. Brown Mokhotsi is sending a message to Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala, reading IPID, that is on the 27th of December 2024 at 12:05.
So this is now the third reference to IPID. We had it on page 4, page 6, and now on page 12.
Page 12.
Continue.
Then the message from Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi at the same day, 27 of December 2024 at 12:25. Reading, let me know when you back. And then the next message now, the two messages from Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Vusi Matlala on the same date, 27 December 2024. The first one at 12:31, Mr. Brown Mokgotsi asking, what does the guy need? And the second message at 12:32, reading, I'm heading to Cape Town for January 8, 08. And then the response by Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala at the same date, 27 December 2024 at 12:37, which reads thus: the case needs to have assault for him to effect arrest. He is saying he can't do arrest if there is no J88 to prove assault, and my wife is not keen to open up an assault case. The guards who were assaulted at my house only coming back in January, they went home for Christmas.
Okay, if we can just pause there. What is that a reference to in your analysis of this? It's the arrest. The case needs to have assault for him to effect arrest.
Yeah, reading or maybe understanding the whole discussion that involves IPIT from the first message culminating to messages on this page 12, where the previous page there was a discussion on signal in terms of Mr. Brown Mokgotsi indicating a breakthrough, and then followed by the question, was the arrest affected? And then Mr. Brown Mokgotsi now wanting to get the correct information from Mr. Matlala, indicating the IPIT status according to our analysis. And then the question by Mokgotsi, what does the guy need? The IPIT guy, because the IPIT at previous message was referred to as IPIT guy. And then with the explanation now as to, according to our interpretation, that is what the guy needs, as is provided by Mr. Mr. Matlala, Vusimuzi Matlala to Brown Mokgotsi, the explanation as to what the guy needs, as per that message, that the case needs to have assault for him, the guy, our interpretation, to effect arrest, as there were inquiries about the status of arrest, then the guy saying he can't do arrest in the absence of J88 and other reasons that are provided by Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala on that WhatsApp chat as why the arrest cannot be effected.
The arrest of whom?
Maybe then, commissioners, if I may give a possible conclusion on this theme under IPIT discussion that we have seen on this pair of charts. The discussion to us suggests that Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala and Brown Mokgotsi had a discussion on the involvement of IPIT to intervene after the operation by the team on the 18th and 19th, but we can also include the 6th of December because the encounter with Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala and the team, or encounters, started from the 6th of December. Furthermore, the manipulation of IP process comes out, or possible manipulation, as we read the responses of how IP could not effect arrest, our interpretation, or open a case in the absence of the complainants as well as the J88. So the interpretation is an attempt to manipulate IP processes for the benefit of Kat Matlala, including the private discussion around how to make this case valid, the case that had to be dealt with by IP. And also in the conversation, Mr. Brown-Mokgotsi seems to suggest that IP could be a breakthrough, as we have read some messages indicating the breakthroughs and the breakthrough that they needed to sort Kat's issue. There was a message that read, IP can be a breakthrough. It also suggests that Kat might have an IP person referred to as IP guy, whom he is chatting to get the case opened, investigated up to the arrest, though they are struggling because of the absence of J88 and also the guards not being around, so as they can effect the arrest. The Brown-Mokgotsi, in his discussion with a contact saved as Senzo Mchunu in his phone, that discussion that is seen.
You are referring to the screenshot?
Yes, on the signal. We are presuming that will refer to the Minister of Police, looking at the number saved as Senzo Mchunu. The discussion shared between Mr. Brown-Mokgotsi and the saved Senzo Mchunu, suggesting or giving the update that there is a breakthrough, followed by a question as to whether was their arrest affected. So the analysis talks to the discussion stemming from the use of IP to come up with these charges, further investigations leading up to the arrest, which appears...
So, General, arrest of whom?
General, does the picture get clearer with other texts or chats, perhaps? Because if it does, I would suggest that we should leave this here and see how things unfold as we go through later chats, perhaps. Or not?
I think the only question is still that the only thing that we can, I'd like to ask the witness, but we can then move from there, is who is the arrest? When there's a discussion of an arrest, who is the subject of the arrest?
See, the issue is, will the general respond based on facts that he knows, or will he be speculating? And why I say, if the picture does get clearer, let's go to where it does get clearer. Maybe we'll get to know. If we don't, because if it does, there's no need to rely on speculation. I hope I'm making sense. You know the picture better than I can ever hope to.
Well, I think maybe we can park it for now, and we'll see where it goes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. We are then going to move to the next page, 13. The continuation of the chats between Mr. Brown-Mokgotsi and Vusimuzi Matlala on the 27th, still of December 2024 at 12:38. The message reads from Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi, and that payment is done, with another emoji.
A thumbs up emoji.
Oh, okay. A thumbs up emoji, and the response from Mr. Brown Mokgotsi at 12:41, the same day, 27 December, with thanks. And then followed by the message then still from Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala after thanking him, saying POP, which can be interpreted as the proof of payment stemming from that discussion at that moment.
And in context, Mr. Mokgotsi appears to be asking for the proof of payment.
For the proof of payment, after a report by Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala that it's done. And then at 12:44, we see then the screenshot forwarded to Brown Mokgotsi by Mr. Matlala, which indicates that the payment indeed was done. There is the proof of payment.
And then in the next message, there's an attachment of payment confirmation.
38,000 rand.
BM1. BM1, Commissioners, is at page 92, which is the proof of payment. Chair, at this point, I'd like to just bring to the Commissioner's attention that we have done some investigative work on this account, and that will be provided to the Commission in due course. But for now, we can confirm that there were payments from this account to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi.
Do you mean payments other than the one reflected in the POP?
So the POP reflects a payment from Mr. Matlala to that FNB account number belonging to Hotle Specialists. And then from that account, there are outgoing payments. And what we can confirm for now is that there were outgoing payments to one Brown Mokgotsi. So we're on page 14. So BM1 was a proof of payment. And the next message, if we can move to that, on 27 December 2024.
After then the payment confirmation as per Annexure BM1 was sent, and then Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala is sending a message now to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi, indicating that there is something I need to clarify from, please let me soon as you back. That message is sent at 12:46 on the 27th of December 2024. It is followed by another message on the same date, 27 December 2024, in the early evening, 18:51, reading as follows: "Can I call brother?" And then the response on the same date, 18:57, from Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Vusimuzi Matlala, indicating 19:30, please, which can be interpreted as a response to the previous question. And indeed, then at 19:32 on the same date, Mr. Mokgotsi then is making a call to Mr. Matlala.
Just check, Ms. SAPS. Do you, in the metadata, get information that call was made and this is how long it was? Do you have that kind of information?
I'm not sure of the answer to that question, Commissioner, but I will check.
Okay. Thank you.
The next communication is now on the 29th of December 2024 at 18:01. The first message there from Vusimuzi Matlala to Mr. Brown Mukhosi. Afternoon, brother. Do you know Brigadier Nkwana from Internal Audit? Followed by another message on the same date, 29 December 2024, at 20:04, with just 2 question marks. Interpretation is the reminder of the question that I asked on the previous message. And then we see then the response at 2019 on the same date from Mr. Mokgotsi to Vusimuzi Matlala with a question, SAPS or CI. Then Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala is responding on the same date at 21:25 that SAPS.
Continue.
And then on the next page, the continuation of the same discussion or chat on the same day, 29 December 2024 at 22:02, the response by Mr. Brown Mokgotsi on the previous question, I don't know the person. That response or that message is sent by Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala, followed by the next, same day at 22:03, which reads, not we can search for the person, according to the understanding. Then...
so the nut is a typo for but. Is that right?
It can be interpreted by, with that it's a typing error, which meant, but we can search for a person.
Continue.
Then on the 30th, the following day, early in the morning, 05:18, Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala is sending a message to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi, reading, he requested to be briefed regarding my bid document. I thought you guys know something about it. And then the response by Mr. Brown Mokgotsi at 7:48 on the same day, the 30th of December, reads no. And then after that, on the same day, 30 December at 11:08, Mr. Brown Mokgotsi is sending another message to Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala, reading, sure, bro, court date, as a question of when is the court date.
Can we just pause there, General? So that's going into a different topic. The previous exchange comes in the context of the meeting with the Minister of 24 December inquiring into a contract between SAPS and a company owned by Mr. Matlala. Is that correct?
That is possibly correct, based on the information obtained outside these chats, in an attempt to understand as to what the chat is all about. Firstly, the chat is after the 24th, that according to obtained information was the day of the meeting discussing the tender issue that Mr. Matlala is having with the South African Police Service. And one of the decisions was for the internal audit section of SAPS to to start the auditing process of the tender. And again, according to our correct information, we have a Brigadier Mukwana, not Brigadier Nkwana. Brigadier Mukwana, who is the head of internal audit in the South African Police Service. That can be our interpretation about whom Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala is inquiring from Mr. Mokgotsi.
Thank you. Continue. So you've...
Sorry, Advocate. Can you please spell the name of the
Brigadier?
Mukwana. Please spell that. I want to write it against Mukwana.
It's Mokwana.
Thank you. Thank you.
So you'd read from 30 December 2024, 11:08, Shawbro, the court date, question mark. Can you take it from there?
And then the response by Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi is on the 30th of December 2024 at 11:53. It reads, "Remember, I said I need to see you. It's regarding this court date issue. There is something I need to discuss with you." Our interpretation, that is the response then on the previous question asked by Mr. Brown Mokgotsi, with Mr. Brown Mokgotsi responding same date at 13:06 with okay.
Okay, continue.
Then on the 31st, the following day now, on the 31st of December 2024, there is a message from Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala, sent as and attached as Annexure BM2.
On 31st of December, and BM2 is at page 94 of the bundle. 93 of the bundle. And it's the Constitutional Court judgment of Matlala versus the Director of Public Prosecutions in the Western Cape. I believe we'll come to this in a moment. You can continue with the text messages, General.
Thank you, Commissioners. Continuing on page 16, the communication is dated the 31st of December 2024 at 10:49. That is after then the previous page message where the court judgment was sent then by Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala. The message reads, "This thing, by own interpretation, this thing might make it difficult. A very 100% typing error if it was meant makes, unless if it's a lingo that is used then between the two."
Yes, for the record, let's read how it's typed, which is MYKZ. Thank you.
I can spell it, Commissioners, MYKZ.
Thank you.
Chair.
Let us, before going to the next chat, perhaps let's take the adjournment now, come back at 11:15. Let's adjourn.
Thank you, Chair.
On the top stories, details on damning WhatsApp messages in the Matlala inquiry and update on investigations in the death of 3 Free State police officers. For SAFM News, I'm Ondelambana, and a very good morning. WhatsApp messages between alleged Police Minister Senzo Mchunu, associate Brown Mokgotsi, and alleged cartel member Vusi Kat Matlala have formed part of the Crime Intelligence Head General Dumisani Kumalo's testimony this morning at the Matlala Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. The WhatsApp messages between the pair include a recurring theme about the IP'd, a court case date, and a 25% deposit that Mokgotsi has requested from Matlala. General Kumalo says analysis conducted by Crime Intelligence found that the court date was in connection with the return of Matlala's firearms. This is after they were seized during raid police at his premises in the first week of December. General Kumalo elaborates.
The next message reads, "My brother, how is the court proceedings? According to our analysis and interpretation of the message, we are aware of the fact that after the compliance inspection operation, Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala initiated an urgent court application for the return of the firearms that were confiscated."
Police say investigations into the deaths of 3 young constables from the Free State are progressing. The bodies of Constable Giamukhetswe Base, Constable Buipilo Sinoche, and Constable Tabekulu Linda were retrieved from the Hianops River in Centurion in Pretoria in April. They had been missing for nearly a week. National Police spokesperson Athlenda Mate.
Preliminary post-mortem reports have been received, but the final reports, which include blood alcohol results, toxicology and histology, are still awaited. These findings are critical before the investigation can be concluded. In addition, analysis of physical evidence is still underway. This process is complex as the SAPS relies on external specialists for certain examinations. While the SAPS accident report has been finalized, it is not in itself conclusive.
A protest by residents has caused major traffic disruptions in Pennyville near New Canada and Soweto. Johannesburg Metro Police have been deployed to monitor the situation. JMPD spokesperson Xolani Fihla says the community is demonstrating against alleged planned evictions in the area. He says protesters have barricaded New Canada Road and pelted passing vehicles with stones, forcing traffic to be diverted to alternative routes.
The situation is currently calm and officers have been deployed to monitor the protest and divert vehicles away from the closure. N17 is closed off between Soweto Highway in Orlando and the N1 on-ramp, and also closures on New Canada Road, which span from Marula Drive towards Main Reef Road. Motorists are advised to exercise caution and to use alternative routes such as Soweto Highway, Main Reef and Nasrec Road.
SANParks says that the fire season in Cape Town appears to have started early this year. This follows a blaze that broke out on the mountain slopes above Camps Bay in Cape Town yesterday afternoon. The fire had been contained by late last night. SANParks spokesperson Charles Pahlane says that they prepared for the fire season and has urged the public to notify the authorities when they see a fire on the mountain.
Every year we prepare. We've got our crew on standby. We have our vehicles and helicopters that are ready to assist with any fire. Actually, we'd urge the public that if you do see a fire, please notify us, because our intention is to stop the fire from becoming a wildfire.
More than 2,000 British military personnel have started legal action after being given ear protection they say was faulty and led to deafness and other life-changing injuries. The American company 3M, which supplied the combat earplugs, has already agreed to pay out billions of dollars to resolve similar claims by U.S. military veterans. The BBC's Jim Reid has the details.
Lawyers believe this model of military earplugs was supplied to British troops until at least 2015 for use both in training and combat. Veterans and serving personnel have now launched a legal case against the manufacturer, 3M, claiming the product was faulty and led to problems such as hearing loss and tinnitus, a ringing or pulsing in the ear. The company has already settled a lawsuit brought by the US Department of Justice and agreed to pay $6 billion to resolve civil claims. 3M said it didn't admit liability in either US case. It said it was prepared to defend itself against any litigation in the English courts.
Recapping the top story, WhatsApp messages between alleged police minister Senzo Mchunu associate Brown Mokgotsi and alleged cartel member Vusi Kat Matlala have formed part of the Crime Intelligence Head General Dubisani Kumalo's testimony this morning at the Matlala Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. I'm Mondelambana for SAFM News.
So you thought you were building a business? In this economy? Good luck. But day by day, somehow it grew. You became payroll, procurement, PR, and pressure valve. You kept going when the freezer didn't freeze, the bucket didn't budge, and the bank balance barely blinked. What's that saying again? What doesn't kill your business makes it stronger? Or at least it should be that. So you thought you were building a business. You weren't. It was building you. Because this isn't just what you do anymore. It's who you are. And you don't trust just anybody to protect it. Chat to your broker about Old Mutual Insure Business Insurance. Protect what built you. Old Mutual Insure Limited is a licensed FSP and non-life insurer.
I don't love waking up before the sunrise. I don't love wearing a school uniform. But I do love learning. I do love saving my mom money on transport and uniforms while I still get a good education. I do love UCT Online High School because I do love my future. Apply online before 28 November.
Greetings, South Africa. My name is Walter Steenbok, SABC Sport Football Analyst. My favorite African dish, pap and mokgodu. My top three holiday destinations will be Thailand, followed by Cape Town, and of course Zanzibar. Yeah, between a train driver and a pilot, I'll really choose to be a train driver. You know, because I'm on the ground. It's very, very safe, and I hate heights. Between fruits and veggies, I think I like fruits, especially apples. I love to kick penalties against between Sipho Chine and Ronwen Williams. I'll choose Ronwen Williams because I'll put it right in the middle. I saw over the weekend.
Do not miss out on electrifying football analysis on match days with Walter Koyoto Steenbok. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
African Under-20 champions Amajita chase a crucial win, while the Kagoos believe they have a special winning recipe. Africa is up against Oceania. This is the 2025 FIFA Under-20 World Cup. South Africa tackles New Caledonia on Friday, 3 October at 1 a.m. Live on SABC 1, SABC Plus, and SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
Power, land, loyalty, blood. In the heart of Montana, the fight for the Dutton Ranch is far from over. Betrayals cut deep, enemies close in, and every choice could be their last. Yellowstone, Season 4, where family is everything and nothing is off limits. Every Tuesday, starting September 2nd at 7 p.m, only on S3. S3, open up. S3.
Mzansi, Powerball stands at a staggering 100 million rand guaranteed jackpot this Tuesday. You heard right. Play Powerball now for your chance at the guaranteed 100 million rand jackpot, and you could become the next big winner. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial *120 *7529# for USSD. Panda Pusha Play. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. Ituba is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
When Sarah, that parent who randomly calls to check up on you.
Mtanam, when are you visiting?
She knows that every call or text goes towards her free funeral cover. She'll keep calling until she spent at least 120 Rand a month.
Mara, why haven't you accepted my friend request? Huh?
For every convo or scroll, you get 10,000 Rand free funeral cover. Recharge with 120 Rand every month to get covered. No paperwork, debit orders, or medicals. Recharge on the VodaPay app or dial *123#. T's and C's apply. Underwritten by Vodacom Life Assurance Company, a licensed life insurer. Further together, Vodacom.
Spar brings you super savings. Like 120-gram Simba potato chips, any two for 32 Rand, and get 100 megs free data on Spar Mobile, or 1 kg stock country spread tub for 45.99 and get 100 megs free data on Spar Mobile. Plus, you could win your share of 6 million Rand in instant cash. Competition ends 7 October. Price is valid 23 September to 7 October 2025. While stocks last. T's and C's apply.
Let's rewind 6 years, when Twitter was still Twitter, not a letter of the alphabet. TikTok was simply the sound your clock made. And Zoom just meant enlarging a picture. So it makes you wonder, what will the next 6 years bring? Hino trucks now come standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty, covering everything from pistons to gears. So although a lot can change in 6 years, our warranty promise won't. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
Hi everyone, my name is Itumele Nkune, SABC Sport Football Analyst. When I feel down and I listen to gospel, it gives me motivation. I'm a person who loves all genres. If I was a chef, my favorite meal that I would prepare would be pap, cabbage, meaty bones, with a bit of acha on the side. My favorite language is Portuguese. Bom dia, como está? Estou bem. What I like about SABC Sport is they give you the platform and the permission to be yourself and speak any language.
Catch the ever-passionate Itumele Nkune's analysis of Ibola Leju on match days, live on Latuma. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Ready for the biggest flavors from South Africa's smallest chefs. The Taste Master Junior, every Tuesday evening at 7:30 on SABC2. Follows 12 talented teens as they whisk, chop and bake their way through fun foodie challenges and try to impress the judges Zola Nene and Fritz Squin, who will rise to the top and be crowned South Africa's next culinary star. Don't miss the Taste Master Junior. Tuesday evenings at 7:30, repeat Wednesdays at 1 and Sundays at 4 p.m. Only on SABC2.
All right, it's 13 after 11 o'clock. You're listening to The Talking Point, and we are continuing our coverage of the Matlala Commission of Inquiry. We've been hearing further evidence from the head of crime intelligence, Lieutenant General Khumalo, and he, of course, detailing then some of the evidence that he's putting before the commission around the relationships between the criminal syndicate bosses and their communication so far, at least with the minister of the Minister of Police, Senzo Mchunu, who's now on that special leave. So undoubtedly more of that evidence he will continue with this afternoon, and this is really getting now to the heart of the matter in as far as where these allegations have come from. And it has started off so far with the communication about an IPID official who was in direct contact with Brown Mokhotsi and seemed to have updates on matters that were unfolding or that IPID was pursuing. And the question is, what was that influence? How far did it go? Why was this official even engaging with the likes of Brown Mokhotsi in the first instance, including on matters that involve the likes of Cat Matlala? All right, let's do this. It looks like we're going to be back in the commission just shortly, but maybe we can squeeze in a voice note or two before we do that.
Morning, Katie. Katie, Mtete here in Kala. You see, Katie, I don't know who told these ministers that to govern or to do the good work for the country is to wake up every day and go to Parliament to make and sign these answers clause. Both national and provincial ministers, what benefits are they good for or do for the country in these departments? Even these departments are failing. They don't go around and monitor the work in their hands. Hence, you will hear about these billions vanish like in Tembisa Hospital. Better was Homeland government than this that we are in. Thanks, Katie Mcete and Kara.
Yo, the issue of Tembisa Hospital case. Yo, I'm a healthcare provider, my dear, anonymous. I wish if they can investigate any procurement officer, the CEFO. Let them start from district hospital. Let them start from district hospital. A person who's supplying the blood specimen, a person who's supplying the medication there, check them all. Check them all. As a belief, man. We are sick and tired about these people. All the provinces. Let them start from Limpopo and go to Northwest and Mpumalanga. Before they reach Gauteng, they will be tired.
Kathy and the SAFM listener, Kathy, no one has ever been arrested for corruption and conspiracy and killing, the people. So do you think like there is anyone who's going to be afraid to do the same because like you will just be a court after that they say there's no evidence. The judges will say there's no evidence because they are included in there.
The Talking Point with Kathy Matlala. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
Mzansi Powerball stands at a staggering 100 million rand guaranteed jackpot this Tuesday.
Another call.
On the same day?
On the same day. Then on the same day, at 11:10, now a call from Vusimuzi Matlala to Brown Mukhotsi, followed by another call from Mukhotsi to Vusimuzi Matlala, same day, 31st December at 11:10.
So it looks like they were missing each other. Is that right? Because
that is correct.
It's so quick. Continue.
Then the next message, it's a screenshot again for the communication on signal between Mr. Brown Mukhotsi and the number saved as Senzo Mchunu on the 31st of December, 11:18. The screenshot on the next page, 17, with the message in the screenshot that reads thus: this is a constitutional court judgment that was issued on the 20th of December 2024, full stop, and then the message as screen grabbed, it reads: Minister, I'm going to get this case number of this judgment for you. Now we got something proven by the court. This is the matter now which either Sibiya or the minister can charge Khumalo and apply Rule 9 of the disciplinary hearing. It took the Constitutional Court to release a man who was sentenced to life imprisonment through a forced Section 204 confession. Imagine, Comrade Senzo, after 30 years of democracy having this kind of policing. The good thing now is that these are not allegations but a court judgment. That is the message as contained in the screenshot of the communication between Brown Mukhotsi and saved number Senzo Mchunu, which was screen grabbed and sent to Vusimuzi Matlala by Mr. Brown Mukhotsi.
Sorry, General. You say it's a screenshot, so I'm assuming it's sent by Brown Mukhotsi to Mr. Matlala.
That is correct.
And it reflects the discussion between Mr. Mukhotsi and Minister Mchunu.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And it's a
Sorry, on the back, just for accuracy, Commissioner, it reflects communication from Mr. Mokgotsi to the minister instead of communication between the two of them. It's one-sided.
This screenshot shows communication one way to the minister. And it is a reference to the Constitutional Court judgment that we referred to earlier. It's at BM1. General Khumalo, have you seen that judgment, that Constitutional Court judgment?
Yes, that is correct. The main interest was to determine the Khumalo that is in question in the judgment, and then one realized that it's not the same Khumalo testifying then in this commission now. It was referring to another Khumalo, so that's where the interest ended.
So your name was not mentioned in the text of the judgment anywhere. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
So, Commissioners, at this point, may I seek leave to hand up CJC3, which is an extract from the record of that matter in the Constitutional Court, the only part of the record in which we could find a reference to Khumalo, to a Khumalo. And on the second page of that exhibit, at line 19, is where you will find the reference. It was from a court transcript from the lower court, in which the witness says, I think on the day we were told to come to Knysna, and then I was also called by Brigadier Khumalo to bring the witness on the site, but I didn't get the story well why. That's the reference to Khumalo, one Brigadier Khumalo. General, do you know who that is? Is that you?
Thank you, Commissioners. Definitely, it's not me. Inquiries were made to lots of Khumalos that one might associate with the judgment. Until then, we found that it is the current Deputy Provincial Commissioner in Gauteng, Deputy Provincial Commissioner Crime Detection in Gauteng, who was a Brigadier Khumalo by then in the Western Cape, in Cape Town.
Did you serve in the Western Cape at any point?
No, I've never served or worked in the Western Cape.
Thank you. You can continue then to page 18.
Continuing on page 18, still on the 31st of December 2024, at 11:31, the message from Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Vusi Matlala, am now worried, my bro, with the response on the same day, more or less the same time, a second after, asking worried about what? It's a question. And then the response on the same day at 11:32, a minute after, a response by Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Vusimuzi Matlala, which reads thus, outstanding issues. Now, this again, today is the day on the other side. I also think you must stand back. Then the response in a question format from Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala on the same date, 31st December at 11:33. Stand back. I don't understand what you mean. And then the response on the same date at 11:35 by Mr. Brown Mukhosi, indicating that for your safety and business. And the next chat, 2 minutes after that, on the same date at 11:37, Mr. Mukhosi to Brown, saying, "We must fight what comes your way."
We must just fight.
We must just fight what comes your way. In response by Mr. Matlala on the same date, 31st December at 11:40, it reads thus: "This won't change my contribution towards the minister, though. I made a conscious decision and I'm not backing down. Whatever help the minister needs from my side, I'll be happy to assist. I just don't want to fight losing battles." The message then from Mr. Vusimuzi Matlala as a response to Mr. Mukhosi. Moving on to the next page, 19, Mr. Brown Mukhosi to Vusimuzi Matlala with the message on the 31st still of December 2024 at 12:25. With the message reading, "Here is our backlog, and we now need to deal with this. It's a last day." Followed by another message at 12:30 on the same date, 31st December 2024, from Brown Mukhosi to Vusimuzi Matlala. "I thought we spoke about it, but we did many regions. It's only 2 regions left." And then the next message at 13:55 on the same date, the 31st of December 2024, Brown Mukhosi to Vusimuzi Matlala, asking, is it possible for you intervene on the membership for 2 regions, 12.5K each, cause CKZ, today we must pay. That message is followed by a call from, after sending that message, a call from Mr. Brown to Vusimuzi Matlala at 13:57 the same day, and another call at 16:46 from Mr. Mukhosi to Matlala on the 31st of December 2024. Then at 17:44 on the same date, Mr. Matlala is responding to Mr. Mukhosi as follows: "I'm sorry I missed your calls. I do not have a problem to help. There is some things I need to understand and also hear what my concerns are. Please, like I said before, can we kindly meet whenever you have time and hear what I have to say?" That message from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mukhosi is followed by a call at 17:49 on the same date, and another call at 17:50 from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mukhosi. And then the next page, 20, on the same date, 31 December, Mr. Brown Mukhosi responding to Mr. Matlala with the message, "Sure, boss," followed by a deleted message that was from Brown to Mr. Matlala on the same date at 19:07. On the same day, 31st of December at 19:08, Mr. Brown Mukhosi is sending a message to Mr. Kat Matlala, which reads thus: we managed to push. We only need four those two regions. We only need for those two regions.
The figure four, the figure 4 perhaps being FOR.
FOR, that might be correct.
I ask people, I ask you not to speculate, and there I am speculating.
Thank you, Commissioner. Then after that, on the 31st still of December 2024, a minute after, Brown Mokhosi is following that message with the banking details to Mr. Matlala. And then the same minute, few seconds, then Mr. Brown Mokhosi is sending a message: we need 25K only. The next message, still from Mr. Brown Mokhosi to Mr. Kat Matlala, a minute after that, it reads: we'll engage with everything and anything we need, my boss. The problem is we're gonna lose voters in the two regions. Then that message then is followed by calls from Brown Mokhosi on the same date, 31st December. The first one is at 1911, followed by the second one at 1919 to Vusi Matlala.
Keep going.
Then on the 21st, page number 21, on the same date, another call from Vusimuzi Matlala, followed by a return call from Brown Mokhosi at 20:30, still on the same date. And then same date at 20:44, Mr. Brown Mokhosi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala, reading, my brother. And then at 21:02, same date, Mr. Matlala is responding to the fact that he was taking a bath. I'll let you know if I win or not. Still waiting. With the response at 21:03, December 31st, with from Mr. Brown Mokhosi, and then correcting that a few seconds after to read okay. And then on the same date, 22:06, Mr. Brown Mokhosi is sending a message to Vusi Matlala. It means we didn't win, my brother. And then the following day, on the 1st of January 2023, at 13:51, the message from Brown Mokhosi to Mr. Kat Matlala at 13:51. The message reads, good day. I have arranged a meeting for Sibiya and the minister must have a solution. Then on the same date, 01:01 at 22:13, Mr. Brown Mokhosi is making a call, followed by an emoji of a strong arm. On the same date, then at 22:13, same day, the 1st of January, at 22:14, a call from Mokhosi to Mr. Matlala, followed by the message at 22:38, same day, 1st of January, 2025. The message reads, the task team that came to your house and harassed you has been dissolved. stroke disbanded. Then on the 2nd of the following day now, of January, the first communication between the two is at 7:12 in the morning, where Dlamini is then responding to the message of the previous night with a message, "Oh, really?" followed by another message a minute after that, "I see you tried calling me last night." And then the next message at 7:14, another minute later, the question, "When is this happening?" Then the response is at 8:58 from Mr. Mokgotsi responding to Mr. Matlala, indicated on the message, they got the letter on Monday. As we speak, they are bringing all the dockets to Sibiya. Followed by an attachment as Annexure BM3 that is sent by Mr. Brown Mokgotsi at 10:05 still on the 2nd of January, forwarding the attachment to Mr. Matlala, which is annexed, as I've indicated, as BM3.
And BM3 is the letter from the Minister to the National Commissioner dated 31 December 2024.
That is correct.
And that's at page 150 of the bundle, Commissioners.
Page, I'm sorry.
Page 150.
Thank you.
And on the same day, the 2nd of January, at 11:13, there is a call between the two gentlemen, and thereafter, on the same date, at 11:57, same date, the 2nd of January, there are lots of forwarded messages that are forwarded then to Mr. Mokgotsi, starting from page 23. Starting from page 23 to page 34, to page 34A, 34, the bottom part. All those messages are containing the information as well as the screenshots of classified information that is used or that belongs to the Division Crime Intelligence of the SAPS.
Can we then proceed to page 34?
Just explain this, please, General. So are you saying Mr. Mokgotsi was in possession of classified information?
Yes, Commissioners. Mr. Mokgotsi was in possession of all this classified information that is forwarding to Mr. Matlala.
Thank you. And that also, as at the 2nd of January 2025, in the morning already at 10:05, he was already in possession of the minister's letter
to the National
to the National Commissioner, the letter that disbanded.
That is correct, Commissioner.
The PKTT. Thank you.
Yes, so Chair, just to clarify, that's on the 2nd of January at 10:05 that he forwards the letter following the earlier message on the 1st of January, informing Mr. Matlala that the task team is disbanded.
Yes, yes.
Then comes a series of information that's classified in the possession of Mr. Mokotsi, which he forwards to Mr. Matlala. And we'll go past that to page 34. At the bottom of that page. Can you take it from there, please, General?
And then at page 34, the message is a screenshot, again, from Mr. Brown Mokotsi to Mr. Matlala, which contains the communication between Mr. Brown Mokotsi and a certain Dion. The screenshot is having the first message that is visible, reading as follows: as Dineo Mukwili stroke Muhajane Peyele Angestel as a brick, limited interpretation of Afrikaans. It's a question asking if is there any Dineo Mukwele or Mkhajana who's working by them as a brigadier. Then on the next page, 35, the continuation of the screenshot, again still in Afrikaans. No.
Sorry, General, but before you go to that, there's a response to that question that's cut off. But it looks like a yes, followed by 2 dots and another word.
No, from my copy, it's badly cut off. I can then speculate that it's a yes. On the screen, yes, it reads better. It's a yes with 3 dots and alphabets TSU.
Okay, you can continue.
And then on the next page, the question, know who had say nog steeds nie a pesal nomer nie, ook enige idea of say family as. It's still the screenshot of the communication between Mr. Mokotsi and a Dion that was then forwarded to Mr. Matlala.
Do you know who this Dion is? For a fact, not speculation.
No, we do not know, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Then, moving on.
Ms. Hassim, don't we want to have a translation of the Afrikaans in both texts? As Dineo Mukwele / Mohajane Peyele Angestel as brigadier.
Chair, are you asking me to translate it?
I'm asking for your resourcefulness.
We can get a translation prepared for us by an Afrikaans speaker.
Was Dineo Mukwele / Mohajane?
My colleague.
No. Let's get a translation.
Okay.
Please, thank you.
Advocate Hassim, those of us who did our LLB in Afrikaans can figure it out, but I know Chair does not have the same advantage.
So you'll help the Chair then. Thank you, Commissioner Kumala. We'll get a transcription.
Thank you.
General, you've answered that you don't know who Dion is. If you go to page where it starts, that screenshot at page 34, Dineo Mahajane Beyele Angestel as a brick. Is it is it fair to surmise that this is asking a SAPS member about the employment of Dineo Mukwele? Can one say that from this?
Yes, Commissioner, that is the interpretation that one can come up with, that someone is asking about the status of appointment of a certain brigadier.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's more in this vein as we go through. So if we go down to the next message that's forwarded, can you? Oh, is it cut off? In your file, General. So below that screenshot is another message that's forwarded.
Yeah.
And can you, without identifying, we have redacted on the screen the confidential information, but can you tell us what we are looking at here?
Yes, then Commissioners, thank you. The next message that is forwarded, it's another screenshot forwarded by Mr. Brown Mukotsi to Mr. Matlala, which is of a screenshot taken from the South African police system that is having the personal details of all the employees, which is accessible only by the personnel working at human resource management of the SAPS. It contains the details, including the identity number of one of the employees.
Do you know who that identity number belongs to? You don't need to say if you
Yes,
don't
I
know.
do know.
Is it, okay. It's the same person that
The
was
same
the
person.
subject of the inquiry in the last.
That is correct, Commissioners.
Sorry, you say this kind of information would only be available to SAPS employees. It's internal information.
No, the kind of information can only be made available to the employee, him or herself only, not to another third party.
Okay, thank you.
So as I understand it, there's two aspects to that. The first is who has access to this software, this program, the Purcell system. Who would have access? And as I understand you, you're saying it would only be SAPS employees, and in particular HR.
Yeah, that's correct, Commissioner.
And the second aspect of that is that even those who have access can't disseminate the information other than
to the employee.
To the employee.
And Mr. Mukotsi, you may have already spoken to this. Is he at this point an employee of the SAPS at the time that he's forwarding this information?
Yeah, according to our investigation, Mr. Mukotsi is not the employee of the South African Police Service.
Thank you, Commissioner. So can we then turn to the chat that starts on page 36? At the top of page 36.
On page 36, it's a message from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mukotsi with the question reading, what is these things you just sent to me, brother? I see it shows several registration numbers of cars and residential addresses. The response on the same date, the 2nd of January at 14:18 from Mr. Mukotsi to Mr. Matlala. The message reads, they used state money to buy those properties, then followed by a call.
Is this out of sequence now? Because it does not seem to flow from what you were dealing with before, or am I lost? The last thing was personal information relating to some employee, and then suddenly there's reference to cars and residential addresses. Is there a gap in my understanding?
No, I think the way to understand it, Chair, is when you look at all of those those pieces of classified information, each one of them that we've skipped over, they're all sent in one batch or forwarded at the same time.
All right. No, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. That is our interpretation, that the questions or the question by Mr. Matlala to the sender of all these screenshots, which is Mr. Brown Mokotsi, is the lack of understanding as to what are these things that he just sent. And then he is explaining. Then on the second, still on the 2nd of January at 2025 at 14:29, they are exchanging a call, Mr. Matlala and Mr. Mokotsi. And then on the 4th now of January at 9:46, Mr. Matlala is forwarding a message to Mr. Mokotsi with the title "Shocking Revelations." It is a forwarded message that Mr. Matlala would have got it from the social media and then forwarded it. The social media reflects the date 3rd January on the next page, 37. Then the Mr. Matlala is forwarding then the same message to Mr. Mokotsi.
And before you move off that, if you can just say what in summary, this message is about, this social media post.
Thank you, Commissioners. Scanning, as I've indicated, that it looks like a message that Mr. Matlala got from the app social media X, on the 3rd of January, and then screen grabbed it and forwarded it to Mokotsi. The first paragraph suggesting that it's information received regarding the political killings task team from one of their former investigators at the task team. So it continues to talk to, on the first paragraph, mentioning the former Minister of Police, and then also the current Minister of Police. And then I'm not sure whether I must go through the whole screen grab, Commissioners.
Perhaps just give us the substance of it.
And, Chair, and perhaps if you could deal with the one aspect of it that deals specifically with you, that names you.
Then on the first paragraph, the names named are within the sentence that starts with, "They were about to arrest the police officers who were implicated in the killing of Cindy Somagaqa." I'm told that all reports that were withheld by Begicele have been retrieved and handed over to Minister Senzo Mchunu. That is the message then contained in that first paragraph. The second paragraph, it continues to talk about the information, alleged information then around that case of the killing of Cindy Somagaqa, mentioning some of the names of people that were involved, as well as other names as the firearms, the money exchanged, and then some of the noticeable names are the names that we are aware of that were part of our briefing yesterday on the same case. And also, as you move down, there will also be, I think, on the next page, 37, there is also a mention of General Kumalo, who was still a lead investigator in this political killings task team, which was also investigating this matter of Sindisoma Gaga case, and who was told by former minister not to arrest crime intelligence officials. Then the last paragraph, it also talks about crime intelligence operating as a third force unit, which is why General Kumalo is heading both units, crime intelligence and the political killings task team. He appointed his brothers, families, and friends as investigators and bodyguards for him and Lushaba. Lushaba's bodyguard is a guy called Lushaba.
And it's signed, if one can say, by someone called not a peace officer.
Yes, that's correct.
It's on the X platform. Do you want to respond to what you've just read, the allegations relating to you? Do you have any comment on that?
The shortened version of the response, commissioners, will be that is what we experienced soon after the disbandment letter was circulated, because between the first and the second, when the letter was circulating on the social media before its official communication channels within SAPS, soon after that, then we saw lots of misinformation that was all over the social media space, talking to either the political killings task team or the General Kumalo and others, but the misinformation will always have either the political killings task team or General Kumalo.
Okay, you can continue.
And then after sending or after forwarding that X information, Mr. Matlala followed it up on the same day at 1946 with the message to Mr. Brown Mukhozi reading.
At 9:46.
At 9:46 with the message reading, I see something very interesting here. And then the response at 9:49 from Brown Mukhozi to Vusimuzi Matlala reads, "Yeah, ne, gloves are off. Gloves are off." And then on the next page, 38, on the 6th now of January at 10:55, Mr. Brown Mukhozi is sending a message to Mr. Dlamini. Morning, is it still fine that we meet tomorrow? I'm off to Cape Town on Wednesday, the 4th of January. On Wednesday, 4 January.
Sorry, Advocate Hasim, there seems to be an issue with the screen.
I'm advised that the issue is just relating to this page, and it was when the redactions of the phone numbers were conducted, it seemed to just glitch and it redacted other parts. But it's only this page that's affected. Chair, I would suggest we just move on.
Let us do so. Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
General, so you were at the top of page 38, reading the message from Mr. Mohotsi on the 6th of January 2025 at 10:55. Could you just start with read that again, please?
Thank you. The message by Mr. Mohotsi to Mr. Matlala reads, "Morning. Is it still fine that we meet tomorrow? I'm off to Cape Town on Wednesday for January 8. Also confirming the house in Camps Bay." So the next messages exchanged between the two are an attempt to set up a meeting as per this first message read. At 16:35, a response from Matlala, "Where must we meet tomorrow?" followed by a response from Hosi Houghton, and then the next from Matlala asking the time, and the response from Mr. Brown Mukhosi giving any time after 8, my boss. And then still on the same day, this communication about the arrangement of their meeting. And then Mr. Matlala indicates the time of his availability. "I have 11 o'clock with my banker. Let me see you at 9:30 rather." That is the message then at 16:39. And then on the same day at 16:47, Mr. Brown Mukhosi responding and confirming 8 p.m., my boss. Mr. Matlala agreeing at 16:47 on the same date with the message, "Oh, okay, I'll see you later then at 20:30. The page 39, the first message is a strong arm emoji from Mr. Brown Mukhosi to Mr. Matlala at 16:48, and then followed by 2 calls on the same date, the 6th of January. First one at 17:30, next one at 17:32, and a return call from Mr. Brown Mukhosi at 18:27. Then still on the same page 39, Mr. Matlala is forwarding a message to Mr. Brown Mukhosi. The message that is read as if it was sent to Mr. Matlala by someone else, and thereafter he is forwarding the message as it is, he's forwarding it to Mr. Brown Mukhosi. The message reads, "Hello, Mr. Rafadi." That is where we can speculate that this message was originally sent to Mr. Rafadi, who...
If I can pause you, General, we are going to get to the chats of Mr. Rafadi, and then we'll see there that this message was forwarded to Mr. Matlala from Mr. Rafadi, and Mr. Matlala is now forwarding it on. Continue. Sorry for the interruption.
So I'm not sure then, Commissioners, whether we deal with this message as it's forwarded or we deal with it when we're dealing with Mr. Rafadi's chats.
I propose that you deal with it now. Thank you. Go ahead.
The message reads, "Hello, Mr. Rafadi," and an emoji. Good day and compliments of the new year. It's Henrika from Power FM.
I see you really don't want to describe the emojis, General Khumalo, but it's fine. Continue.
Then, unless if I'm allocated an interpreter, Commissioners. really not good. And also, then it's Enrina, producer of Daily Talk show hosted by Lerato Pele, who would like to kindly ask for your time for an interview on our show tomorrow morning to talk about the dissolving of the task team dedicated to political killings. The police minister did mention that the task team services were no longer, and we just want to discuss this with you as you paint a picture of the current state of political killings in the country, especially because there has been criticism of the team still being needed, with some analysts saying it was time for the team to be dissolved. If you may please join us at 10:30 tomorrow morning, we will truly appreciate it. That is the content of the forwarded message by Kat Matlala to Mr. Mokgotsi, and it is followed by a screenshot with a Power Talk site that might indicate then that's where the discussion will be. And then the next message on the 7th.
We won't play that, Chair, but did you listen to it, and do you know what that link contains, that interview?
The link is, of course, then Mr. Rafadi introduced himself as invited to this talk show to discuss the issue as indicated on the invite. There were two guests, Mr. Rafadi and someone else, who were then approaching this discussion from two opposite directions, with Mr. Rafadi in support of the disbandment and the other commentator not in support. That is the summary that one can give then for this discussion.
Thank you, General. You may proceed.
And then still on the 7th, at 1942, Mr. Matlala is sending a message to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi. One will then read that together with the previous messages where they were arranging the meeting, with Mr. Matlala asking at 1942 if, can I start making my way to you because I'm a little bit far from our meeting place. And then Mr. Mokgotsi responding that 2030 I'll be there, which is the time that they agreed upon on their previous engagement. Followed by at 2026 on the same date, 7th of January 2022, by calls, two calls from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mokgotsi at 2026 and 2042 respectively, with the return call again from Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala at 2043, the same date, and then the other calls on the same date from Mr. Matlala at 2048, the first call, at 2101 as well as 2102, or at 2102 is the message now written by Mr. Matlala indicating that he has arrived at the venue, reading, I am here. Then the next, on the following day now, the 8th of January, in the early hours, 0047, Mr. Mokgotsi is sending, definitely not an emoji, it looks like two dots, And then at 12:00:48, Mr. Mokgotsi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala that this is outstanding. And then on the same date at 00:49, now Mr. Mokgotsi is specific as to what is outstanding. He says you paid, in the message, you paid 37,000 and the 111,000 is outstanding, which can be related to our previous charts that were talking to the payment of 25% deposit to a travel agency. And then still on the 8th of January 2025, Brown Mokgotsi is reminding Mr. Matlala that this is what you paid on that message at close to midnight, that discussion at 00:50. And then at 8:14, still on the 8th, Mr. Mokgotsi is sending to Mr. Matlala a notice of an annual BPF presidential gala dinner with those particulars at 14:39. And then it is followed by the information pertaining to that particular event in terms of packages from platinum to gold and silver, and then the detailed information is contained on that notice. Then the response or the message that followed those pictures that were sent by Mr. Mokgotsi, it's followed by a message indicating we'll take silver package. That can be read with the previous photo then of those options for the event packages. At 8:33, Brown Mokgotsi is just sending okay message to Mr. Matlala. And then at 8:34, Mr. Mokgotsi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala which reads, we cancel, but it is spelled wrong as we CANXEL, the table, cause I thought we buy 2 chairs only. That is the message then from Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala. And then Mr. Matlala is responding at 8:40, saying, I will call you later, brother. I think we don't understand each other. And then the next page, 43, the next message at more or less the same time, which is a response by Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, read, sorry, 4 tables. And then it's followed by the banking details that are forwarded by Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala. And then the next message was deleted, which was originally sent by Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala at 9:13, the same day, the 8th of January. And then the next is the message on the same day, 8th of January at 9:14, Mr. Brown Mokgotsi sending to Kat Matlala. The message reads, we can buy the tables through him at, full stop, 100K. Then the next message again sent by Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Vusimuzi Matlala. It's the names with identity numbers of 8 people with the message starting with flights, and then the next, then it's particulars, personal particulars of 8 people. Then on the next page, 44, at 9:46 on the same date of the 8th, the message reads from Brown Mukhosi to Kat Matlala. They all fly on Friday and return Sunday. The next message, same date, at 11:37, Brown Mukhosi is sending to Vusi Matlala that I'm off to Cape Town. The next message on the same date at 14:25, my brother, that is from Mukhosi to Matlala. And then same day at 17:53, Mr. Brown Mukhosi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala indicating that M in Cape Town, Sibiya is in Camps Bay. And then the next message at 20:01, it's not a message, it's 2 calls at 20:01, both of
General,
them.
sorry, without speculating, do you know who that Sibiya is that is referred to in that chat?
No, I do not know, Commissioner. Then we continue. After those 2 missed calls by Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mukhosi, it's followed by a return call at 20:01, and then it's the message again at 20:09 by Mr. Mukhosi to Mr. Matlala. The message reads, my brother, some people have arrived here already, and you were saying some are here in Cape Town.
Someone. You were saying some, and it's got a number 1. Someone.
You were saying some, and the number 1 here in Cape Town could help us with something. Then on the next page, 45, Mr. Brown Mukhosi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala. The message reads, the message is at 2014. Please confirm the following. Number 1, the table dash 100K. Number 2, 8 times flights. Number 3, the 75% balance of 111K. Please, and I will understand. And then that message is followed by another message from Brown Mukhosi at 2016 to Mr. Matlala. The message reads, this will allow me to handle everything and the minister. And then next message, then are the calls between the 2 gentlemen on the same date at 2038 and again 2038, which looks like they were missing each other. Then the message from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mukhosi at 2053, which is, this I will do except the table booking, which might be interpreted as a response from the message sent by Mukhosi at 2014 with the list of things that are including the table as number 1. And then the response at 2056 from Brown Mukhosi to Mr. Matlala, it says K, which can be interpreted as okay. And then at 2057, on the same date, the 8th of January, Mr. Brown Mukhosi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala, reading as follows, please assist with something for the guests. And then on the same date at 2252.
And just to pause you there, General, this message may be related to the message on the page before, the last message at 2009, that people have arrived and can you assist?
It can
Is that how
it can be circumstantially related to it, Commissioners. Then the last message on page 45 at 22:52 on the same date, the 8th of January, it's written by Brown, sent by Mr. Brown Mukhozi to Vusimuzi Matlala with one word, Impala, in a question mark, Impala. And then Mr. Mukhozi.
General, do you have any idea what this is referring to? What's this Impala? Only if you have an idea.
I only have a knowledge because in Zulu we also have an animal called Impala. I'm looking at the spelling. It looks the same as how we spell Impala, animal, in Zulu.
But in this context, you have no idea what this means?
No, I don't have idea.
Thank you.
Commissioner. And then the next message on page 46, on the same date, the 8th of January, at now 22:54, Mr. Brown Mukhozi is following that message of Impala that he sent with next time. And then at 22:55, another message, the emojis that I've been struggling with the interpretation, Commissioners, unless if I get assistance.
It's like two laughing faces.
With tilted heads.
Then on the following day, the 9th of January at 2025 at 9:50, they start exchanging calls between, the first call is from Mr. Matlala, followed by the one then from Mr. Mukhozi to Matlala, and the next one is from Mr. It looks like they were missing each other or talking a lot within that time frame. Then followed by a deleted message at 10:43, which was sent by Mr. Mukhozi to Mr. Matlala at 10:43. Then on the 9th, still at 10:44, Mr. Brown Mukhozi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala, which reads, replace number 1 and 2, which then can talk to the previous messages that are numbered on the communication between the two.
I suppose it's also fair to make provision for the possibility that 1 and 2 may have been in that deleted message. I mean, we don't know what deleted message was.
That is possible, Commissioner.
Yes.
And then the next message at 10:44 on the same date, Mr. Brown Mukhozi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala, which reads, we have done it already because you were not responding. And then at 10:44, again, few seconds after, Mr. Brown Mukhozi is calling, and then after a call on the same date, and then a message reading Boso, and then on the same date, 10:57, another call, followed by deleted messages or screenshots, or screenshots that were sent by Mr. Mukhozi to Mr. Matlala. That will take us up to page 48 and then to page 49. We resume then on the same date, the 9th of January at 11:16 with a call. Then the next, then at 11:17 it's the account details of the same travel agency that was sent previously. Now Mr. Mukhozi is sending the same account details at 11:17, and then followed by a call at 13:01 from Mr. Mukhozi to Mr. Matlala, another call at 13:41, then the return call at 13:42, then from Mr. Matlala. Then the messages on the same date from 13:47, there are attachments that are annexed as BM4 and BM5 that are then sent by Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mukhozi.
So the first attachment is BM4, and that's on page 154 of the bundle. And can you just say what is reflected on that annexure?
It's page number 134.
Uh, 154, apologies, General.
On page 154, the annexures are not clear on the copy that I'm having, Commissioners.
I hope it's clear in your copy, Chair. It's essentially, then, if I can just point out, they're flight bookings, and you'll see it's for 6 people. And then BM5, which is at 157. So that's, sorry to be clear, it's flight bookings for 6 people, the first one, from Johannesburg to Cape Town. BM5, it's the same 6 people, return flights from Cape Town to Johannesburg. And the date of the first flight is 10 January, and the return is 12 January. That takes us to the bottom of page 49 with the message from
After
Mr.
the 2 annexures, Commissioners, then there is a message from Mr. Brown Mukhozi to Kat, reading as the last number 2, the last 2, with the question mark. That is on the same day, the 9th of January at 14:03. Then moving on to page 50, the follow-up message at 14:04, reading this 2, number 2. And then followed by the call at 14:09 from Mr. Mukhozi to Mr. Matlala, and a deleted message same day at 14:10. Another deleted message same day at 14:10. Then on the same day, then the 9th of January at 14:40, Mr. Matlala is sending a message to Mr. Mukhozi, which is reading 111K is paid. And then the response at 14:43 from Mr. Brown to Mr. Matlala, reading thanks, spelled as THNX. And then the next message at 15:24, Mr. Mokgotsi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala, reading the last two guys with a question mark. And the next message then, it's an annexure BM6, is on the same date at 15:27.
And that has the annexure BM6, and that's at page 160, which is a proof of payment, again, from the same Mr. Matlala, from the same, his company, to Gotle Specialist.
Thank you, Commissioners. Moving on to the next page.
Sorry, and just to say the amount reflected on the proof of payment is 111,000.
Okay.
For completeness, Ms. Hassim, you also indicate the payment is from, as per this proof of payment?
It's from Medicare 24 Tshwane District Pty Limited.
Thank you.
Continue,
Then,
General.
continuing on page 51, on the same day, the 9th of January, at 16:51, the message from Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, which reads thus: "My brother, thanks for everything," with a spelling mistake on brother. It's spelled BROTJER, and thanks is spelled as THNX. The 4, it's in a number 4, and then everything. And then the list, number 1, 2 people outstanding. Then number 2, the contact person with a spelling mistake on the contact, instead of N, it's M, and then another spelling mistake on person with the end, at the end of person. The location, which can read, and the location of the accommodation in Camps Bay. Number 3, it's entertainment. That is the list, then that is sent by Brown Mokgotsi to Kat Matlala on the 9th of January at 16:51. That is followed by a call from Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala at 20:06 same day. At 20:20 same day, Mr. Mokgotsi is sending a message to Matlala, reading, "We spoke about this." And then the next message, a few seconds after, Mr. Brown Mokgotsi saying, but I think you did your best, with you spelled as a U and your spelled as you are. And then the greetings morning on the morning of the 10th at 10:46 by Mr. Mokgotsi, followed by a call at 10:48 still from Mr. Mokgotsi, and another call at 18:43 on the same day. Then on the same day at 19:41, Mr. Matlala is responding to Mr. Mokgotsi with a message: "Good evening, was out of the country, left my phone with my assistant. I see you tried calling me, brother." Then the next page, 52, that message is followed by a call now from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Brown, and then a response from Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Matlala on the WhatsApp chat: "Yes, my brother," on the same day, the 10th. Then still on the 10th, Mr. Brown Mokgotsi is sending a message now at 19:56, reading as follows: "I was saying, will you still assist us with entertainment?" Which is one of the 3 things that are on the last list that Mr. Brown Mokgotsi has sent the previous day. Then on the 10th, still at 1957, it's a call, and then from Mr. Mkhotsi to Mr. Matlala, followed by a message from Mr. Matlala on the same day at 2018. The message reads, "Whenever you're back and ready to meet, I'll explain to you further how I prefer to do things. As for now, honestly, I don't understand this whole engagement.
Arrangement. I don't understand this whole arrangement, yes.
I partly did it to show my interest, but further, I'll prefer to have a proper structure." That is the message then by Matlala to Brown Mkhotsi. And then the other message on the same day, or a response at 2021, on the same day now from Mkhotsi to Matlala, which reads thus: "True, my brother, I just have a volume of people, and when we met Houghton, you said you were going to organize something for us here, like drinks and food. Believe you me, you did the best and will NVR, which might read never, you will never reach this stage again. It is not nice to be spelled with a B alphabet, getting so much with double O without doing everything in return.
Anything in return.
Anything in return. Even 15K will cover until spelled wrong Sunday." Then on the same day at 2026, a call with a message from Mr. Matlala indicating that he will call, or I will call in a minute. Then same day, 2029, the message now from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mkhotsi: "Okay, when you get back, organize a proper setup going further, especially the main man behind all this." And then on the same day, 2029, the message from Kat to Mkhotsi reads: "You can send that account number." And then the response: "Yes, guaranteed," by Mr. Brown Mkhotsi on the same day at 2029. And then the message stressing guaranteed from Mr. Mkhotsi to Mr. Matlala at 2030, and then followed by another message few seconds after from Mkhotsi to Mr. Matlala reading: you have to send to 3 accounts with U spelled as a U alphabet and have without an A." And then still on the same day at 2030, Mr. Matlala is responding or sending a message to Mr. Mkhotsi which reads: "Please get one and you will share it in 3 as a number." And then at the same day, a minute after, Mr. Matlala is sending another message to Mr. Mkhotsi: "I need to do debriefing now." That is followed by the account details, which are the same as the one that was sent before at 2036 by Brown Mkhotsi to Mr. Matlala, and then the second also. So it's 2 account details that are sent this time around. And then on the same date, 2037, Mr. Brown Mkhotsi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala, which reads: "I only got the card and I won't transfer to Mulikwa." And that is followed by the calls on the same on that day, the last call at 20:39 from Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala. The following day, on the 11th.
Before the following day, General, these names here with account numbers, do you know who they are? Was any check done to see who they are?
The first one is similar to the previous one that we have seen, and it is linked with the travel agency company.
Okay, thank you.
It's only this second one that is new in our chart analysis. Then moving on, the following day, on the 11th, it's just one call from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mokgotsi, and then Mr. Matlala, then the following day, the 12th, at 9:04, he is sending to Mr. Mokgotsi a screenshot that is having a newspaper article headline. It reads, "The lone robber walks out of crime intelligence unit with 1.3 million intelligence unit in a bag." Yeah, it's cut, that screenshot, it's not clear, but those are the words that are reflected there. It is a newspaper headline.
Can you read the next message before I ask a question on this?
Then the next message from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mokgotsi, after sending that newspaper article, the message reads, the message is at 0904. It reads, "Nanzo," with 4 zeros or 4 O's and an N before Z. The message reading, "They covering up so minister won't find out the splash funds corruption, staging robberies." Another emoji, which is much clearer on the screen, like a happy person.
A happy person, yes. Do you know anything about this incident that's being reported about a robber walking out of crime intelligence unit, your unit, with 1.3 million in a bag?
Yes, commissioners, we are aware of the incident that is related to the story. It relates to an incident where one of our offices in the Eastern Cape was robbed of cash, which is similar to the one reflected on the story, 1.3 million. But then the investigation was completed within a day or two of this incident. It was a staged robbery, and then a captain and all other officers were charged departmentally, and the captain criminally, and so the matter is at court. So it was not a robbery according to our investigation, but maybe to give also a background to that, the alleged robbery took place after I had assigned personnel from my office to go and do the surprise inspection in Gauteng province in our cash offices, where then they found lots of contraventions of policies, and then there were cases that were registered After the Gauteng surprise inspection, I then brought the team together to plan for simultaneous surprise inspections in all other 8 provinces, which might look like then that plan leaked, because on the same day of that surprise inspection, that's when this fake robbery was then reported.
And were the inspections taking place in all provinces?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. This continues the exchange between the two gentlemen on this article. So if you can just take it from
page 56.
Well, it starts at the bottom of 55. Message from Mr. Mokotsi on 12 January at 9:04. But the message, I'm sorry to say, General, is an emoji.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. It's an emoji. I'll take it. It's another laughing or happy face, as I'm told, which is much clearer on the screen than on the copy I'm having. Then followed by, on the 12th at 9:05, Mr. Brown Mukhosi, a message to Kat Matlala. The message reads on it. And then the next message from Matlala to Mr. Mukhosi reading, "My guy wants to run a story regarding this. Can he go ahead?" One can interpret that it's a discussion after the exchange of that media article screenshot. And then
do you know who the "my guy" refers to?
With the further analysis that was done on these charts, my guy might refer to the same guy that we referred to when there was an exchange of fake news from X, Mr. Rafadi. So this is referring to the same person.
Thank you.
And then on the 12th of January at 9:05, a message from Mokotsi to Matlala came Friday. And then on the same day, 9:05, "Yes, please," spelled with a Z and PLI. And then on the 12th again, 9:05, Mr. Mokotsi is sending a message to Kat Matlala, which reads, must share that without A, we see prior."
Do you know what he's referring to there?
Speculating, it might be talking to the guy who will be running a story as per the message at 9:05 on the same day.
Okay, you can continue. So the next is it's an ID document.
It's an ID document, screenshot sent by Brown Mukhosi to Mr. Kat Matlala. After that screenshot, there is a message at 10:03, still on the 12th, from Brown Mukhosi. After sending that screenshot, the message reads, "My boss can't get a flight ticket." And then Mr. Matlala is responding, "What you mean?" at 10:04 on the same date. And then at 10:06, Mr. Mukhosi to Mr. Brown with the message, to Mr. Matlala with the message, "My brother, trying to get one," and with the response, "Okay," from Matlala then to Mr. Mukhosi. Then next message now is Mr. Mukhosi to Mr. Matlala, "Can you get it, my boss?" Speculating that it refers to the flight. and then the exchange of calls or a call at 10:50, followed by the message now at 11:37, again from Mokgotsi asking Mr. Matlala, is it available? Still speculating the flight ticket. Okay. And then the next message, 12:56, Mr. Mokgotsi asking again nothing. And then at 12:57, Mr. Brown Mokgotsi is sending another message, only tomorrow. That is when then Mr. Matlala is responding with the flight details sent then to Mr. Mokgotsi. After the exchange of those chats talking about or speculating the request of the flight ticket. And then there is a question mark message on the 12th of January, still 2025, at 16:41, followed by a call from Mr. Mokgotsi and a message from Mr. Mokgotsi reading Shaw, and then another message on the same date at 16:47. In a question, did you do the booking, which is followed by a call and another call at 16:57 and 17:16 from Mr. Brown to Mr. Matlala. And then the pleading message after those two unanswered calls and unanswered messages, another message then from Mokgotsi asking Mr. Matlala to talk to him, reading, talk to me without A between T and L, and 2 in a number 2, me, and please, spelled as PLIZZ. Then on the same day at 17:21, it's another call from Mokgotsi. And then on the 14th, which is a day, on the 14th, which is almost 2 days after the last call, and then 14th of January 2025 at 12:36, a message from Mokgotsi to Matlala, reading, sure, don't forget to work on your invoices. Back in Josie, and then the following message is a screenshot, which is a screen grab, talking to the supply chain management system of SAPS, which is sent by Mr. Matlala to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi.
And can you just tell us what we're seeing in that screen grab? What's the significance of it?
Firstly, it's identified as the South African Police Service System screenshot. It talks to the information that is captured within the supply chain management when then the invoices are submitted.
So is this, as with the Purcell screenshot that we saw, is this a system that only employees of SAPS and particularly supply chain management staff would have access to?
That is correct, Commissioners. This is the supply chain management system screen grab that only personnel attached to that environment will have access.
Just halfway down that photo, there's a section that says, no errors found on data set, invoices to be uploaded. What do you understand that to relate to? Does it mean invoices have been submitted but have not yet been uploaded onto the system?
That will be my layman understanding and interpretation, Commissioner. Then on the same day, the 15th of January, Mr. Matlala is sending a message to Mr. Brown Mukhodzi asking him, can you please try to speed it up? The interpretation will be maybe on the invoice submitted as per the screen grab above.
So, sorry, General, so just to be clear, because the screenshot is sent at 13:22, which says invoices to be uploaded, and then immediately after that, still 13:22, is the message, can you please try to speed it up?
That is correct, Commissioner. And then that is followed at 17:25 by a call from Mr. Matlala and another one on the same date at 17:28 to Mr. Mukhodzi. And then at the following day, on the 16th in the morning, 9:01, another call from Mr. Vusi Matlala, followed by a message on the following day, now the 17th of January at 8 in the morning. The message reads, good morning, brother. Just checking if you're winning. The invoicing, I read to pay suppliers before the 26th. Please let me know so as I can engage someone else if you are not winning. The interpretation might be, the message might be related to the previous day's request of the speeding up of the payment as per the invoice submitted. The response on that...
Before you go to the response, I suppose where it says red, that's an auto-correct typo. It should mean...
Need to pay.
Okay, I need to pay suppliers. Please let me know so I can arrange someone else if you're not winning.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Proceed.
Then the response on the same day at 8:40 by Mr. Mukhodzi to Mr. Matlala, reading, I'm on it. And then followed by, then the next communication is on the 20th, where there were two calls at 13:04 that were like missed calls from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mukhodzi, followed by the message on the 21st, now the following day, at 18:49 with the question, did you manage to pull it off today, brother? Followed by another call on the 22nd, another call again on the 22nd at 8:21 and 8:22 respectively, the calls from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mukhodzi, with the last call at 8:58. And then the next message, it's a screenshot that is sent on the same day, the 22nd at 9:01 by Mr. Mukhodzi to Mr. Matlala.
Just pause there for a moment, General.
Because this is quite lengthy and I do not know to what extent you are going to deal with the detail, General. Perhaps, Advocate Hassim, this is
this would be a good time.
Stage at which we should adjourn for lunch. And let us come back at 2 p.m. Let's adjourn.
You can quickly access your balance without needing multiple inquiries or waiting on hold. Plus, standard SMS rates apply. Take advantage of this efficient method to stay informed and streamline your payment process today. T's and C's apply.
Here, there, and everywhere. SAFM 106.2 FM in Tohoyandou.
On the top stories, Mokgotsi allegedly in possession of classified information and calls to address the escalating humanitarian crisis in Gaza. For SAFM News, I'm Ondelambana, and a very good day. The Matlala Commission has heard how Brown Mokgotsi, an alleged associate of Police Minister Senzo Mchunu, was in possession of classified information which he forwarded to alleged cartel member Vusumuzi at Matlala. This is according to Crime Intelligence Head Dumisani Khumalo, who is testifying at the Matlala Commission in Pretoria. The Commission has heard how Mokgotsi and Matlala knew about the disbandment of the KwaZulu-Natal Political Killing Stars team before Generals Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi and Fani Masemula. Khumalo explains.
Yes, Commissioners, Mr. Mokgotsi was in possession of all this classified information that is forwarding to Mr. Matlala.
Thank you. And that also as at the 2nd of January 2025, in the morning already at 10:05, he was already in possession of the minister's letter
to the
National Commissioner, the letter that disbanded.
That is correct, Commissioner.
The PKTT.
The city of Tshwane says corrections to a billing error that saw about 12,000 customers wrongfully charged a cleansing tariff will only reflect on statements in October. The levy applies to residents using private waste removal services. Many households, particularly in complexes using the city's services, were billed incorrectly, leading to double charges. The city has now taken the matter to the Supreme Court of Appeal after losing a High Court case brought by AfriForum. The city spokesperson Selby Mugaba says refunds will be credited to customers' accounts.
This team has been working tirelessly to correct the billing system and safeguard the integrity of our revenue process. It must be emphasized that the city will only do a reversal credit to the accounts of those customers who have already made payments on the cleansing tariff. There will be no cash payment. The city has petitioned the Supreme Court of Appeal to challenge the judgment of the Gauteng North High Court against the city on the implementation of the cleansing levy. The city's appeal automatically suspends the High Court's judgment.
Free State ANC Provincial Secretary Buladiso Mutweneng is recovering after being involved in a car crash. The incident occurred yesterday afternoon on the N5 outside Paul Rue. The party's provincial spokesperson Thabo Meko says Mutweneng was travelling from Bethlehem to Bloemfontein after attending a provincial working committee meeting. He says he was stabilised at the scene and transported to a hospital in Bethlehem. The South African Health Products Regulatory Authority, in collaboration with the National Department of Health and the World Health Organization, are piloting a national action plan to combat substandard and falsified medical products. The WHO defines falsified products as those misrepresenting their identity, while substandard products fail quality standards. Addressing the conference underway at Protig Hotel in Rhodes, east of Johannesburg, Health Minister Aaron Motsoaledi says South Africa is a leader in this effort, with the National Action Plan emphasizing political commitment, resources and sustained action.
Through these bold initiatives, South Africa is positioned among the first countries globally to operationalize a comprehensive strategy against substandard and falsified medical products. The National Action Plan aims to strengthen prevention, detection and response mechanism through a coordinated multi-sectoral action as guided by the National Action Plan Draft Handbook.
There have been increasing calls to urgently address the escalating humanitarian crisis in Gaza. The plea follows after United States President Donald Trump secured Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's support for a U.S.-sponsored peace proposal. While the proposal has been received positively by world leaders, Dr. Nagem Abu Hamila stresses that it is imperative for the world to act as soon as possible to prevent further suffering.
Right now, Gaza City is shrinking under the weight of tanks that push day by day, street by street. Yesterday, they entered Nasr Street. Today, they have reached El Jalaa Street. This is not just movement. This is the slow crushing of an entire city. Families are trapped, hospitals by siege, bakeries destroyed, and nowhere safe. To the people of the world, Gaza is calling out for help. The tanks are moving fast, but our voices must move faster.
Recapping the top story, the Matlala Commission has heard how Brown Mokhodzi, an alleged associate of Police Minister Senzo Mchunu, was in possession of classified information, which he forwarded to alleged cartel member Vusumuzi Cat Matlala. I'm on Dilambana for SAFM News Headlines at 1:30.
Embark on your journey to success with the Durban University of Technology. Applications for 2026 first-year students are now open across our 6 faculties. Closing dates vary, so don't wait. Check detailed entry requirements on dut.ac.za. Apply today through the Central Applications Office at cao.ac.za. DUT and Vision 2030, creative, distinctive, impactful.
80 years of innovation, and we are just getting started. The CSIR, an entity that falls within the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation, together with the Global Sustainable Technology and Innovation Community, presents the CSIR at 80 GISTIC Conference in Pretoria from 8 to 10 October. Held under the theme Science, Technology and Innovation for a Sustainable Future, the conference brings together global change makers shaping solutions for a sustainable future. Catch SAFM live on Wednesday, 8 October for exclusive conversations shaping the future of sustainability. The CSIR, 80 years of touching lives through innovation.
Youth football is on a real vibration in Chile. 24 under-20 national teams are fighting for the ultimate glory. Rally behind African champions, Amachita, including 3 continental representatives, Egypt, Morocco, and Nigeria. This is the 2025 FIFA Under-20 World Cup. Catch the action live on SABC 1, SABC Plus, SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4, and SABC radio stations from 27 September to 20 October 2025. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
6 years, when Twitter was still Twitter, not a letter of the alphabet. TikTok was simply the sound your clock made. And Zoom just meant enlarging a picture. So it makes you wonder, what will the next 6 years bring? Hino trucks now come standard with a 6-year drivetrain warranty, covering everything from pistons to gears. So although a lot can change in 6 years, our warranty promise won't. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
I don't love going to school. I don't love sitting in a classroom with 50 other children. But I do love learning. Ngiyakuthanda ukufunda isiXhosa as a language. I do love getting good grades. I do love UCT Online High School because I do love my future. Apply online before 28 November.
Hi everyone, my name is Itumele Nkune, SABC Sport Football Analyst. When I feel down and I listen to gospel, it gives me motivation. I'm a person who loves all genres. If I was a chef, my favorite meal that I would prepare would be pap, cabbage, meaty bones, with a bit of acha on the side. My favorite language is Portuguese. Bom dia, como está? Estou bem. What I like about SABC Sport is they give you the platform and the permission to be yourself and speak any language.
Catch the ever-passionate Itumeleng Kuna's analysis of Bola Letu on match days, live on Latuma. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Mzansi played the Powerball tonight. Powerball stands at a staggering 100 million rand guaranteed. That's the jackpot this Tuesday. You heard right. If you play the Powerball now, for your chance at a guaranteed 100 million rand jackpot, you could become the next big winner. Buy your tickets now in store or via the nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial *120 *7529# for USSD. Panda Pusher players must be 18 years or older and play responsibly. Ituba is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
My name is Jabu Mahlangu, aka Shuffle the Pack, aka Mwana Swing. I start my day with a short prayer. I give hugs to my kids. And I'm very playful. I love all the genre, but Kwaito is number one. Kwaito is our culture. About the late Mandoza, about the late Mapaputsi, and I could relate. And it's in us focus. Ivory Coast for me, it was a beautiful country. I know Utabanye Batandes in Indabo, Mauritius, Nana. This window is a love. SABC Sport, this is the main one. Wonkela Omanyama channel, Azalwe, because of SABC.
Catch Jabu Shuffle Mahlangu unpacking the beautiful game in a lingo you love on match days, live on Latuma. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game.
Spring is in the air, meaning it's almost time for the 10th SA Garden Day on Sunday, the 12th of October. Celebrate the day with a garden party, lunch under the trees, or cake at a community garden, and invite your friends, family, or neighbors to enjoy your garden with you. Visit gardenday.co.za for inspiration and share pictures of your celebration on social media with #GardenDaySA. SA Garden Day, Sunday, the 12th of October.
Embark on your journey to success with the Durban University of Technology. Applications for 2026 first-year students are now open across our 6 faculties. Closing dates vary, so don't wait. Check detailed entry requirements on dut.ac.za. Apply today through the Central Applications Office at cao.ac.za. DUT and Vision 2030, creative, distinctive, impactful.
This summer, the continent unites for the biggest football showdown in Africa. The Total Energies Africa Cup of Nations Morocco 2025 is coming to your screens, live and available on SABC TV channels, SABC Sport, SABC Plus, and across your favorite SABC radio stations. Catch all 52 thrilling matches, stand behind Bafana Bafana, and experience every goal, every cheer, and every victory from 21 December 2025 to 18 January 2026. SABC Sport brings you all the AFCON 2025 action, live and free, because it's game on everywhere.
For the love of the game.
Hi, I'm Andrew, and I was recently diagnosed with myelodysplastic syndrome. Patients like myself go through a long and strenuous journey to get a stem cell transplant. I am grateful for the support I've received as I wait for the call that my donor has been found. This Sunflower Month, be a lifeline to patients like myself by registering to become a stem cell donor. You can save a life by registering at dkmsafrica.org.
Power, land, loyalty, blood. In the heart of Montana, the fight for the Dutton Ranch is far from over. Betrayals cut deep, enemies close in, and every choice could be their last. Yellowstone, Season 4, where family is everything and nothing is off limits. Every Tuesday, starting September 2nd at 7 p.m., only on S3. S3, open up.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Powerball stands at a staggering 100 million rand guaranteed jackpot this Tuesday. You heard me right. All you have to do is play Powerball now for your chance at a guaranteed 100 million rand jackpot, and you could become the next big winner. Buy your tickets now in store or online via the nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial star 120 star 7529 hash for USSD. Panda Pusher Play. Players must be 18 years or older and play responsibly. Ituba is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, it almost felt like we'd never get you, but here we are. It is the Full Circle with myself, Bridget Masinga, as we dip in during that Matlala Commission lunch break, just to bring you a different kind of content to ease the palate for a second and maybe digest everything that we've seen transpired this morning from those WhatsApp messages between Matlala and Mokgotsi. It's been a lot to take in, and of course, we're going to touch base in just a moment with Usibahle Mota, who's the SABC news reporter, to just give us a quick rundown on day 9. And then we're going to be touching base with Dr. Tommy, looking at obesity, which is said to be spiraling out of control in South Africa. So without wasting any more time, let's get to Usibahle. How are you doing this morning? Or this afternoon? Why do I keep saying this morning to you? How are you, Usibahle?
I'm great, Bridget. Thank you so much for having me.
You know what I think it is? I think my mind is caught in the time warp of the Matlala Commission and everything that happens in the morning before you and I get to speak. So I'm forever in that loop now. But geez, what an explosive morning of testimony we saw today.
Oh, definitely, Bridget. I think this is definitely the time that South Africans have been waiting for. I mean, if you remember, yesterday was off to a very slow start, where he spoke to us about the technicalities of the SAPS and crime intelligence. But I think late yesterday afternoon and this morning, leading up to lunchtime, this is where the bombs have been coming, and we are now slowly just joining the dots. And just the role of Ket Matlala and this Brian Mokgotsi, who seemingly is facilitating everything, has come in. And I think, interestingly enough, is just how General Khumalo, Bridget, has drawn the link between Brian Mokgotsi as well as Ket Matlala, and somehow they linked to, politicians, to the top politicians in the country. And this includes ANC politicians, of course, and how Brian Mokgotsi has facilitated some of these things. And I think today's evidence, more than anything, Bridget, is how these alleged syndicate members have somehow infiltrated, law enforcement agencies as well as certain spheres of government, and it's mainly because of their donations to these organizations.
And in fact, a lot of today's WhatsApp evidence drew that map, especially in that last hour towards the break, just started unearthing the transactions of money that went between the gentlemen and the likes of, the ministers, and I guess particularly on behalf of, I don't even know if it's in behalf of or to him, Minister Mkhunu.
Definitely. I mean, if you could, I just remember from yesterday, General Khumalo had said that he has evidence and showed us WhatsApp messages that show how Brian Mokgotsi has facilitated payments towards Senzo Mkhunu. And I think this is where the breakdown came in today. And they were using a travel agency to pay for the flight details of 8 people, And obviously now we are at a point in the commission where we are seeing how Ket Matlala has actually paid for a table at the Progressive Business Forum annual presidential gala dinner that takes place annually before the January 8th statement that's normally delivered by the president of the ANC. And we sort of seeing, and we are not talking about a few thousands. This is like hundreds of thousands to be able to book such a table, and somehow you get a sense that this is how these criminal syndicates are actually infiltrating these law enforcement agencies and other spheres of government by donating this money, by booking tables that a normal person, ordinary South Africans cannot afford. And this is the wave that is being joined, and also the communication pointing to the fact that Bram Mokgotsi also had highly confidential information about crime intelligence that he shouldn't have had, and linking back to the political killings task team, the fact that he, Bram Mokgotsi, also had information about the disbandment of the political killings task team before any of the police commissioners had. So I think Bram Mokgotsi's role here is definitely one that is even more damning, and how he sort of wormed his way in these structures, as well as the relationships that he's created with these politicians.
Yeah, Spatlha, today we have a very limited amount of time, but I get the feeling this is just the general scratching the surface of these transactions. I get the feeling that the parts of the testimonies that will be in camera would be far more damning than anything that we are to see on the television.
No, definitely, Bridget. And I think people have always spoken about maybe certain political parties being corrupt, and but now I think there is proof, and it's just so damning. And I don't know those who are meant to defend themselves how they're actually going to worm themselves out of such situations. So and my prediction is that Dumisani Khumalo is not even done with his evidence. So there's still more that is to come. Yeah.
Absolutely. Spatlha Mota, thank you so much for the time. That was a SABC News reporter, Spatlha Mota. Just a quick rundown of day 9, some of the highlights in case you, like some of us, have to report for duty and can't be glued in front of your television. A lot has been unveiled thus far. They're on a lunch break right now, and I'm sure when they come back, it will be jaws ajar once again as General Khumalo continues with his evidence. It's just gone 20 past 1 o'clock. We're going to take a quick pause, and then we come back and we have a conversation around obesity.
SAfm Wellness Talk is brought to you by MedScheme, committed to pioneering inclusive, seamless and quality healthcare for every South African.
Alrighty, let's get to it. Dr. Tommy Smook joins us now, medical practitioner at Dr. Smook and Partners, and we're going to have a quick conversation around obesity that is said to be spiraling in South Africa. And at one point, I came across some data survey. This was probably about 2-3 years ago, Dr. Smook, that placed South Africa in the top 10 most obese nations in the world. How are you doing this afternoon?
Good afternoon, Bridget. So nice to talk to you. Thank you very much for your time. No, we're all well and good and sugar-free. So how are you doing?
I can't say much for the latter, but I'm good.
Oh, I can help you with that. So good afternoon. Yeah, no, we're in serious trouble in South Africa, and it's actually all over the world. And the reason is simple, Bridget. Sugar is a drug. And people get addicted to it. And when you're addicted to sugar, you've got a very high chance of getting obese. Absolutely. And when you're obese, your health is gonna struggle. So that's the reality, and that's why we're talking about the war against sugar, because we've got an enemy in our midst. And we need to fight this, otherwise it's going to kill us.
Absolutely. In fact, when we speak about obesity spiraling out of control in South Africa, we're talking 1 in 3 adults is now considered obese.
That's correct. That's correct. And it's like nothing else than drug addiction. And that's why you're not weak, you're not soft when you're obese. It's because a drug took hold of you, and you need to get help for that. Yeah. Otherwise, it will kill you.
So you are emphatic to the fact that at the center of this problem is sugar.
Of course.
What is our relationship with sugar as South Africans, and how do we begin to curb that?
So the bad thing about sugar is it's not only in sweets and chocolates and where you can see all the sugar, it's also hidden all over the way, in all foods. And as I explained to everyone, when your sugar is above 6 or below 3, you're going to have cravings and you're going to have feelings of eating as much as you can. When your sugar stabilizes between 3 and 6, it's then when you're okay, because then you don't have any cravings, you can control your appetite, and you're going to eat a little bit of food and then you're full. And as I call it, is you won't have a handbrake if your sugar is above 6 or below 3. And we all need a handbrake, because otherwise we all know the feeling of eating without stopping if your body actually don't need the food. And the reality is that sugar is not only causing physical damage, it's also causing psychological damage. So we know now that there's a relation between a lot of physical diseases, but also between mental and neurological diseases, which is Alzheimer's, dementia, Parkinson's, and depression, for that matter.
Absolutely. And when we talk of sugar, Dr. Tommy, we're not just talking here about sugar, because I think a lot of people don't understand that a lot of foods actually, once they've done the whole transforming and digestive mutations, whatever the medical words are in the body, they actually convert to a sugar.
But it's just exactly that. And that's why it's so important to get guidance and to see what you eat. And as I said to patients all the time, if you don't have control on your appetite and you don't have a handbrake, and you can eat as much as you can, you eat too much sugar. And then you must go and look at your diet. And there's professional advice, and obviously a lot of people are doing that. We at our practice are thriving on the fact that we want to help people to get rid of sugar addiction. And because that's stealing from us, it's killing us, and we need to get our health back.
Yeah. This also leads to, besides just obesity, which is the physical manifestation, the outwardly physical manifestation, but this addiction to sugar and sugary foods, it leads to other medical issues as well down the line, no?
For sure. There's no organ in your body that gets spared. And that's why it's so important to realize how dangerous it is, because it's from your eyes, from the bottom to the top, or the top to the bottom, from your eyes to your toes. There's no organ that gets spared with sugar addiction. So your heart is at risk, your stomach is at risk, your lungs is at risk, your kidneys, your liver, your pancreas. So all organs are really not thriving on sugar.
When you talk about cracking the sugar code, what are you talking about here, Dr. Tommy?
Yeah, so you need to find a way to actually stabilize your blood sugar levels between 3 and 6.
Okay.
And that is eating at the right time, the right amount of food, and there's certainly a lot of medication available that can help you to stabilize your blood sugar between 3 and 6. And that is the trick, because when you're sugar addicted and when your sugar is going above 6 or below 3, it's then when you're really going to fall in the trap of eating too much and too much of the wrong stuff. And that's when you do damage to your body.
Now, admittedly, Dr. Tommy, a lot of us don't know the numbers, right? You may go to a doctor. He might even tell you maybe you've got diabetes or you insulin resistant or whatever they say. But we never really focus on the numbers. So, for instance, when you're talking about sugar levels stabilizing between 3 and 6, a lot of us are now confused, saying, well, what's Dr. Tommy talking about? What's this 3 and 6?
Yeah, right. So, that is your blood sugar levels in your blood. The levels is between 3 and 6, and that's what you measure when you take your blood sugar levels. And we all can do that, and I think we do it not often enough to actually measure your sugar, because if you think about it, Bridget, is when you're consuming sugar, the only time that you actually feel good about it is when you're chewing it, while you're having it at that moment. But 3 or 4 or 5 minutes after you had your sugar, you either get a dip in your sugar levels or a raise in your blood sugar levels, depending on your insulin levels. And that is when you start to feel bad again. And people think they don't make the connection that you feel bad because you had sugar. And they think that they get the craving, and the only thing that can make them feel better is to consume it again. And that's the trap that we all fell into.
I see. Now, sugar is tested with that little prick, right?
Yes,
and how
you can do
often are we
prick.
supposed to do that? And can you get a kit and do it at home?
Yeah, you can do it at home. All the major pharmacies got sugar levels that you can do. You can actually do a blood level test as well. And then there's a nice blood test at the laboratory.
Yes.
That the HbA1c test that actually measure the blood sugar levels in your blood over a period of 3 months. So you do one test and it gives you an average of your blood sugar levels for the last 3 months. So that's actually a very good indication of how controlled your blood sugar levels are.
Got you. Dr. Tommy Smook, thank you so much for the time. And Dr. Tommy is a medical practitioner at Dr. Smook and Partners. So if you suspect perhaps that you might have an issue with sugar, you might just want to go get yourself pricked just to ensure that you're steering on the right side of good health. It is approaching 1:30. We're going to take the headline news and then we'll come back on the other side of that and we'll get into a double play of our kids' programming.
At MedScheme, we believe that quality healthcare should be within everyone's reach. That drives us to deliver smarter, more accessible health administration and managed care solutions that truly serve the unique needs of our medical aid scheme clients. Through data-driven tech, value-added product integration, and a strong focus on prevention, we're innovating a future of affordable, seamless, and agile healthcare for all. Learn more about South Africa's leading health administration and managed care provider at medscheme.com. SAfm Wellness Talk was proudly sponsored by MedScheme, creating a winning health offering through clinical innovation and trailblazing technology.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, the Mpumalanga Division of the High Court in Mbombela has ordered insurance company Alexander Forbes not to pay out the 44.7 million rand of the late former Deputy President David Mabuza to his widow, Patience Mnisi. The Matlala Commission has heard how Brown Mokhodzi, an alleged associate of Police Minister Senzo Mchunu, was in possession of classified information, which he forwarded to alleged cartel member Vusumuzi Ket Matlala. And the South African Weather Services seasonal forecast reveals that the forthcoming summer season will mostly be hotter than normal. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Who's behind the mask? A singing pineapple? A disco dancing dokolosh? It can only mean one thing. It's the Masked Singer US Season 9, the only show where celebrities hide behind wild costumes and even wilder vocals. Is that Beyonce? No, it's your dentist dressed as a giant taco. Unmask the madness, the mystery and the mayhem, Saturdays at 6:30 p.m. on S3. S3's got the masks, the music, and maybe your favorite celeb in a flamingo suit. Don't miss it.
Embark on your journey to success with the Durban University of Technology. Applications for 2026 first-year students are now open across our 6 faculties. Closing dates vary, so don't wait. Check detailed entry requirements on dut.ac.za. Apply today through the Central Applications Office at cao.ac.za. DUT and Vision 2030, creative, distinctive, impactful.
African Under-20 champions Amajita chase a crucial win, while the Cagoose believe they have a special winning recipe. Africa is up against Oceania. This is the 2025 FIFA Under-20 World Cup. South Africa tackles New Caledonia on Friday, 3 October at 1 a.m. Live on SABC 1, SABC Plus, and SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. AFCON Under-20 champions Amajita are ready to play their hearts out to secure 3 vital points. Meanwhile, Team USA want to demonstrate a superior game plan. Africa confronts North America. This is the 2025 FIFA Under-20 World Cup. South Africa clashes with the United States of America on Sunday, 5 October at 10 p.m. Live on SABC 1, SABC Plus, SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4 and SABC radio stations. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195 and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
The wait is over. The 2025 and 2026 English Premier League season is here, and the battle for glory is hotter than ever. Can Mohamed Salah light up Anfield once again? Will Erling Haaland keep smashing records for Manchester City? And can Bruno Fernandes drive Manchester United back to greatness? Every goal, every clash, every heart-stopping moment live. Catch the Premier League Saturdays at 3 p.m. only on S3. S3, open up.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education, enriching minds, enriching lives.
SABC Education, in partnership with the Department of Health and Lilifa Labantwana, bring you episode 42 of the Side by Side drama season 4, focused on deworming myths and truths.
Say and say, side by side.
Singama Africa, Kenya, you, Tina. Singama Africa, Kenya, you, Tina. Singama Africa, Kenya, Tina.
Nurse Piliswa, I found these thin threads in Mandla's nappies. Mama thought it's worms.
We came straight here. It's worms, isn't it?
Yes, it's pinworms. Very common and easily treated.
How did he get it? We're always so careful.
Well, it happens, dear. They can come from contaminated soil or unwashed hands. The eggs are tiny and they can be anywhere a child plays.
That's bad. It could have come from anywhere.
Well, sometimes children get it from infected people, right?
Okay.
But we'll take care of this soon. Pinworms are not something to worry about too much.
And the treatment, is it safe, Nurse Piliswa?
Absolutely. The medication is oral, safe for infants, and it works quickly. We'll also give him some iron supplements since he's had a bit of anemia.
So we can get rid of the worms for good, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But reinfection can occur. It's why we recommend all young children to be dewormed regularly.
And what can we do to prevent this?
Well, that's a good question. Good hygiene is key. Regular hand washing, clean play areas, and safe food handling are very important.
Thank you so much, Nurse Piliswa. You always know how to make us feel better.
Yes, thank you. We'll follow all the advice that you gave to us.
You're welcome. Now let's get that prescriptions filled and little Mandla get back to being happy self again.
Please come inside, Joyce.
It's nice of you to drop by.
Kanya, we need to talk about what happened with Ubabal.
I know what you're going to say, but she just doesn't want me to be happy.
It's not about that, Sisi. Babala wasn't trying to dampen your spirits. She's scared for you. She's scared that if Anele doesn't get that transfer, it will crush you.
I know. I just put all my hopes into this, and I can't bear the thought of it not happening.
And that's okay, but Babalwa cares for you. And in trying to protect yourself, you ended up lashing out at her, and you hurt her. And that's not okay.
I really didn't mean to, Joyce. I'm just scared.
I know. But you need to tell that to Babalwa, not to me. She deserves an apology, Tanya. She's your friend, and she was just looking out for you.
I'll apologize to her. I hope she can still forgive me.
I'm sure she will. Now we can all get together and try and fix this, okay?
Thank you, Joyce.
My feet are killing me. What a day.
We must just make sure Matlala does not get those worms again, Mama.
They say prevention is better than cure.
But I'm just glad Matlala's okay now.
Oh, those pesky parasites wreak havoc. We do need to be more careful. Maybe we shouldn't let anyone in here at home anymore. I'll have to find a way to cope without all the help.
So, what are we gonna do though?
Well, Imange mntanam, cleanliness is key. Regular nappy changes, of course, and clean the house like we're expecting royalty.
You always say that, Mama.
But this time, we do have a prince. Isn't it, little one? Don't we, little one? Yes, you're Gogo's little prince. Faneka Gogo.
But we can't control everything, Ma.
I know. But if we wash our hands, keep our home clean, and cook our food properly, we'll keep those worms at bay. I can do with some tea now. Oh my goodness.
What is it, Mama?
I forgot to buy some sugar. I'm not having tea without sugar.
Why don't you ask Auntie Mavis next door? I'm sure she'll give you.
I'm not going to leave you alone with Mandla at home.
It's just next door, Ma. You'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay. Close the door behind you and don't open up for anyone, okay?
Okay, Ma. Go now. I'll put the kettle on in the meantime. Mandla, your Gogo is so tired. She forgot to buy some sugar. Wow. That was quick, Mama. Siyabonga, what are you doing here?
Mange, we need to talk.
Singama Africa, Kenya, you Tina. Singama Africa, Kenya, you Tina. Singama Africa, Kenya, you Tina. Singama Africa, Kenya, you Africa. Zonke zetika kasi
Join us again tomorrow as we sit down with an expert at 2:30 to further discuss deworming myths and truths, right here on SAfm.
Side by side.
This program was brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives. This program is brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Asibambisane. Zini na zini. Ayikhomaneni. Hartsporeni. Say and say. Side by side.
Good afternoon and welcome to Side by Side, brought to you by the National Department of Health, Ilifalabantwana, and the SABC Education. Today we're talking about deworming myths and truths. As we heard from Nespeliswa on our drama episode, who explained some of the most common misconceptions around deworming, and she also reminded us why it's so important for children's growth, health, and learning. To take us deeper into this conversation, helping us separate facts from myths, we're joined by Dr. Hlophe from Irregularities Hospital, who brings valuable medical expertise and insights on this important topic. Dr. Hlophe, thank you so much for joining us today. Today we're talking about deworming myths and truths. Worms are nasty little parasites that live off children's bodies and won't just disappear on their own. So why is it so important to deworm a child?
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. According to the World Health Organization, people living in poverty are most vulnerable to worm infections, and it can impair nutritional status by causing internal bleeding that can lead to a loss of iron and anemia, intestinal inflammation and obstruction, diarrhea, and impairment of nutrient intake, digestion, and absorption.
And what can parents and caregivers do to protect their child from worm infections?
All children between 6 months and 5 years should be dewormed every 6 months in order to keep them healthy. This deworming medicine is free at the local clinic, and a healthcare worker will advise you on how to administer it to your child when you visit the clinic for their checkups. Remember to always bring your Road to Health booklets along with you so that any medication or treatments they receive can be recorded in it.
Can you please share some simple everyday tips that families can use to keep their little ones safe from worms?
There are simple practices that one can do at home to ensure that the little one is protected from worms. And these include changing your baby's nappies regularly and washing your hands thoroughly afterwards. Clean your house often and well with a good disinfectant. Once your child can walk, get them closed shoes. Make sure they wear them when they play outside. Wash their hands and feet when they come in from playing outside. Keep your child away from slushy play areas, moist sand pits, and soil. Always ensure that your child plays in a clean, dry area. Don't let your child play in or around water bodies such as puddles, potholes, lakes, or dam as much as possible. Make sure your child only relieves themselves in a clean toilet and not outside. Keep your toilets clean. Wash your baby's bottom every time they pee or poo. Wash your hands thoroughly afterwards. If your child is old enough, you teach them to wash their hands after going to the toilet every time. Make sure your family washes their hands with soap before preparing or eating meals and after using the toilet. Keep your child's nails short and clean. Worm eggs can get caught under the long fingernails and spread around the household. Always drink clean water. You can boil or filter your drinking water. Wash fruits and vegetables thoroughly in clean water. Take special care when washing leafy greens, as they can harbor soil and grit. Check that meat and fish are fresh before cooking. Cook meat and fish thoroughly till there are no raw bits.
If a child has worms, how can these affect their growth, learning, and overall development?
Worm infections, when left untreated, can become severe and lead to intestinal bleeding, malnutrition, low weight, and other complications such as anemia. When children are infected with worms, their immune systems are compromised and they become more vulnerable to illnesses. In the longer term, it can affect a child's physical and intellectual development by delaying growth and affecting their cognitive function. Deworming and timely treatment can fortunately prevent these developmental issues.
And what are some of the common warning signs or symptoms that may show a child has worms?
Worm infections can cause numerous health problems, and different types of worms will cause different symptoms. But generally, children with worms may have the following symptoms: loss of appetite, a loss of weight, abdominal pain, itching around the anus, fatigue, and constipation.
Dr. Hlope, at what age should parents start deworming their children, and how often should it be done?
Children should be dewormed from 6 months of age and at least every 6 months. When taking your child for their wellness check at the clinic, you can ask the healthcare worker about the worm infections and when your child needs to start being dewormed. Although the National Department of Health guidelines stipulates that children between 6 months and 5 years should be dewormed every 6 months, it is recommended that deworming continues even throughout life on a biannual basis. You should make sure that you deworm your pets as well. Not only are worms uncomfortable for live-in animals, but they can be passed on to humans too. Regular deworming of cats and dogs should be done in 3 to 6 monthly intervals.
You spoke about worms transferring from pets to human, but I also heard that they can be transferred from one person to another. Can you please explain how worms actually spread from one person to another?
Yes, that is absolutely true. Anyone is susceptible to worm infestations if they do not deworm every 6 months. You and your family could get worms. Here's a list of how people can become infected with worms in everyday situation. Worms can spread through contaminated water, air, pets, and contaminated hands. Worm eggs can stick to clothing and bedding, and in this way move from an infected person to another person. Worm eggs live on raw meat, fruits, and vegetables and can be ingested when they are not rinsed properly. Worms can spread by walking barefoot on contaminated soil. Soil can become contaminated when it is contaminated by human feces. Worms are very fertile and can release tens to thousands of eggs at a time, which is why they can become a very big problem.
And out of all the different intestinal worms, which one are the most common in children?
There are a wide variety of worms, but the most common are soil-transmitted, the helminths, like the roundworms, the whipworms, and the hookworms, which are large parasite worms that can generally be seen with a naked eye once they mature.
Are there any side effects parents should expect after giving their child deworming medicine?
Yes. However, deworming medicine are generally very safe, but like any other treatment, there can be mild side effects. The most common ones are stomach discomforts, loose stool, a mild nausea, or sometimes a headache. These effects usually happen within the first day after the child takes the medication and then go away on their own without needing extra treatment. It is important for parents to know that these side effects are not from medicine itself being harmful, but rather because the medicine is working. It kills the worms, and as the worms are passing out of the body, the child may feel a bit of uncomfortability. Serious side effects are extremely rare. If a child vomits repeatedly, seems very unwell, or develops a rash, parents should take them to a clinic or a checkup. But for the vast majority, the benefits of deworming, which is better growth, stronger immunity, and improved concentration, they far outweigh the temporary discomforts.
Some parents worry about safety. So is deworming medicine really safe for children of all ages?
Yes, deworming medicine is very safe. The World Health Organization has recommended it for decades, and millions of children all over the world take it regularly. Medicine like albendazole and mebendazole are especially designed for children, and the doses used in community and in the clinic programs are carefully chosen to make sure they are both safe and effective. Usually the medication is given at 6 months of age and onwards, because by then children start crawling, exploring their environment, which increases the risk of infection. Parents can be reassured that these medicines have been tested thoroughly and they do not interfere with growth and development. In fact, by preventing worm infections, they help children grow healthier, perform better at school, and have fewer illnesses.
When we talk about worms, deworming, we think about children. Should adults also be dewormed, or is it only something we need to think about for children only?
Yes, adults should be deworming. Worm infestation affects both children and adults. However, children are usually the main focus because they are at a higher risk. They play in the soil and don't always wash their hands properly, and their bodies are still growing, so worms can have a bigger impact on their health and development. With that said, adults who live in the same household, especially in areas where worm infestations are common, can also become infected. Adults who work in gardens, handle soil, eat unwashed vegetables are particularly at high risk. For this reason, it is a good idea for the whole family to deworm regularly and not just the children. Many community programs focus on the children because that's where the biggest health benefits is. But parents can ask for deworming medicine at the clinic or at the pharmacy for themselves too. Keeping everyone in the family dewormed helps reduce the spread and keeps the household healthier overall.
And how important is hygiene, things like washing hands and trimming nails in preventing worm infections?
Hygiene plays a very big role in preventing worm infections. Worm eggs are usually spread throughout the soil, the dirty hands, or the food that hasn't been washed properly. Simple habits like washing your hands with soap before eating and after using the toilet can cut down the risk of infection significantly. Trimming your nails is also very important because dirt and worm eggs can hide under long nails, and children often put their hands in their mouths. Wearing shoes when playing outside help prevent worms that enter through the skin, like hookworms. Washing fruits and vegetables before eating them is another key step. While deworming medication is effective, it only clears the child who already has been infected. But good hygiene is what prevents the reinfection, worm-free for longer. So a combination of both, regular deworming and strong hygiene habits, is the best way to protect children and families from worms.
Dr. Hlophe, thank you so much for joining us today. In closing, if a parent misses a deworming schedule, what should they do? Wait for the next one or deworm the child right away?
If a parent misses their child's deworming schedule, the best thing is not to wait until the next round, but to deworm the child as soon as possible. The medicines are safe, and there is no harm in taking them a little later than planned. What's more important is to make sure that the child gets the dose, because worms can multiply and continue affecting the child's health if left untreated. Once the child has taken the missed dose, they can then return to their regular schedule at the next planned clinic visit or the community campaign. Parents should also remember that if they are unsure, they can always ask a nurse or a doctor for guidance. The key message is, don't skip doses completely. Give the medicine as soon as you realize it was missed, and this way, the child continues to stay protected against worms.
Talking about deworming, Dr. Hlophe, do these worms come out and do I get to see them?
Absolutely, Ms. P. We have had patients and children who come in presenting that they have seen the worms. They can either come out through the nose, they can either come out through the feces, and some of them we can see through the skin. But not to worry. At this point, we will still give the treatment to make sure that we kill the worm infestation.
How dangerous or how safe is it to actually just use home remedies and not see a doctor for deworming?
The most important thing is that when the caregiver or the mother notices that there is something wrong with their child, in this case, they have seen the worms, it is important to present to the local clinic where they will seek medical advice and they will speak to a nurse or a doctor. We do not advise taking other medical like the home remedies as they have not been tested to be effective and to be safe in our children. Thank you so much for having me.
And thank you for listening to Side by Side, the show that supports you to give your child the best possible start in life. Brought to you by the National Department of Health, Ilifalabantwana, and the SABC Education. Join the conversation with other caregivers on our Facebook page at Side by Side SA and look out for more great content. Join us again same time next week when we'll be talking about developmental milestones for 3 to 4 year olds and what to expect, right here on SAfm.
Asibambisane Zini na zini Ayikhomaneni Haratwarani Say and say Side by side.
This program was brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
And just like that, we've reached 2 o'clock. It's time for us to get into the news with Ondel, and then we'll come back into that Matlala Commission. From us, that's it. Until tomorrow.
Thank you, Bridget, and the team. On the top stories, court orders Mabuza's inheritance to not be paid out, and Mukhodzi allegedly in possession of classified information. For SAfm News, I am Ondelambana, and a very good day. The Mpumalanga Division of the High Court in Mbombela has ordered insurance company Alexander Forbes not to pay out the 44.7 million rand of the late former Deputy President David Mabuza to his widow, Patience Mnisi. This is an interim order until the Mabuza family resolve their disputes and to determine whether these funds are Mabuza's pension. Mabuza nominated Mnisi as a beneficiary, but Mabuza's daughter, Tamara Silinda, claims that she and his siblings are entitled to benefit from their father's estate. The court has also ordered the insurance company to carry the court's legal costs and those of the applicant's legal representatives. Judge Henk Rulofse made the order earlier today.
So there was no other way for the applicants to protect their prima facie right but to come to this court. I'm therefore satisfied that I am, with the information in front of me and the argument that I've heard, I can grant.
Message that was then taken from the social media platforms, and then that's what Mukhodzi was sharing with Brown.
So just to be clear, the message on page 62 and the one on page 63, you say were both forwarded?
Yes.
And that those are social media, come from social media?
Platform social media that are written by people.
And you don't know who wrote these?
No, I do not know who the author is, and it's not even reflected on the screenshots that we are going through.
General, do you perhaps know, or do you have an opinion as to why Mr. Mukhodzi and Mr. Matlala would be so interested in the PKTT, and you specifically? Because there are many of these documents that are shared between them and they relate to the PKTT.
Yes.
Do you have an opinion, or do you have personal knowledge?
Thank you, Commissioner. My opinion, as I've indicated before, that we noticed this trend soon after the disbandment letter on the 31st. There was this increase on stories that are written containing negative facts or negative or wrong, false allegations around the political killings task team, as well as the project leader, which is myself. And even when we analyze the activities by the same individuals, after we analyzed their communication before the letter, and after the letter, one can draw the conclusion that it was an effort to give the reasons for the letter that came on the 31st with all these negative made-up stories afterwards.
I want to ask you a follow-up question. I mean, I don't see any discussion between the two individuals about GCI ops, but I see there's various chats relating to the PKTT. Are the activities of GCI ops generally known to the public?
As I reflected on my testimony on the fact included in my affidavit that the GCI ops is a covert or counterintelligence project that is not visible to the public. That is why then when the information was leaked that there is a support that is brought to GCIS, to GCI ops from the political killings, then because political killings is a known structure, then one will think that that's why then the attack was directed to the political killings task team. Hence, that makes us to conclude that it was a mistaken identity. Also, the other fact is, if we look at the screenshots of covert or classified information that was shared between the two individuals soon after the letter of disbandment, then it shows that the information leaked that it is in fact the GCI ops that is responsible. Hence, then there was a campaign to leak everything that has to do with this covert project that was dealing with the cartel. So, but the clear campaign was in the form of misinformation, was directed towards the PKTT, the Divisional Commission of Crime Intelligence, who happens to be the project leader also of the PKTT, as well as the division itself, whatever that is happening within the division, because the leader of both will always be part of the misinformation. If something is happening within the division during that particular period, it will still make sense for it to be spinned around because whatever picture is painted for the leader, it automatically transfers to the PKTT. Whatever comes from the PKTT. So that was the triangle of the misinformation that we saw coming up thick and fast, especially between the two gentlemen that were also very vocal before even the letter of the 31st from the operation on the 6th, the 18th, the 19th, the exchange of video footages as a proof of harassment, and so all that then give us the view or the opinion that the two gentlemen were part of the pre-activities, hence then the post-activities, it's with regard to this misinformation that they are sharing between them. Thank you.
Thank you, General.
Ms. SAPS, are you moving off this long text, chat?
Yes.
Okay, can I just ask my question then? General, in the last paragraph, just before developing story, there are two parts there to this. There's the first part, which is that President Cyril Ramaphosa and GNU parties have asked the ID and IPED to probe the National Commissioner and yourself. Is that fact? Was there such a request from the President and whoever the GNU parties is referred to there for such a probe?
No, from our understanding, thank you, Commissioner, from our understanding, there's never been any formal notice with regards to this investigation or probe that is reflected on this media article.
All right. And the second part, it says this comes after the Portfolio Committee on Police opens cases against Crime Intelligence Head, and that Crime Intelligence Head is you. Has the Portfolio Committee, as a committee, opened a case against you?
The only fact that can come closer to that line is the knowledge that a member of the Portfolio Committee on Police did open cases against senior officials in the division, including myself, around the same period.
Yes. So an individual member of the committee, but not the committee itself.
Yes,
is what I'm
it's
trying
an
to
individual member
find
of
out
the
if it's
committee.
correct. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sen.
Thank you, Commissioner. So as I understand you, General, this goes to your theme of the conspiracy to disband.
That's correct,
The social media posts.
That's correct, Commissioner.
So moving on, then we get into these. There were some phone calls. Can we take it from there? Middle of the page.
Thank you, Commissioners. Then the last part of page 63 reflects the calls. All three of them are made by Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mokgotsi on the 22nd and 23rd. On the 22nd, it's around 15:58, and then the following day, another two calls, then around 10:16 and 10:55, of which then at 12 midday, Mr. Mokgotsi then responded with a call to Mr. Matlala, not a call, but a message saying, submitted, I'm awaiting confirmation. And then the next message, still from Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, reading I see. On the 23rd, still around 12:34. Then there was a message then on the 27th, now around 16:17, from Mr. Matlala, which was deleted. And then on the same day, around 16:17, a message from Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, written, wrong man. And then same time after that, then a call from Mokgotsi to Matlala. And around 16:31, a message from Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, which reads, don't mention. And indeed, then Mr. Matlala acknowledged at 16:31 by a message written, sure. The last call on the 27th between the two gentlemen was around 16:32, which was from Mokgotsi to Matlala. And the following day, the 28th, around 23:21 at night, there is a call from Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, followed by a message from Brown Mokgotsi reading Boso. And then on the same night, there are three calls that are made, or attempts that are made by Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, up until
Let me pause you. So the 3 calls were made at 23:24, 23:29, and 23:30 respectively. So quite late at night.
That is correct, Commissioners. Then the following day, again at night, 2015 on the 29th, the message from Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, the meeting was positive. And then on the same day, at 2019, Mr. Matlala is sending a message to Mr. Mokgotsi, reading, "Is he willing to help you guys?" Then the response at 2023, Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, "I just wish he could help with a statement, I should speculate." Then on the same day, 2023, Mr. Mokgotsi follows up his message above with the message, "I think he needs cash."
Do we know, if I pause you there, do you know, is he willing to help you guys? Wish he could help? Do you think he needs cash? Do you know who the he is in those messages?
For now, one cannot be able to explain that until we take another 3 to 4 messages so as it can be clear to the Commission.
Please proceed.
As to why we...
Related to that, General, the meeting referred to, the meeting was positive. Were you able to establish what meeting this is referred to and with who?
From that message that says the meeting was positive, we are reading it together for analysis purposes and also based on the information that we have on our investigation as the continuation of that discussion and the question that follows. The meeting was positive, and then the question from the receiver of information is he willing to help you guys? So we are reading it as then a follow-up question on the status report of the meeting above. And then after the question, and then we are reading the next 2 messages as talking to what transpired during the positive meeting.
And you say it will become clearer as we go through the next 3 messages?
Yes, Commissioners. And then the next message on the same day, now it is from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mokgotsi, which is after Mr. Mokgotsi has sent a message. I think he needs cash, and then Mr. Matlala then is responding, okay, arrange with Khan to give him cash if the information he has is worth it. And then after that, there is a call then at 2043 from Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala.
So before, I think it moves on then to a different issue.
Yes.
Or maybe not. I just want to know, is this the point where you want to pause to try to explain if you know who the he is and what the meeting was about?
No.
Or do you want to continue?
No, we are not yet at the part where one can link this particular conversation with the other one that we are still going to, so as then the picture can be clear. Commissioner.
General, when that link is made, will it also explain to us who Khan is, or will there be an explanation at some point as to who Khan is?
It will, that link, Commissioner, thank you. When that link is made, it will attempt to give the description of a Khan that is mentioned in the message.
Thank you.
Then moving to the next message, it's now the next day, on the 30th of January at 10:56, that is still 2025, the screenshot of an email that was sent, or a communication between the Office of the Divisional Commissioner, Human Resource Management, Lieutenant General Nkhuwa, and the company Medicare 24, owned by Mr. Matlala. Now we see Mr. Matlala sending the screenshot of this email communication to Mr. Mokgotsi on the 30th. It talks to the complaints by the SAPS with regards to the services that are supposed to be rendered by Medicare 24 to the SAPS. Good morning, Mike. And then the Mike, according to our information or investigation, is working in the same company as an operations manager. Hence, then the email is addressed to him. Maybe just reading the first paragraph, so as then we can understand the sense of the communication. The communication is to serve as this serves to convey SAPS's concern in respect of contractual non-performance on your part regarding the subject matter as reflected above. And then it carries on then mentioning as to the points of unhappiness. This can be understood in the context of the period or in the context of events as they were unfolding from the meeting around the same contract on the 24th, which resolved to the conducting of internal audit around this contract. So this communication was talking to the same issues that were part of the internal audit investigation. That will take us to still the same email to page 67 and up to 68. Then after that, then the sender of this screenshot, Mr. Kat, is calling then Mr. Mokgotsi on the same date, firstly at 10:58 and then secondly at 11:24, with Mr. Brown Mokgotsi calling back at 12:29. Then still on the same date at 12:31, Mr. Mokgotsi is sending a screenshot of his communication with the number saved as Senzo Mchunu. The screenshot, the communication is between Brown Mokgotsi and the number saved Senzo Mchunu. It is talking to the beginning of the message, which is sent by Brown Mokgotsi to a number saved Senzo Mchunu, but it's screenshotted and sent to Mr. Kat Matlala. It reads, "Morning, Minister."
General, just before we go into the body of the text, so this message was sent to Mr. Matlala 30 January 12:31. And then I just wanted you before you go into the body of text, there's a date above the text, before it says Morning Minister. Is that the date?
The date
on which Mr. Mokhotsi communicated with the person he calls minister?
That is correct, Commissioners. The date that is within the screenshot is the date the message in the screenshot was sent by Mr. Mokhotsi to the minister, which is Sunday, the 26th of January. But the screenshot is sent on the 30th, so around 4 days after the communication.
Thank you. You can now go to the body of the text.
And the message reads, Morning Minister, I'm in Durban and can confirm that they got nothing. They got nothing on Phoenix Saga, and our contact says they could not even go to any bank. By the way, the girl is also here. Then it continues.
Do you know what the Phoenix Saga was?
No, that's negative, Commissioner. We do not know.
And do you know anything about the girl, the person described simply as the girl?
No, we know nothing, Commissioner.
Thank you.
And then the next paragraph it reads, tomorrow we are signing the practice notes on the Northwest PEC matter for the SCA in Pretoria with the Senior Counsel. The matter will be a month from tomorrow. That is the second paragraph on this communication.
Do you know what matter that is?
No, also we do not know what the matter around the signing of practice of practice notes. We do not know. And then the next part then talks to the briefings. The first briefing, number 1, it talks to the business women who would like to assist our program, also participated in the BRICS cybersecurity, is available to meet with the minister. Apparently, you did meet before. Same applies to that number 1 under briefing. We do not have an idea of the whole information beyond that, what is written there. Then number 2, the guy of the funding 20 is also in Johannesburg from Tuesday. He is the one I said has 3 billion contract with SAPS. Again, on number 2, although it can talk to some of the charts that we have been going through, but its accuracy is not 100% if it's referring to Mr. Matlala or any other person. Then the next point under briefings, number 3, or it's just the last paragraph, it says, also meeting with the DNC and COS today in Durban for finalization of Kumalo and Mkwanazi matters. Then the next message, or maybe let me pause there, Chair, and say, according to our analysis of that, it talks to the General Kumalo and General Mkwanazi in terms of the communication charts that we have been seeing between especially the two, Matlala as well as Mokhotsi. Then the next message that is forwarded, still sent by Mr. Mokhotsi to the minister, and then a screenshot to Mr. Matlala. DNC is waiting for the COS here. This is very significant. Our interpretation is the DNC is the short weight of Deputy National Commissioner in the SAPS, and the chief, and COS is a short weight of Chief of Staff. And then
two generals referred to there, would that be you and the provincial commissioner, or would it be different people?
That is correct. If we look at the events starting from the 31st, the signing of the letter, as well as the misinformation. The misinformation will always have those two names or one of those names. We can even refer to the Constitutional Court case where the talk is, according to our understanding, it's talking to the Kumalo, myself. Hence, then we say we can deduct that the Kumalo and Kwanazi referred to are myself and the Provincial Commissioner of KZN.
And the matters of these generals referred to, do you know what those matters are?
We cannot exactly point out, Commissioner, as to which matters there were. During that period, there were a lot of matters that will be discussed within that space.
Would matters possibly even mean issues, not...
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And then at the end of those messages, then the response interpreted as from the number saved, Senzo Mkunu, response is don't unnecessarily. So that will be the end then of that screenshot that was shared by Mr. Mokhotsi to Mr. Matlala. Then on the same page 70, we are now moving on with the communication starting at 2037, still on the 30th of January, with Brown Mokhotsi indicating to Mr. Matlala that they just left the Lekgotla and we are not aware or sure as to who is he referring to by saying they. The response at 2039 on the same date, Mr. Matlala is asking...
But the word Lekgotla, what is it ordinarily used in relation to?
If my common knowledge serves me well, we normally see the word associated with government meetings that are sometimes referred to as the Lekgotla.
Is it not usually used in relation to cabinet?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Did you perhaps try to find out whether there was a Lekgotla, a cabinet Lekgotla in that period?
No, not yet.
In your analysis?
We have not yet followed that part of investigation. Then, moving on the same date at 2039, Mr. Matlala is sending a message to Mr. Brown asking, so what's the plan? Should I make my way there or what? With the response from Mr. Mokhotsi, I'm waiting confirmation, and thereafter the next communication is on the 31st of January at 10:07 in the form of calls, and another call at 10:42, another call at 11:04 on the same date. All those calls were made by Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mokhotsi. Then on the same day, around 11:05, there is a message that is sent by Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, reading Chief of Staff. And then the next message then from Mr. Matlala to Brown Mokgotsi on the same day. It reads, "Please arrange meeting as soon as possible. I think they are escalating the matter to him of non-performance, or rather, let me meet you and you will explain it to the minister." The interpretation of the message together with the email that was then forwarded, or that was from the division human resource management of SAPS, that was talking about the non-performance of Mr. Matlala's company, then we are using it as a reason for this message that Mr. Matlala is sending to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi, thinking that they escalate this matter to him, thinking that they, the human resource management or the SAPS, they escalating this matter to him, this matter of non-performance, or rather, let me meet you and you'll explain it to the minister. So the interpretation is the escalation of this matter to the minister. Then the next screenshot is sent by Mr. Brown to the Chief of Staff on the 31st at 12:34 to a number saved as Senzo Chief. Hence, then we are concluding that is the Chief of Staff in the office of the ministry, because of how the number is saved, Senzo Chief. Then the screenshot, it is for the screenshot of the same letter, parts of the letter that was sent then by the Division Human Resource Management to Mr. Ket Matlala. This screenshot is now forwarded by Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, which is then followed by...
So just to pause there, General, just to be clear, this is the same letter, this letter that it seems Mr. Mokgotsi is sending to this person, is the same letter that's on page 66 of the chats.
That is correct, Commissioners.
You can see that it's the same. It's part, yeah.
But the difference is, it is now the screenshot which shows that this letter was somehow received by the Senzo Chief was once received by a Senzo Chief. Now, the same letter now is a screenshot that is sent by Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala. Then on the next page, Mr. Brown Mokgotsi is sending his screenshot of his chat with the Chief of Staff as a proof of escalating the matter to the minister, as it reads, "This matter may be escalated to you because of non-performance. Our guy needs your intervention. January 8 guy, who is about to take over our program. This non-performance is as a result of non-payment or late payment." Then the next message reads, "I am sending him your numbers that you meet, please. So the screenshot is sent to Mr. Matlala by Brown Mokgotsi as proof of the matter being escalated to the Chief of Staff.
So your interpretation of our guy in that message is Mr. Matlala?
That is correct, Commissioners, because he's the only guy or a person who is part of this non-performance and reviewing or reviewal of the contract.
And then he says, I'm sending him your numbers that you meet him. And then it's followed with...
Just before you move on to what follows, do you have any idea, General, as to what our program is? The sentence that says, January 8 guy who is about to take over our program. What program is that? And what does taking it over mean?
Yeah, looking at the previous charts and the involvement of Mr. Matlala, the January 8 guy might be referring to him, who is about to take over our program. That can relate to any program within maybe even the political space of the ministry. That can also be, if I may add, because we saw on the previous charts where there were discussions around the payments for the membership in regions. So hence then one can associate the program as with a political program of some sort.
So in the then the next thing within the screenshot is, I'm sending him your numbers that you meet him, please.
Yeah. Then I'm going to explain that further after going through the next two messages. Then the first one, still on the 31st of January at 12:35, then Mr. Brown Mokgotsi is sending the number of the Chief of Staff as we know it, 08260490.
No, you don't need to read out the number. But it's at the bottom, that first message, the one that says begin V card.
Yes.
There's a number at the bottom of the message, of the contact that's being sent.
Yes.
The cell number. And you confirm that that cell number
Yes.
belongs to the Chief of Staff.
Yes, Commissioners. Then we are linking that message that is sending the number with the message on the screenshot above that talks to I'm sending him your numbers.
Yes.
Then the next is a message again from Brown Mokgotsi sending it to Mr. Ket Matlala, but it is addressed to the Chief of Staff. The message reads, hello, Chief of Staff. Got your number from Mr. Brown, requesting a meeting, please. I will try my best, Commissioners, to interpret this so confusing charts. We read it together with the screenshot that was talking to, I'm sending him your numbers that you meet him, please. And thereafter, it's the number that is sent by Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala. Then next is a draft message drafted by Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala to send it to the Chief of Staff, addressed to the Chief of Staff. That is the interpretation of that whole, looks like confusing charts on page 72. And then after that, then Mr. Mkhotsi is sending a message now, please talk to him. The him then is interpreted as the Chief of Staff. Then the next page, 73. Still on the 31st at 12:39, a call from Mr. Mkhotsi and another call from Mr. Mkhotsi at 13:40. And then Mr. Matlala is returning those calls then on the same date at 13:40. We then move to another breaking story, which is a screenshot of a story or a screenshot that is now forwarded, sent by Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mkhotsi. The screenshot, it's about the breaking news. Police witnesses changed their statements. The story is about the case that was on during that time within the SAPS, more specifically the Division Crime Intelligence, where the story was alleging that the witnesses in that departmental case against Major General Firoz Khan of Crime Intelligence deliberately changed their affidavit in exchange for promotion. So the story is alleging that the chairperson of that departmental case, which was the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal, Lieutenant General Nkwanase, has approached the witnesses to change their statements to ensure that the findings during that hearing will be against Major General Khan. And then it goes on then to say Nkwanase was appointed by...
General, before you go on, when was the hearing? Do you know when that hearing took place?
The hearing, I do not have the exact date, but it was around the same period or week the message was sent, around the beginning of February. So that was then another news or misinformation that was circulating then on both the print and social media.
So, and was this the hearing that General Nkwanase testified to in the Commission?
That is correct, Commissioners.
And the outcome of the hearing was contrary to what he said in this?
Yes, the outcome of the hearing was contrary to what the story is pointing towards.
Because
it was...
Just if you remind the commissioners what the outcome was.
The outcome was Major General Khan was cleared of any wrongdoing, which is contrary to what the story is projecting. Then the response by Brown Mkhotsi after receiving this screenshot from Matlala is disappointed.
Sorry, General. Your name is also mentioned in this this post or this article, and it refers to first that the Provincial Commissioner was appointed by you to chair that departmental hearing. Is that correct?
That is correct, Commissioners.
It also talks about you and General Nkwanase conspiring against high-ranking police officials. You see that paragraph, the third from the bottom. Do you want to comment on that?
Third paragraph from bottom.
Yes. Of page 73.
On page 73. Mkhwanazi and Khumalo, who are long-time friends from KZN, and they meet regularly, monthly, where the two conspire against high-ranking police officials to have them removed with false cases from their positions, which allow them to appoint their own puppets to the set positions. That is the paragraph that talks to what I explained, that the misinformation was preempting the case, the departmental case, that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was going to be the chair appointed by myself. So that paragraph is summing up the unfounded allegations that the appointer and the appointee, definitely they are going to make sure that the affected employee then will be dealt with the other way round. Whereas then, that's when I said then the outcome then came opposite to what the misinformation note was preempting. But also, if I can touch on the other paragraph on page 74,
Yes.
just to show the continuation of this misinformation that started from the 31st of December, that in any misinformation, there should either be a General Khumalo, a General Mkhwanazi, and a political task team, even if it's irrelevant. Because if you are writing a story, the headline talks to a witness change statements for a promotion. It talks to the witness of a disciplinary case. But then towards the end, there is irrelevant. I will say irrelevant because of the heading. Now, because in this story, there must be something that talks to the political killings task team together with the two generals.
And you're referring specifically to the paragraph saying...
second paragraph. Maybe let me start
the
reading.
one, a police brigadier in the finance department, is that it?
Yeah, maybe let me start reading from the first paragraph. The witness also revealed how Mkhwanazi, the chairperson of the departmental case, will not allow Khan to have any representative present during the departmental trial and will be dismissed, which is totally contrary to the police regulations. And then a police brigadier in finance department at the police headquarters in KZN, who asked not to be named, explained how Mkhwanazi had quietly funded Khumalo's political task team with KZN funds. That is just an example as to how misinformation and fake news will be created as if they make sense, because it is known, and it has been known since the establishment of the task team, that it's funded from national level. Now, if we may recall, this is happening after the disbandment letter. Now, anything that will be negative around the project leader and the provincial commissioner, then who is where the project is, then will have to be painted with all information, negative information that will support the decision to disband. One can interpret all this information around these names, as well as the political killing task team, as an effort of wanting to provide the reasons afterwards of the decision to disband. And then the response
You can go to the response,
the response by Mr. Brown Mokhotsi after receiving this message is as read. that he is disappointed. And then on the same day, on the 2nd of February, Mr. Mokgotsi is writing a message to Mr. Matlala, saying just have to leave everything, have without A. On the same date, then there are 2 calls that are made by Mr. Matlala to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi at 12:27 and 12:28. And then Mr. Brown responding after those missed calls with a message, small session with lawyers to Mr. And then to Mr. Matlala. Then Mr. Matlala, after receiving that message on the same date at 12:28, is sending a message to Mr. Mokgotsi, written or read, "This is in your favor. Actually, it disrupts their plan against Khan." Now, that message can be maybe clearly understood if read together with the fake news or the misinformation story that I was explaining, with the sender of that story indicating that this is in your favor. Actually, it disrupts their plan against Khan. Then the response from Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Kat Matlala says, "Maybe, but that is not my plan." And then Mr. Matlala responds, "I thought you the one who published the story," interpreted that message as if it's talking to the misinformation on the story that was forwarded or sent to him. Then that is followed by a call from Mr. Brown Mokgotsi and another call from Mr. Matlala to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi. Then on the 7th, after that, or in the morning it's that call, then in the afternoon, Mr. Brown Mokgotsi is sending another breaking news. Now it's Mokgotsi now sending breaking news to Matlala, whereas the previous one, it was vice versa. This breaking news talks to the NPA ID Guns for National Police Rock Unit. The heading talking to the NPA Investigative Directorate ID, raiding National Police Commissioner Fani Masimula and National Crime Intelligence Head, Lieutenant General Kumalo, offices after serving them with notices of arrest. This comes after an investigation lodged by Parliament Police Portfolio Committee. The heading itself, Chairperson, shows towards the misinformation, looking at the mixture of processes and the understanding itself that there are lots of, starting with the breaking news, NPA ID Guns for National Police Rock Unit. This is how the PKTT was known after the disbandment letter. Now, the first heading under breaking news is talking to the Rock Unit, which is PKTT, but then the heading itself, it's totally different. It's talking to the ID raiding the office of the National Commissioner, offices of the National Commissioner and my office after we were served with notices of arrest. And it's on record, even public record, that I was never served with the notice of arrest, but I was arrested without being served with the notice that the breaking news story is referring to.
But your arrest was 4 months later?
4 months later.
And it was not because of a complaint by the Portfolio Committee? because the heading says following a complaint lodged by the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you, Commissioner. It is for that reason that I give the response that the arrest 4 months later might be related to the story that is made in February, because the complainant on the case is the member of the Portfolio Committee, but not the Portfolio Committee on Police, but the member. Then it was a developing story. There is a paragraph that I want to refer the Commission on, which is in line with the, not the narrative, the picture that one has been painting of the happenings after the 31st of December. The last paragraph on page 76, it reads, an investigator states, the National Commissioner was very nervous and appeared to be shaking when then, of course, his office was raided, which did not happen. He then blamed the collapse of crime intelligence at the hands of Lieutenant General Kumalo and KZN Provincial Commissioner Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. It's another example as to how the misinformation will go, how far the misinformation will go in trying to put issues or names that are not supposed even to be together in that story. If you read the fake news from the beginning, it talks about the Kumalo and the National Commissioner served with notices of arrest, and the name of Jam Mkhwanazi is nowhere from the beginning. But then at the end, it is then included so as then the mission can continue, the mission then of misinforming the public. Then after that misinformation that was shared by Brown Mokgotsi, maybe then commissioners, if I may add, the interpretation of that misinformation to illustrate as to how during this period from December 31st, how a fact can be changed to suit the misinformation that needs to be pushed. The correct information is, it was during the same period when the National Commissioner was served with Section 205 for submission of some official documents to the ID or IDEC for their investigation. So it was during that week or those days when the National Commissioner was submitting those documents that were requested by IDEC. But it is not talking to the raiding of offices and arrests. Then after that, we see the call from Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala on the same day, the 7th of February, 1736, followed by, after that call, it's followed by a message from Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, trying to correct the misinformation that he has shared already, saying it's notice of investigation instead of notice of arrest. And then next, it's J175, which is the notice to appear at court. It's following. And then Mr. Matlala is asking, as he's always confused when it comes to these, the terminology, around criminal justice system. What is J175? There was a time when he was asking us, what is it that you are sending me? Even now, after receiving this lecture on these 2 points, he is asking, what is J175? And then the lecturer, Mr. Brown Mukhotsi, is responding at 1741 that J175 is a notice to appear before court. Then still on the same day at 1742, Brown Mukhotsi is now sending the full lecture on Mr. Matlala around this J175 and procedures, talking to all different types of summons. Then on the 19th of February, which is a couple of days after the lecture, then Mr. Brown Mukhotsi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala, which reads, "My brother, I have a small problem, in brackets, regional meeting, which I have to cater, in brackets, 12K, tonight in the Eastern Cape. And I am aware that I have not been instrumental so far. I'm also worried that my guy and Khan recorded your man, in brackets, Maluleke, without our knowledge. Beside things are going well against Khan. May you please assist. We are now at the last stage to be stable." That's a long message sent then on the 19th by Mr. Brown Mukhotsi, touching on almost everything that they've discussed before.
But, so if we could just pause on that for a moment. The first part of the message is asking for money for a regional meeting in the Eastern Cape.
In the Eastern Cape now.
Asking for money. And then the second is saying, second aspect of the message is saying, I'm aware I've not been instrumental. I'm worried that my guy and Khan. So can you just explain that part? Who's my guy? And do you know what they're talking about?
Commissioners, we cannot confirm currently as to who is referred to as my guy, but then the Khan will take it that it's the Khan that has been appearing on the previous charts as Major General Khan, who was busy these days with his disciplinary hearing.
And who's your man? Do you know anything more about that?
No, Commissioners, we do not know.
And do you know how we to understand the sentence, besides things are going well against Khan?
Looking at the period when this message was sent, as I've indicated, Commissioners, this was during the time when the departmental case against Major General Khan was ongoing. So one can then associate that sentence with the disciplinary hearing if it says things are going well against Khan.
Does it mean that when it means things are going well, is it going well? Is it going in someone's favor? That's what it means. It's going in one person's favor.
That is correct,
One faction.
Commissioners. It might be interpreted as if things are going well, it means are going in favor of Khan, which will be contrary to the misinformation, long misinformation that was concluding that things are not going to go well.
Okay, you continue.
So before you continue, General, what have you understood where Mr. Mokgotsi says, I'm aware that I have not been instrumental so far? And what are you saying we should make of it, if anything?
In my opinion, Commissioner, looking at the period and the events around Mr. Matlala, the events around Mr. Matlala started on the 6th of December 2024 during his first encounter with the political killing task team and the GCI ops on the 6th. And then it is from that day when the issue of the tender that ended up being investigated, that it came to the fore from the 6th of December. And also there were lots of other happenings. We're coming from the IPD story when the two gentlemen were trying to manage one of those happenings, one of those issues, the attempted case application at the High Court for that was also then withdrawn at the last moment, and then with a lot that happened in terms of the charts and happenings that led to the letter of disbandment on the 31st. So one can deduct that the only issue that was still not finalized, although even the first one, it was finalized because the letter disbanding the task team was issued, so -1. Then the issue that was still ongoing.
Although, of course, the target was wrong.
That's correct, Commissioner. Then the other issue that Mr. Matlala will expect Mr. Mokgotsi to be instrumental will be then the halting of the process that was unfolding by then of cancellation of the tender. It was during that time when the internal audit investigation was ongoing.
And I'm saying the target was wrong in accordance with your thesis. I'm not stating that as a fact, General.
Noted, Commissioner.
Thank you. General, then there was a call from Mr. Mokgotsi, and can we take it from there?
Thank you, Commissioners. Then on the same day, the 19th of February, at 18:13, there is a call from Mokgotsi as well as that was the last call and communication then during February. Up until then, the 4th of March at 8:02, where Mr. Matlala is making a call to Mr. Mokgotsi, which is followed by a WhatsApp message at 8:20. The message sent by Mr. Matlala to...
This, just to be clear, this is a message that was forwarded by Mr. Matlala.
Mr. Matlala is forwarding the message that he received, but he is forwarding it to Mr. Mokgotsi. The message reads thus: Good morning, Minister. I just received a call from our guy, who is a service provider for our health risk management project. He has got very serious concerns. Apparently, you gave a directive to scrutinize his contract, and while they at it, they must stall as much as they can to release purchase orders until you guys come up with something that can warrant termination of services. This is the message as forwarded from Mr. Matlala's phone. Is forwarded to Mr. Matlala, and he is forwarding it further to Mr. Mokgotsi. The message talks to someone who addressed the message to the minister, indicating or discussing the issue according to our interpretation of the message. When it talks to our guy who's service provider for our health risk management, that is Mr. Matlala himself, the one who's having a contract with the South African Police Service. The contract is on health and risk management. And then it's talking to what this person is concerned about, that it is the minister who gave a directive for the contract to be scrutinized. And while it is being scrutinized, and then the further directive was that they must stall, which is SAPS. SAPS must stall as much as they can to release any purchase orders, or in other words, to process any invoices until then the internal audit investigation, or until, according to the message, there are reasons from the report to terminate the contract.
General, you say from the metadata you can see that this was forwarded to,
that is correct,
to Mr. Matlala.
That is correct, Commissioner.
And Commissioners, it becomes clearer as we go to other chats where it comes from.
Then moving on to page 78, on the 7th of March, which is few days after Matlala forwarded that message to Brown Mokgotsi without any response. And then on the 7th, Matlala is making a call to Mr. Brown Mokgotsi at 1808. And then only on the 12th of March, Mr. Mokgotsi is trying to send a message, or sent a message that was later deleted. And then the next message on the same day, more or less the same time, Brown Mokgotsi is sending a message which reads, "Hope you saw this." And then Mr. Matlala is responding with a phone call after that message. And then Mr. Mokgotsi, on the same day, then after that call, is sending a message to Mr. Matlala, which reads, "My brother, you lost hope on me, right? I need to bring witnesses to one place. Would you assist me?" Then that message sent by Brown Mokgotsi to Matlala at 14:57 on the 12th. And then Mokgotsi is following it up with a call at 15:06 on the same date, and another call at 15:28. Then a call now from...
Sorry, General, just before you move off that message, do you have any knowledge of who the witnesses are or what he's referring to there?
No, I do not have any knowledge, Commissioners.
Continue.
Then the last activity on page 78, it's the call by Mr. Matlala at 15:29 to Mr. Mokgotsi. And then on the same day, around 15:43, Mr. Mokgotsi sent a message to Mr. Dlamini, a very short message which reads, "I need 10K. Then on the same day, around 16:03, Mr. Matlala is responding to the message sent, a short message sent by Mr. Mokgotsi with a very long message which reads, this relationship should not be one-sided, brother. I asked you several favors which are not even money related, but none of them have been attended to. The last one, it's even worse because it's even orchestrated from your camp and nothing has been done about it. I have played my part and was even willing to stretch my arm even further, but I see none of my efforts are considered." A long response by Mr. Matlala after a short message by Mr. Mokgotsi of needing just 10K, then the response is so long. Then another short response from that long message from Mr. Mokgotsi in one word, "true," might be interpreted as the whole story that you narrated is true. Then...
sorry, General, before we move off the message, the long message, I've asked you several favors which are not even money related, but none of them have been attended to. The last one, it's even worse because it's even orchestrated from your camp. Do you have any idea what that is? Is the last one referring to the tender issues? Do you have any knowledge of this?
According to my view and following the communication chats between the two gentlemen, talks to the one remaining issue that if you read this message together with the previous one, that was talking about the minister being the one who instigated that the Medicare 24 contract be investigated in a meeting. And then coming fast forward to this, where Mr. Matlala is showing some signs of losing hope that Mr. Mokgotsi will assist. There's been lots of attempts with the messages, even the roping in of the Chief of Staff to also escalate the matter. So according to my view, this message is talking to all those failed attempts to halt the investigation and the possible cancellation of the contract.
So then Mr. Mokgotsi says true. And then there's silence for a few days until the 17th of March. You can take it from there.
Yes, after the true short response on the 12th, then there is silence up until the 17th of March with Mr. Matlala initiating communication with a phone call at 21:51, followed by another call on the same date at 21:55. And then at 17:04 on the following day, then the message from Mr. Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala, reading as follows: "I'm here to clarify that story. And then the response in a question format by Mr. Matlala, what story? And then the short response on the same question by Mr. Mkhotsi Mkhwanazi at 17:09. And then at 17:10, Mr. Matlala is responding, I thought you said it was sorted already. And then Mr. Mkhotsi responds, yeah, but now it's becoming official. Then the next message on the same day was serious, my boss, but spelled as C-R-U-S. And on the same day, 17:11, the message again from Mr. Mkhotsi to Mr. Matlala, which reads, give me wings. And then on the same day, more or less the same time, Mr. Brown is sending a message to Mr. Dlamini again, since 17:11. Mr. Mkhotsi has been sending messages without any response up until that fourth message that says, after give me wings, the next message is, can is more helpful. Then also before any response, the next message, which is the fifth message from Mr. Mkhotsi to Mr. Kat Matlala, it says, is hard. And then the response is coming then after all those 5 messages from Mr. Matlala. It says, okay, hope for the best. And then Mr. Mkhotsi is responding then after that with a ha ha ha. After that, it's okay.
Okay.
That, which is spelled O-H-K. That is page 80.
So, General, before you move on, so who is the Mkhwanazi here being referred to?
The communication as well as the messages exchanged between the two gentlemen will then point to the same names that are always part of their discussions or even part of the misinformation since the 31st of December. Mkhwanazi, according to my opinion, will be referring to Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, Provincial Commissioner KZN.
So earlier on in the chats, when we were talking at page 65 of the chats, the exchange that said the meeting was positive, is he willing to help you guys? I wish he could help with a statement. I think he needs cash, etc. You said, when I asked, do you know what this relates to and who the he is, etc., you said it would become clearer. Is it at this point that things become clearer, or are we going to get there a bit later on in the chat?
Commissioners, if we can continue, and then one will give then the response on that towards the end of this chart analysis that will talk to that specific part.
So you can proceed.
Then moving on to page 81. On the 22nd of March at 12:16, the last communication was on the 18th. Then on the 22nd, Mr. Brown Mkhotsi is sending a message to Mr. Matlala, my boss, pulling something this side. I am stuck, with an emoji. I'm not sure that it's laughing or crying between the two. Then the response from Mr. Matlala reads, pulling what? And then the answer from that question from Brown Mukhotsi, some dirty work. And then the response from that, it's in the form of another question, dirty work where? And then the response again from that question is northwest from Brown Mukhotsi, and then followed by further illustration of that answer by same Brown Mukhotsi, more or less the same time after the northwest response. We are appointing a provincial commissioner this Tuesday. Maybe one can elaborate there on that. That was during the week or the weeks where the post of the Provincial Commissioner of Northwest was advertised, and then the process of appointing was indeed taking place. Then we move to the last part.
Just to be clear, is the Provincial Commissioner of SAPS?
Provincial Commissioner of the SAPS. Then on the 23rd, or same day, or no, on the following day.
If I may just interrupt, that we are appointing a provincial commissioner this Tuesday in Northwest, was that in fact what happened? Was there an appointment of a provincial commissioner
on the
in that period?
Thank you, Commissioner. As I've indicated, one cannot be specific in terms of the day. But it was during the period when the post has been advertised, and then there will be processes. Post will be advertised, and then there will be processes up until the appointment. So the communication is during that timeline when the post is advertised.
Is it fair to say Mr. Mukhotsi could have been referring to the province when he says we? He may not have been referring to him specifically. So it says there, we are appointing a provisional commissioner this Tuesday. That we could refer to the Northwest Province. It's possible.
It still might be possible, Commissioner, because of the use of we, but SAPS is a national department, and the post of a provincial commissioner advertised by SAPS, the whole process takes place at national, not at a province. According to the current policies, there will be engagement with the premier of the particular province towards then the finalization of the appointment process.
Thank you.
I mean, maybe for your comment, it seems to me, and tell me if you think I'm stretching it, if you start reading from he's pulling something, and then he says some dirty work, and then he's asked dirty work where? He says Northwest, we are pointing, so he seems to suggest he was involved in some capacity towards the appointment of the provincial commissioner through the dirty work that he says he's pulling. Is that a fair summation of these emails or WhatsApp exchanges?
Thank you, Commissioner. Indeed, if you read the exchange of the question and answers, you may not be wrong if you read it as it means that in totality, because now the pulling something this side to what? Some dirty work, where in Northwest we are appointing the provincial commissioner. If that can be read in one sentence or one paragraph, it is possible that it means what the commissioner was citing. Then moving on on the same page, the last communication on page 81, still on the following day in the morning, 8:58, Mr. Dlamini is sending a News 24 story with his photo and the story is about, maybe if I read the first part, the National Commissioner, okay, I'm reading the first part. The National Commissioner, I'm not reading the titles underneath the photo. I'm reading the first part of the News 24 story that Mr. Matlala is sending to Mr. Brown Mukhosi. The National Commissioner Fanny Masimula has been ordered to terminate the controversial multi-billion rand contract to provide health.
Million. Not billion.
The multi-million rand contract to provide health risk management services and institute a forensic investigation against the supplier. On the next page, continuation of that News 24 story. This follows after an investigation into awarding of this multi-million rand contract to a company owned by a Tembisa Hospital tenderpreneur, Vusi Matlala, uncovered several irregularities. In June 2024, Medicare Tshwane district, of which Matlala is the only listed director, was awarded this 360 million three-year contract to provide these services.
So, General, I don't think we need to read the whole article, but what's clear is that there are screenshots of the article that are sent over the next several pages, and which takes us, the last bit of the article is on page 89.
Maybe if I can start with the part that will be relevant for our understanding on page 85.
Yes.
The probe into the tender followed a request by the Police Minister, Senzo Mchunu, after news of contract being awarded to the controversial business person emerged. I'm reading that part on record because it talks to one of the charts that Mr. Matlala had shared with Mr. Mukhosi, suspecting or indicating that this investigation and cancellation of the tender is coming from the side of Mr. Mukhosi. Then moving on to page 89, the first message, still on the 23rd of March at 9. Mr. Matlala, who sent this News 24 scoop or story is following it up now with a WhatsApp message which reads, "This was done under the minister's instructions, but it's okay. I'll see where to go from here, but I am not taking this lightly." That is the message then that made me to want to read that paragraph on that News 24 story, so as then we are able to understand this chart now by Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mukhosi after sending the news article. Then after a few days, on the 26th of March, there is a call from Mr. Mukhosi to Mr. Matlala at 1938. And then from there, that was March 26. The next communication by Mr. Matlala to Mr. Mokgotsi is almost a month or more, or close to 2 months after, with a greeting message at 10:38. Good morning, how are you?
On the 8th of May.
On the 8th of May. And then the response, few minutes after receiving that message, Mr. Brown Mokgotsi responds, sure, my boss. And then Mr. Matlala responds at 10:54 by the message to Mr. Mokgotsi, I wanted to ask you something. And then on the same day at 10:56, Mr. Matlala is sending a message then to Mr. Mokgotsi. I hear that you told Mr. S that I told you that I gave him some animals to keep at his plot. So I wanted to hear from you if there is any truth in this. And then after a week or so, then on the 14th of May at 6:53 in the morning, again, Mr. Matlala is sending a message without receiving the response yet on the message of the 8th. Now it's on the 14th morning, just to let you know that my contract was cancelled yesterday, and I see you have been ignoring me and promising me things that never happened. Luckily, took screenshots of every conversation just in case something like this might happen. I'm taking all this to the media and some to court on Friday when I do the interdict. That will take us to page 90. After that message, there is then an attachment as attached as Annexure BM7 that Mr. Matlala is sending to Mr. Mokgotsi.
And that annexure, Commissioners, is at page 161 of 161. BM7, 161.
Is a person's hands.
The letter of demand. The letter of demand.
Is there more than 161?
No, go.
You're too far. Yeah.
There's another 161. I think they're divided under WB1 and WB2. So before you get to WB2, the tab.
Found it. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is BM7, which is called Draft Letter to SAPS National, dated 13 May 2025. Do you have the letter there in front of you, General? No, it's just before the tab that says WB2. Yeah, just before that. Page 161. That's right.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. The letter attached as BM7, it is a letter with the head directed to the National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, with the heading Termination of Contract following the award of bid number 19/1/9/1/94 in brackets 23, the appointment of a service provider to render health risk management to the South African Police Service for the period of 3 years.
Okay, so this is a draft letter prepared by the attorneys for Mr. Matlala.
How do you know it's a draft, Ms. Hassan?
Because it says so at page 90 of the chat, Commissioner Kumalo.
The reason I'm asking is because it's signed, so I'm wondering. If you go to 163, bottom of the page.
Yes, I see that. I see that. So firstly, it says draft letter in the attachment. So that's the first thing. And then I think will also becomes clearer when we go to other chats, because this letter is circulated a couple of times by others as well. But it's correct that it is a signed letter.
I'm concerned that parties to the chat may not understand the difference between a draft and, but yeah, let's leave it there.
Well, it's definitely a letter that is signed, but Mr. Matlala refers to it as a draft letter. I don't think we need to go into the letter. It's clear what it is. It's a response to the cancellation. General, if we can take it then from the next message.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. Then the next message on the same day, on the 14th of May at 7:07, Mr. Mkhozi is responding to the message or notice of cancellation of the tender that Mr. Matlala shared it with him. Now he's responding especially also after he has seen the draft letter as another proof that it has been cancelled. Then he's asking, cancelled, and then followed by another message after a minute where Mr. Mkhozi is saying to Mr. Matlala, this is the right time to know the truth, because you are now going to cite the minister, right? You will see his affidavit. Then the next message again after 2 minutes from Mkhozi to Matlala, it reads, this is the time every must show his side. If the minister or officials are involved. That is the message at 7:11, the morning of the 14th. And then the same day, 7:15, Matlala is responding to the 2 messages from Mkhozi. His response is as follows. But you know he's involved. I told you from day one, I'm not waiting for any lies anymore. By Friday, if they don't withdraw, I'll also hit back, and I'll hit very strong. Then the response from Mr. Mkhozi from that not so nice message, it's very short, I don't think so. Then on the same day at 7:23 in the morning on the 14th, okay, was just letting you know, don't be surprised when you see it in court papers and the media. I'm not going to be taken for a ride. Then moving on to the next page, which is the last page of this set of communication chats between Mr. Mokgotsi and Mr. Matlala. On the same day, the 14th, Mr. Mokgotsi is responding to the previous message. He says, I am going to raise it with him too. And then the response.
Do you know who the him is?
Yeah, following the latest charts where there is a discussion around the cancellation of the tender, Mr. Matlala suggesting that it is the minister who instructed the cancellation, then I will say the him might refer to the Minister of Police. And then after that message at 7:38 on the 14th, which is saying I'm going to raise it with him, and then Mr. Matlala is responding with a finger, a hand and a finger, responding that he understands the response.
So it's an emoji and it's a thumbs up.
Thumbs up. Oh, okay, that's a correct word, Commissioners. Thumbs up. Emoji. I did not finish my lecture.
It's not the other emoji with the finger.
The lunchtime lecture was not enough for me to be taken through the emoji class. Then, still on the same day, at 8:30, Mr. Mokgotsi is writing a message to Mr. Matlala, which reads, "We can't lose a contract, whereas so many people are looking for tenders." That was the last message that was sent by Mr. Brown Mokgotsi to Mr. Matlala. The last message talks to the last topic of discussion, which is the contract that was cancelled by SAPS around those days or a day before. The last communication is on the 14th. The contract was cancelled on the 13th, and then Mr. Matlala was arrested by GCI Ops on the 15th.
On the 14th?
On the 14th. That's why the charts are ending on that date.
Thank you. Now, General, there were some strands and conclusions that you wanted to bring together. One of them relates to the page 66 exchange, not page 65, 66, and there were, you said you would come to it later. Do you want to deal with that now?
Yes, I can, Commissioner.
You can take your conclusions in whichever order you'd like, but perhaps we can start with the one that you said you'd park until the end, which is the relating to the meeting, which was positive, etc.
Thank you, Commissioners. The charts around those days and times between Vusi Matlala and Brown Mokgotsi suggests that Mr. Matlala seemed to have a special relationship with General Khan in reference to the charts that we have seen between Mr. Matlala and Brown Mokgotsi, especially in discussing with Brown Mokgotsi around some guy who they needed a statement from. And Mr. Brown Mokgotsi suggesting that the guy needs cash in order to cooperate. In the conversation, Mr. Matlala suggests that Mr. Brown Mokgotsi should talk to Khan to give the person cash in the message that read, okay, arrange with Khan to give him cash if the information he has is worth it. That is the discussion that was happening during the times of the disciplinary hearing case that was ongoing or taking place. Furthermore, Brown Mukhosi on the discussion around Mkhwanazi and that the matter was now official, Khan is more helpful. That was another time during that time of the case, and the chart that talks to it will firstly what was captured as a discussion was the case will go against Major General Khan, but then towards the end of that part of the discussion, and then after the meetings, after the whole discussion, and then that picture changes. It talks to now things going very well on the case against Khan. We are having that conclusion because it was during that time exactly when the disciplinary case was on. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, General. I'm aware. Do you have a question, Commissioner?
Yeah. General, you described the relationship, what you say that appears to be a special relationship between General Khan and Mr. Matlala. Now, for us sitting here, the name Khan appears suddenly in these chats without any background to it. And even later on, I mean, I see it for the first time at page 66, unless I've forgotten an earlier page, and then later on in one or two chats. In your analysis of this and your further investigation, have you come upon anything that you will be speaking to us later? And I know you're going to bring an application in camera. I just want to, when we leave this room, after this mentioning of Khan, that there's a sense whether we're still going to hear more or this is it, without disclosing anything that you think would be inappropriate to disclose at this point.
Thank you, Commissioners. I can confirm that there is other evidence that is intended to be tabled in camera that will then that will then make the picture that we have since painted on this relationship, special relationship, to be more clearer.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Just before you go, on page 89, General. The penultimate chart on that page. This is a WhatsApp from Ms. Matlala. I hear that you told Mr. S that I told you that I gave him some animals to keep at his plot. Do you know who's the Mr. S referred to in that chat?
No, not yet, Commissioner.
Well, the not yet is a bit confusing. Does it mean that you will know at some later stage? What does not yet mean?
Thank you, Commissioner. The analysis and investigation is an ongoing process. Hence, then, on my proposed application, I indicated that if it happens that the investigation is at a particular stage and the evidence that will be included in camera might then be brought back in the public platform.
And do you know anything about the animals referred to?
The animal referred to as impala, according to my view and my understanding, it's an animal that is normally procured for very high profile social gatherings, which is not that affordable. That is my...
I'm asking specifically because, yes, there was mention earlier of impala.
Yes.
But here there's just reference to animals for Mr. S to keep on his plot without mention of what the animals were. So that's why I'm asking what the animals were.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. I was understanding the question of the animal associated with the impala that came before. The same response on this, if it's the animals associated with a Mr. S referred to on this message, the investigation and analysis is still ongoing. As soon as it's ready, the commission will be updated.
Thank you, General. Thank you.
General, you were asked earlier by the chairperson with, I think this was about the chats, about I'm here and Sibia is here. I can't find the page. I've been trying to find the page. I don't know if you remember the chat, and the chairperson asked you, do you know who is Sibia? And you were cautioned not to speculate. Does the answer that you've given about S, which is still the subject of investigation, does that also apply to that question that you were asked? I'm told it's page 44, if it helps. Yes, in the middle, where Mr. Mokotsi says, I'm in Cape Town, Sibia is in Camps Bay. You see that? And you were asked, do you know who is Sibia? And your answer was no. And what I'm checking with you is whether your answer is an outright no, or is it also subject to the subject of further investigation, as you have answered with that S.
And if I could just clarify, the question
Please go ahead and, yes.
was from, I was going to say from the bench, but from the commissioners, whether you know as a matter of fact, to answer as a matter of fact. So it was in that context that you responded. You may answer the commissioner.
Thank you, commissioners. Not as a matter of fact, as it was captured during the initial discussion, but analyzing the whole communication where the surname Sibia comes, then we're moving it from from almost all the parts where there is Sibia, it will refer to the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Sibia. Same applies to the Camps Bay Sibia that is referred to.
So can I ask one follow-up question? Do you know or do you have any basis to say that Mr. Sibia was in Camps Bay at that time?
Yes, we have the indication that is subject then to confirmation to make it a matter of fact.
Thank you. Chair, I see it's 4:02.
Let us adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
System program. The University of Venda is the second to implement a full program. The Northwest University is one of the stakeholders calling on the Basic Education Department to move towards decolonizing the school syllabus. Indigenous knowledge expert at the Northwest University, Mothusi Utsile Madidzi.
The curriculum at basic education level get our freedom and the democracy. However, not much changed within the education landscape at foundation phase level. So the curriculum is still Western, the paradigms are still Western, so the lens is still Western. And once we start talking about this indigenous knowledge, it becomes a kind of a culture shock to a lot of students who come to the university because they've never seen this kind of a thing at basic education level.
Members of the global Summit Flotilla have strongly criticized the Trump-Netanyahu Gaza peace plan, calling it a mockery of international law. The 20-point proposal is backed by U.S. President Donald Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It calls for a ceasefire, hostage exchange, staged Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, Hamas disarmament, as well as an internationally led transitional government for Palestine. Sofia Bucho, a member of the Summit Flotilla, says the proposal ignores the root causes of the conflict and expressed concern about its implications for the flotilla.
Trump's so-called peace plan is an insult to human intelligence and dignity and a blatant mockery of international law. As the UN Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese has clearly stated, it is likely that Israel will once again violate international law and intercept this humanitarian missile in international waters.
Spanish activist Juan Bodera Roma says the only plausible outcome is for Israel to be prosecuted.
Israel has violated international law in its entirety and holds no legitimacy in any peace process. The only viable outcome for this genocidal regime is to be prosecuted by International Court of Justice and International Criminal Court.
Recapping the top story, South Africa's ambassador to France, Natim Tetwa, has died in Paris. Tetwa's body was found at the Hyatt Hotel, where, according to reports, he died from a fall from the 22nd-story hotel. And South Africa has confirmed the passing of Natim Tetwa. I am on Dilambana for SAFM News Headlines at 4:30.
In sports this hour, the South African Football Players Union slams SAFA. CSA announces revised men's international home schedule, and Stormers aimed to be more clinical and cut errors for Ospreys clash. More details at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the M1 southbound in Johannesburg, slow moving towards Boysons, the N12 R24 westbound in Bedfordview, slow moving on both routes towards Kiluli's interchange, and on Malibongwe Drive in Northwold, a crash reported at Bel-Air's Drive. In KZN, the N3 eastbound in Ashburton, a stationary truck after Market Road, the N2 northbound, a stationary vehicle after Spaghetti Junction, and Umgeni Road westbound, slow moving through Springfield Park. In Cape Town, the N1 outbound slow moving on Plattekloof Hill, the M5 southbound is slow moving towards Racecourse Road exit, and on the N2 outbound, a crash reported at the Airport Approach Road. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
Embark on your journey to success with the Durban University of Technology. Applications for 2026 first-year students are now open across our 6 faculties. Closing dates vary, so don't wait. Check detailed entry requirements on dut.ac.za. Apply today through the Central Applications Office at cao.ac.za. DUT and Vision 2030, creative, distinctive, impactful.
Right, this message is brought to you by Ituba, the proud operator of the National Lottery. Mzansi Powerball stands at a staggering 100 million rand guaranteed jackpot today. Play Powerball now for your chance at the guaranteed 100 million rand jackpot, and you could become the next big winner. Buy your tickets now in-store on the nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or dial *120 *7529# for USSD. Panda Pusha Play. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. Ituba is a proud operator of the National Lottery.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
So welcome to the show. Welcome to the National Pulse, which of course started at 3 o'clock, but as has been happening now for the last, in fact now for today being day 9 of the commission, the Matlala Commission, we've been taking it in until it ends for the day, which often happens around 4 o'clock-ish or so. Naturally, we'll get reaction as we always do first up, so you can call in now, you can WhatsApp now, you can tweet now, and if you're a regular listener to the show, you'll know exactly what the numbers are, but let me give it to you anyway. 086 000 2032, WhatsApp 0614 104 107, and when you're tweeting, tag SAfm Radio, and do tag me as well, Ashraf Garda. It comes at a time where as you've heard on the news, the passing of South Africa's incumbent ambassador to France, Nathi Mthethwa. Lots of speculation about what happened. We don't quite know, but what we do know is he died. That has been confirmed, and you've heard that parts of the official statement coming from DIRCO, right? And there will be, I'm sure, further responses as and when we get them, and we will certainly pick up on that. It doesn't stop you talking about him and maybe reflecting on his own legacy as well. But naturally, I expect, as always has been the case, we will start with reaction from the Matlala Commission. So let me hear what you have to say. We certainly up for it, more to come on some of the other big issues in the country. In fact, first up, we will start with reflections on Nathi Mthethwa.
Hi, Ashraf. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Nathi Mthethwa one of our police ministers or something to do with the police?
The answer is yes. I think it is police, and he was Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture at some stage as well. And then, of course, now currently the ambassador to France. Yeah.
I'm starting to think that these WhatsApp messages were kept on purpose as some form of insurance, because he keeps on saying this relationship cannot be one-sided. So he's paying, but he's not getting the results. And I'm of the opinion that if you're a businessman or even a so-called businessman, you can always regroup and re-enterprise and make something, especially if you have access to cash. But if you're a government official, you are dead. They are dead. Thanks, Ashraf Isbongi.
Okay. Well, I mean, if you're saying being kept deliberately, I suppose maybe that be the purpose, isn't it? To keep it deliberately, and you can work out for whatever reason that may be, right? Thank you for that. Right, to call in, let's get to some of the callers. Mokhomotso, go for it. Hello.
Hello, Ashraf.
Yeah, very good indeed. What's your point?
I just want to find out why does SAFM, including other South African media houses, still insist on the genocide in Gaza, calling it a war, even if after the United Nations has called that a genocide?
Well, when you say SAFM, you mean what? Everybody? Somebody? Official news? What do you mean?
Even the news that I've just heard right now, they still continue to call it a war in Gaza.
All right, that's from the newsroom. I can't really comment on that, but I think to answer your question about just how I see there's sufficient evidence, including that latest United Nations report as of last week or 2 weeks, that effectively confirms that what has happened over this last few years is clearly a genocide. But as far as the news is concerned, it's done by the news department, and I really can't say much in terms of how they phrase it. But I take your point, Mokhomotsi. Yeah, okay, Mokhomotsi is gone. There's another comment around Nathi Mthethwa. Let's pick it up.
Greetings, Ashran. On the issue of Nathi Mthethwa, it's very confusing. The other news, they say he jumped off. The other news said he died in his flat. My question is there no butlers in that hotel for him to jump to Elo and Kimberley?
Yeah, look, I mean, at the moment, as you can imagine, from a newsy current affairs point of view, we can't really speculate. I've heard both. We've heard that. We've heard one incident that died, he was missing for a day. In fact, that's the one part. Then we'd heard that overnight that he was missing for the full day. Then they found that he had allegedly jumped off the 20-odd floors of the hotel. Other one, he died in the hotel. All of that is not what I'm saying. I'm saying that's the type of conversations we've been hearing. Rest assured, we would get actual confirmation soon enough. What we do know, the confirmation is that he has died, and I don't think at this point that he died of poor health. I mean, that's the point in terms of what we know, right? But it is speculation. Kumede, go for it. Hello.
Yes, Ashraf. Hey, Ashraf, I'm very worried, and I feel for your programs or your shows, more especially in your public commentary and all of that, and actually your programs as well. Hey, the kind of the listeners, or rather the followers. And citizenry, if I can put it that way. The way how we sometimes do untruth, we blackmail South Africa as a burning country and all of that. And also the conclusions, the way how we based our opinions and all of that. Our opinions sometimes are not fair. I'm looking at this commission now. There were political parties that were saying that the Matlala Commission was not supposed to happen. They even went to court. And these are the people now that are clapping and say, oh, the commission is on the right place. I think our politics is a lie.
Well, you see, you're also one of the callers. That's the irony of it all. When you talk about callers, reviews, you make up that whole community of callers.
In fact, I feel for you, Ashraf, whether the people that follows you are the right people. You talk about champion South Africa every day, and then I don't see an element of being a champion there. Just for instance, I'm not Mr. Senzo Mkunu, but I can feel for it. He's just even in commission. He has never even put his views. And I'm telling you, through the public opinion, we've already put him in jail. And it's a lie. It's a lie, Ashraf. Your listeners are a lie.
So when you say, let me understand, when you say the listeners are a lie, I mean, you're also a listener, right? So
I'm a listener, yeah. I'm worried the way the challenge, the poisons, the kind of commentary and content. I feel for you guys. I'm sure when you plan your program, you are not wanting to move in that particular direction, you know. I don't know how can you scan them or censor them.
No, we can't scan them. We're not scanning you either, as you can imagine, right?
I'm worried. I'm worried, Ashraf.
Okay.
You are yearning for a positive South Africa, champion South Africa, but hey, chances are very less, my brother.
You're very kind, Gumede. Thank you. And you've got the sympathy for me, or the empathy, and I really appreciate it. But I mean, on a more serious note, I mean, I hear what you're saying. The fact is, we do have a huge cross-section of people from around the country. They all have different views. It is a national dialogue. It's there in the space called the National Pulse. But also, I do agree with one point you're saying, is that in the diversity of callers, even I often wonder, like, how did this person form this opinion? Because a lot of the callers come up and they just got the facts. And how they have the facts, none of us has got the facts. They speak with authority. And I hear what you're saying on that point, Gumede. But having said that, we certainly don't, as you said, we don't muzzle the callers. Yes, we do push back if we think you're being outrageous. But we accept that you are entitled to your own opinion, as you've just proved yourself. Right, more on the now late former ambassador or late ambassador of South Africa to France.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ashraf Mbongo Sundisa. Yeah, Mr. Ashraf, I think Natum Tota, he was the minister during the police massacre in Marikana, but then nobody was held responsible for killing so many people. So it was under his ministry during the Marikana massacre. Thank you. Bongo Sundisa. Yeah.
Okay, well, there we are. That's one, and I think there'll be more about that too. Someone asked a question, was he mentioned in the Matlala Commission? In fact, he was, yeah?
Ashraf, Natum Titwe is mentioned in the Matlala Commission, and all of a sudden, he falls from a hotel, balcony, whatever, and then he dies. Something is fishy, anonymous, Butterworth.
Okay, and I suspect there'll be more of... There'll be more of those too. In fact, let's get a call from Buyizwa in Parktown. Hi, Buyizwa.
Hi, Ashraf, how are you? Thanks for taking my call. You know what? This Matlala commissioner, I had hoped that things were going to turn out different than compared to the Zondo Commission. And this is what is already happening. And I'm thinking the mysterious passing of the ambassador, not in Czechia, it's connected. There's so many people that have been so negative, you know, and when we use these English words, I think English is the problem here with allegations, but you can see where it is leading, that we might get a positive positive direction on all what has been happening with these underworld stories. So this underworld, they're a problem. So it's like I once said, it's an international scandal. It's run international, and everybody has got to be exposed. Even those that are in business, because they're the ones also behind this thing, trying to control the country that they don't own.
Okay, got that from you, Vuyiswa. Listen, there's a lot of speculation, but again, I think two threads today that moves the National Pulse. One, the overall issue of the Matlala Commission on day 9, and you can comment further. But also, now we know the passing of South Africa's ambassador to France, in fact, Nathi Mthethwa, and of causes that we, at this point in time, have no idea. Lots of speculation, but beyond that, we do not know. However, I will say this much, and I'm not suggesting in any way or other that it's linked one way or the other, but that question is, was Nathi Mthethwa mentioned at the Matlala Commission as per the previous WhatsApp we had? Yes, he has been mentioned. Now, make of that what you will. That's why we have this platform. We're going to talk about all things and more here on the National Pulse.
SPAR brings you super savings. Like 2-ply Baby Soft toilet rolls, 18s for $124.99, and get 300 megs free data on SPAR Mobile, or 3 kg Sunlight hand wash powder for $79.99, and get 200 megs free data on SPAR Mobile. Plus, you could win your share of 6 million rand in instant cash. Competition ends 7 October. Price is valid 23 September to 7 October 2025. While stocks last. T's and C's apply.
If you think you cannot afford a lawyer, think again. Clientele Legal has made professional legal services affordable for you. Whether it's a civil, criminal, or labor-related matter, we have a nationwide panel of attorneys standing by to assist you. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195, and we'll call you back. Clientele General is a licensed non-life insurer and an authorized FSP. Standard rates and terms and conditions apply.
Right, this message is brought to you by Itruba, the proud operator of the National Lottery. Mzansi, Powerball stands at a staggering 100 million rand guaranteed jackpot today. Play Powerball now for your chance at the guaranteed 100 million rand jackpot, and you could become the next big winner. Buy your tickets now and do that in store, the nationallottery.coza, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or dial star 120 star 7529 hash for USSD. Panda Push-Up Play. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. Tuba is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, what we're going to do, in fact, we will get a response coming up around quarter to 6 from Matlangi Bangu Motsiri, the ANC national spokesperson, paying tribute to the passing of Nathi Mthethwa and his life, right? But for now, and of course we'll take further calls and comments, and you can raise anything you want. I mean, and as the previous caller spoke about the flotilla, if you want to raise that, that's fine. But also some of the goings-on that is taking place, a lot as you've maybe picked up from the Matlala Commission today. But for now, let me bring in Motsebi Monareng, the SABC News reporter. Motsebi, appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon to you and to your listeners.
Thank you. And of course, we talked to you at a time of huge significance, isn't it?
Indeed, yes.
Yeah. Well, what can you tell us in terms of just your initial thoughts around this?
I think it's a lesson to all South Africans that we need to either prepare ourselves while we're still alive, so that our loved ones who will be left behind, they should not be finding themselves in the doors of the court. I mean, you have time, all this altitude time to prepare yourself, but then you know that sometimes we ignore very important things that we need to resolve.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed, today it was a lesson to all South Africans that the estate of Mr. Mabuza comes to the public so that everybody can know exactly what is happening.
And just to confirm that point, right? The Mpumalanga High Court then confirming or ruling that that Alexander Forbes, which is that investment company, they must not pay out or may not pay out the former Deputy President David Mabuza's pension to anyone just yet, right? So you've obviously covered the story. What led to that judgment, that ruling?
You'd remember that last week when we went there during the agent application, all South Africans were looking at this case as one of an educational case. But today, when we went there, the judge really indicated to say it is important that families should address their issues, their dispute within their families. But courts are available to come and resolve disputes. As a result of that, you will then have scars that will be left behind. It means now the Mabuza family is divided. You will then have the wife who was also going through this mourning period, but now is in the court wherein they're discussing these secrets or the issues of the wealth of Mr. Mabuza. But the interim judgment is that they must go back, sit down, resolve the issue. If not, then they must come back to court. The office of the Master of the High Court will then able to assist them. But looking at the side of the insurance company as well, there is a huge discrepancy, which means they did not able to explain to court as to what exactly this amount was. Because even today, it is not clear whether it was an investment or the money. It was taken from Mabuza's pension, then went into the investment, and it means if it is the money from the youth pension, the dependents also have the right to benefit.
Mm-hmm.
But there is no clarity there because remember, Mr. Mabuza resigned as the Deputy President of the Republic. Obviously, when you resign, you take your pension money and decide otherwise. So in this one as well, it is not clear as to whether Mabuza decided to take the money and make an investment. And the judge says this is a huge investment. They should at least by now, the insurance company could have explained to South Africans to say what exactly the money was.
And of course, the amount, so we're talking about 44.7 million rand, which is a substantial amount of money. And I do note that the judge then suggested that rule that Alexander Forbes cannot pay out for now, but then ruled there needs to be further submissions. I mean, any thoughts in terms of what are the further submissions that are being talked about?
The submission really is to state what exactly the money was intended for. Was the money pension money, or Mabuza decided to do an investment? Because remember, last week we were of the view that this was just an investment, but it emerged today in court that they went and they found that no, this is the money which Mabuza lived for while he was still alive, and the money that is there is the 44.7 million rand available, except other assets that maybe they're still going to be before court. But basically, the 44.7 million is the amount that is available at this point in time. And they're saying, what if maybe the money would have been paid to patients? It means the dependents were not going to benefit out of it. Yes, the Section 87 on the Patient Fund Act also indicates that dependents should benefit. And if I would imagine if the money was paid, it means all the dependents were not going to get the money. So that is why the Sibui, who is the Tamara's legal representative, they are saying they sent the court that to say there's now an interim court judgment to say there's no payouts that has to be done. Investigations should continue, and then the insurance company should come forward. Even if they would want assistance, they will then have them to assist them. How are they going to assist in terms of giving out the money?
Okay. Just lastly, what has been the response from the family members there? Because obviously the stakes are high.
Indeed, you'd remember that last week when we spoke to Zandile Mabuza sister, she indicated that they are supporting the family. I mean the kids, meaning that whatever that is going to happen, his brother's kids should benefit. So today again, she reiterated the statement to say there's no time now because the judge said they should go and sit down. Maybe perhaps they could go back as a family, sit down in their family space where they can discuss, except including the law. But now the sister says no, there's no time because of the sister-in-law is greedy. So what they want, the court must assist them to resolve this problem. It means even if we want this matter to be resolved at home, obviously it's not good. They are not going to get job because she's saying that the wife, she has already chased them from Mabuza's compound, which is the Barberton home. She don't want to file to see them there. So that tells you that there's no way that it will resolve the matter.
Yeah. All right.
The court must assist them.
That story is going to run. Motsebi Monareng, SABC News reporter in Mpumalanga, covering the story where the judge, the Mpumalanga High Court, in fact, ruling that Alexander Forbes may not pay out the former Deputy President David Mabuza's pension to anyone, just yet. Let's get the news headlines. Here's on Dela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, South Africa has confirmed the passing of Ambassador to France, Natim Mthethwa. Mthethwa was appointed in December 2023. The government of France has launched an investigation into Mthethwa's death. Eskom has recorded a 16 billion rand profit after taxes for the first time in 8 years. This was revealed by the Eskom CEO, Dan Marukane, at a media briefing in Johannesburg. And a strike by oil workers in Nigeria has entered its second day following the dismissal of hundreds of staff by the Ndakote refinery owned by Africa's richest man, Aliko Ndakote. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg Hoos.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N12 R24 westbound and Bedfordview, slow moving on both routes towards Giluli's interchange, and Eskempathleli Drive northbound in Pretoria has delays towards Mood Street. In KZN, the N3 westbound, a stationary vehicle after Spaghetti Junction, and on the N2 northbound, a stationary vehicle at Spaghetti Junction. In Cape Town, the N2 outbound is where crash is reported before Muway, and Kloofnek Road outbound is slow moving through Tamboerskloof. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Right, Tumi, you've got a football story to start with, right?
Yes, sir. The South African Football Players Union has taken direct aim at SAFA, accusing the association of what it calls gross administrative negligence that has cost Bafana Bafana 3 vital World Cup qualifying points. In a statement titled Hands Off Mokoena, SAFA's negligence is a national betrayal. SAFPU defended midfielder Tebogo Mokoena, saying that he's being unfairly blamed for a suspension error that was purely administrative. Now, the union says that the blunder has jeopardized South Africa's qualification campaign and is demanding accountability from SAFA. Meanwhile, Benin coach Gano Raw has once again criticized FIFA for delaying sanctions against South Africa, but says that the docking of 3 points from Bafana could serve as extra motivation for his side to push for top spot in the group and secure qualification for next year's World Cup. Remember, SAFA actually has responded and they have indicated. Remember yesterday, Ashraf, we were busy trying to figure out the CEO's words when she's like they're putting together a legal team. Well, they did send out a statement saying that they are going to appeal in line with FIFA's regulation for what they deem as unprecedented outcome.
And your thoughts about the player?
I mean, you know what? For me, I'm like, should we really be putting the blame on Tebogo Mokoena? I do understand that he is a player, but between the national team and the club responsibilities, there's a high chance that he could forget because he plays for his club and then the country. And I know that some people are just saying, but you the player that received the yellow cards. I think there's a chance for him to forget.
Can't it be both? Like, can't you accept that the administrator in charge, right, the manager, ultimately would be, in charge of this, and therefore it messed up because you need to have checks and balances. But that the player, yes, I think there's a gap between their last game and the next game, and there's like 20 league matches in between, so you can't forget. But you're also playing in a separate league. I mean, like, I know what's a World Cup and I know what's club matches. And if I'm suspended in one game because I've got a second booking, I know I'm going to miss the next match. I'm irritated. I'm furious. We see that all the time, right? So I mean, he is a professional player. Why would he also not have known that the moment he got that yellow card that he's suspended, even if it's 5 months later, because he knows then when there's a call up, he's not going to be called up.
But perhaps he thought there's people that are in charge of these things. They would tell me if I'm not going to play, and just took it very simple. Oh, I'm in. Okay, cool.
And,
Clearly
if they don't tell me, I just go and play. But what I'm asking, therefore, can they not be both right and wrong at the same time?
I get you. I get you. Let's move on to cricket. Cricket South Africa has confirmed a change to the men's international schedule for the 2025-26 season. The Proteas T20 series against the West Indies has been reduced from 5 matches to 3, now set to run from the 27th to the 31st of January. The adjustment follows the ICC's confirmation of the T20 World Cup support period, which begins on the 31st. Then in rugby, Springbok coach Rassie Erasmus has made 4 changes to his match day 23 for Saturday's Castle Lager Rugby Championship decider against Argentina in Twickenham. Oxen Chair returns to the starting lineup after missing last week's clash in Durban with a niggle, while Grant Williams, Jesse Creel and Bongim Bonambi are recalled to the bench. The rest of the squad remains unchanged, with Eben Etzebeth starting alongside Ruan Norgia in his 138th test and captain Siya Kolisi leading the side in his 98th appearance. Meanwhile, Stormers forwards coach Rito Tlungwane says that despite their emphatic 35-0 win over defending champions Leinster in the opening round of the United Rugby Championship, the Cape side are keeping their feet on the ground. He says that the focus this week is on being more clinical and eliminating mistakes when they face Welsh side Ospreys at the DHL Stadium on Friday night.
I'm going to sound like a broken record. The big thing is improvement. What can we improve? Where can we be better? And that's definitely our mindset. The small little things that we felt we didn't do well, so we want to do the things that we did well and those things that we didn't do as well come Friday night.
Wrapping things up with tennis, defending champion Coco Gauff dug deep to overcome Belinda Bencic in a tense 3-set battle at the China Open, winning 4-6, 7-6 and 6-2 to reach the quarterfinals for the 3rd consecutive year. The match wasn't without drama, with Gauff saving set points and endured a heated exchange with Bencic over crowd behavior and ultimately broke early in the 3rd to seal the win. And with this victory, she has now clinched her spot at the WTA finals in Riyadh for the 4th straight season. On that note, I'll have more in the next hour.
Perfect. Thank you. We'll look forward to that conversation too.
You are the biggest saver we've ever had.
2,794 Rand a month. It was the easiest switch ever.
What was the real deal they could offer you?
870.
That's amazing. You're always getting something out.
Yeah.
I've been battling to get nice car insurance. Outsurance, I found them. I'm saving a cool $360.
Get the real deal with the real savings.
I made the right move.
Go to outsurance.co.za now for a 10-minute quote that could save you thousands.
Just phone Outsurance, get a quote and see what they can offer you. If you don't save that 321 like I did, you might say get a 500 or $1,000 back. Service and savings, you'll always get something out. How is it that Outsurance provided the solution for you?
918 Rand is what I'm saving.
Incredible. What brought you and Outsurance together?
718 Rand. I end up saving.
They gave you the real deal. It literally is the real deal.
Go to outsurance.co.za now for a 10-minute quote that could save you thousands. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
I don't love waking up before the sunrise. I don't love wearing a school uniform. But I do love learning. I do love saving my mom money on transport and uniforms while I still get a good education. I do love UCT Online High School because I do love my future. Apply online before 28 November.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, we'll have a chance to take more of your calls, and I have no doubt that you have lots to say, isn't it? So we'll do that in just a moment or so. But as you know, around this time every single day, we connect with the markets, and with me today is Makwe Masilela from Makwe Fund Managers. Makwe, good to connect as always. You want to start with the results from Netcare?
Yes, Ashraf, their group revenue expected to increase by 4.7% and due to that occupational health contract that was terminated during second half of 2025, but their overall financial performance to strengthen by 8.5%, supported by operational efficiency, digital benefits, reduced diesel costs, lower interest rates, and that positive impact of share buybacks. As a result, profit as adjusted headline earnings per share expected to increase by 19%, and the share price was up almost 4%. And Ashraf, overnight, Trump imposed tariffs on the import of wood, furniture, and kitchen fittings with the intent of promoting local production and reducing reliance on imports. Unless if a last-minute temporary spending deal is reached, then at midnight the U.S. government will shut down, which could prompt a rating rethink. Remember, in May, Moody's downgraded U.S. economy, and on a positive light, China's September manufacturing activity picked up though still indicating a contraction. And also another positive development is that South Africa and Nigeria are poised to exit the grey listing as soon as next month. And we've seen that our total employment for quarter ending June decreased by 80,000 or 0.8% due to the likes of your community services, trade, manufacturing. However, there was an increase in mining and electricity, and oil prices extended sharp losses as apparently OPEC Plus is preparing to raise production in November, adding to oversupply worries with Cyprian crude is down 0.4% at $66 a barrel, and the yellow metal continued to reach fresh record highs resulting from that fretting over imminent U.S. government shutdown. Gold is up 0.4% at 3,847. Platinum is down 0.1% at 1,572. Global markets are on tenterhooks as U.S. government shutdown looms, but the JSE reached new record highs, up 0.6%, led by both resources and industrials, and the rand is down 0.2% against the dollar, 17.29, 23.23 against the pound, and 20.29 against the euro.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for that. Makwe will connect with you tomorrow. It does mean it's a prelude, really, to 6 to 7, 1 hour of the markets with Jimmy Moyaha coming up. But coming up in a few minutes' time, we'll talk about, to get your calls. But before that, we'll find out all about the SA Auto Week.
You're listening to the National Pulse.
Right, let's talk about this with huge interest. And I say huge interest because I'll be there. I'll be there on Thursday. In fact, SAfm coming to you from that part of the Eastern Cape tomorrow, some parts of the show, as well as on Thursday. We'll be there with the National Pulse on Thursday. Now, when I say there, where am I talking about? Well, this is the point. There's a South African Auto Week, right? And let's talk about that. It's taking place in Gqeberha, and we're talking about the Kucham Vulindlela Accommodation and Conference Center. So let's find out more about what the plans may well be around it with my guest, Asanda Kawuka, the Executive Manager for Business Development at Kucha. Appreciate your time and thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you so much, Ashraf. Good afternoon to you and the listeners.
Okay. I mean, where you sit as Business Development Manager for this, it's such a key position looking ahead to this event. So when we talk about the SA Auto Week, first, give me some details. Like, what is the SA Auto Week?
Thank you so much, Ashraf. The SA Auto Week is basically a conference or a summit that is hosted by the National Automobile Council of South Africa, being NAMSA. They basically celebrate, they've been doing it for over 4 years now, and this year they plan to have the SA Auto Week in Gqeberha in the Eastern Cape. And the event itself, it draws all your major automakers within the country. It draws international players, international investors, governments, NPOs, financiers, FMMEs, and all the related and interested parties into the automotive sector. So it really is about discussions, understanding the trends that are happening within the automotive sector, what are the threats, what are the challenges, what are the opportunities, and how best then do we position ourselves as a country to continue to move forward, remembering that the automotive sector is quite key and important to us in South Africa. This is a sector that employs directly and indirectly over about 500,000 people, having invested in 2023 about 5.2 billion in terms of capital investments, contributes about 5.3% into South Africa's GDP. So these discussions then become important. I think globally we understand the threats, to the automotive sector in its own, especially when it comes to the growth that is happening within the Chinese. We see a lot of imports. So that then poses a threat to the sector, the sustainability into the country. So the engagement then about trying to unlock and to find ways and means that South Africa can be able to retain this critical sector in our economy.
I'll tell you what, ever since I've been a lightie, we always think about, the Eastern Cape, East London, Port Elizabeth, or North Gqeberha as this hub of the automotive industry in our country. Yes, I know there's been losses, there have been shutdowns, but it still retains that position, isn't it, as a preeminent force in the automotive industry?
No, definitely, Ashraf. Out of the 8 automakers that are counted within the country, the Eastern Cape is counting for 4 of those OEMs. And Kucha as well as the special economic zone, we've got 2 Chinese investors that are in the automotive sector, BIKE and SAW, that have set up within the zone, already operating last year. SAW within the special economic zone of Kucha, they celebrated 30 years of having been in the country, and last year as well, SAW expanded, injecting an additional 200 million rand into the economy. The listeners will also recall the Stellantis investment, which was announced for setting up within Kucha in 2023. The platform for that particular investor has already been developed. It's just awaiting, the conclusion of the deal for us to continue to erect the top structure. So overall, the Eastern Cape does remain, a key player in the automotive sector. But importantly as well is the fact that, some of the towns, as you have mentioned, East London, like Gqeberha and also Uitenhage, which is now Kariega, they developed around the automotive sector. So going forward, Kucha remains a major player because, the 3 billion Stellantis investment, Kucha as well is positioning itself to ensure that, where these investors do come into the country, that we will be able to allocate land to them and their component suppliers so they can get their production inputs quite, closer, because that becomes important. Kucha also provides a connected zone. We are close to the port of Mucha, close to the port of PE. The zone, as I've said, is really connected and it provides a plug-and-play environment. So we are looking forward to the development that is taking place within the sector. We are talking now about new energy vehicles. We are called to those discussions. What does this sector require? What type of incentives doing learning from the current APDP2? Because there are OEMs that have not necessarily been fully benefiting. So it does remain a key sector to the Eastern Cape, but mostly for us as Kucha, as we are now entering our new strategy for the 5 years.
So what then would be the major issues being, discussed and tabled at the conference? And as you answer that, just reflect on this too. What happens besides them being tabled? How much of it is actual decisions that are actioned?
I can confirm, Ashraf, that part of the discussions which the Minister of Data, Minister Parks Tabo, already started engaging on, even at the NACAM show, which took place in Gqeberha in August, is around, how should South Africa retain this particular sector? As we already indicated, there is a threat from the Chinese imports. So the sales locally, they are decreasing. That's why you would hear the likes of Mercedes-Benz, the likes of Nissan, threatening, in terms of closure. And we know about the U.S. tariffs that are also highly impacting this particular sector. So the discussions are about how do we then ensure that the sector remains relevant and can be retained within the country. Otherwise, it will be a bloodbath, of high unemployment should we not be able to retain the sector. But secondly as well, the other discussions will be around how as a country do we get ready for the transition to the new energy vehicles, because that is a reality. So we need them, the discussion will be around what is the policy, what is the regulation, what is required, what are the type of incentives, what is making China to thrive is because the Chinese government is heavily invested on subsidies, on incentives. Those will be the discussions, but important as well, you're starting to say, out of the conference, what then becomes the key takeaways at the end of the conference? NAMSA does consolidate and submit key decisions that have been made as part of the conference, which then get taken out to be discussed by government, by the broader, key stakeholders into this industry to take forward for implementation.
Lots to consider there. What about opportunities for young people? Young people listening to us, always looking for opportunities. What would they find there?
I think we are quite excited as Goka, but also as a province, in terms of the program that has been set for this particular financial year for the SA Auto Week. There is a set program, Ashraf.
Yeah, do we have you there? I think we've just lost our guest just for a moment, Asanda Awuka. Let's just see if we can reconnect with her in just a second. Let's do this. We'll try and reconnect right after this.
So you thought you were building a business in this economy? Good luck. But day by day, somehow it grew. You became payroll, procurement, PR, and pressure valve. You kept going when the freezer didn't freeze, the bucket didn't budge, and the bank balance barely blinked. What's that saying again? What doesn't kill your business makes it stronger? Or at least it should be that. So you thought you were building a business. You weren't. It was building you. Because this isn't just what you do anymore. It's who you are. And you don't trust just anybody to protect it. Chat to your broker about Old Mutual Insure Business Insurance. Protect what built you. Old Mutual Insure Limited is a licensed FSP and non-life insurer.
X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
All right, let's just reconnect to conclude our conversation with Asanda Awuka relating to the SA Auto Week. And I can tell you now that SAFM will be there tomorrow as well as the day after, which is Thursday. And I'll be there Thursday afternoon. So if you're around there, come and say hi. Looking forward to connecting with you. So we were speaking just as the line dropped about young people. So amongst the specific opportunities or rather gaps in the market that you would see for young people, maybe untested in that industry that want to enter it, what would you think there would be?
Yes, I think, Ashraf, as I was saying, there's definitely going to be an opportunity that are going to be unpacked for the young people, for the SMEs, even for the scholars to understand what is the industry going to what is the industry going to need going forward. For the SMEs specifically, I would say, the South African government is focusing on transforming the automotive sector. The current OEMs, they have set up what is called an automotive industry transformation fund. So part of what is going to be unpacked is to understand then what are the opportunities that are available, even in terms of the aftermarket. Because apart from vehicles that have gone over their warranty, their guarantees, they will need to be serviced, outside those guarantees and warranties. So those opportunities will then be unpacked. But further, even for SME, it's going to be around how do they access funding to be able to set up. If they are going to need innovation, technology, how do they get that funding access so they can be able to get ready to take up the opportunities as they adult themselves. And I think as Koka as well for us, we will be exposing the matriculants that are upgrading their math and science subjects through our math and science program, an opportunity that has over the years benefited about 1,000 learners. And last year getting 100% pass. We will also be exposing them so they are aware of the development.
Okay. And just the last thing, you spoke earlier about 500,000 people in that region that are impacted in terms of employment because of the automotive industry in the Eastern Cape, right? Where's the trend? Is it going higher in terms of more people being employed into that industry, or is it diminishing, keeping in mind the high unemployment rates that we have in the country?
I think as far it's a bit unfortunate that the automotive sector is not really absorbing and creating new opportunities. Mercedes-Benz had already started giving out separation packages with Goodyear that is shutting down. So that's why then for entities like Kuha, it becomes important that we go out to position the special economic zone, to position the province as an ideal location for new investments to come in, like Stellantis, to set up so that the jobs that are lost, they could then be a balance, but more also the investors that are in the zone, that they can also expand and create more job opportunities.
Okay, just the last thing. Is this open to the public to attend?
It's not quite Ashraf, because I mean for any summit, any conference, there is a registration fee, right? But I must say though, for this one, opportunities have been availed for youth, for scholars, and for SMMAs that are not necessarily going to pay to attend, and those lists and names have been submitted, people would have received their passes to participate. But for general public, though, there is an exhibition area that is open, so they can come, they can see the exhibitors, they can interact, they could link up with the companies that are there, and therefore be able to move with opportunities and further engagement.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. So there we are. They can take advantage, and they've done that already anyway. So much appreciate your time. Of course, Asanda, the bottom line to that, if they can't physically access the conference or the summit, well, that's why they need to listen to SAFM, and they will do so. We will give them everything as and when it happens. Asanda Awuka, appreciate your time here on the National Pulse.
You're listening to the National Pulse.
And as I said, I'll be there. I think Kathy will be there as well. But certainly Thursday's show coming, this show, the National Pulse on Thursday, coming from that SA Auto Week. So looking forward to that, but also to saying hello to you too. Right. Let's get further comments from you on some of the issues we've touched on.
SAPS, FIFA rules and CAF rules are not the same. They can be very confusing sometimes. And even us as fans, we get confused about these games. Is it AFCON qualifiers now? Is it FIFA World Cup qualifiers? So the mistake is on SAFA administration side. They must leave Tebo Mokoena alone, or any player for that matter. Hands off South African players. Thanks very much.
I don't know what does it mean, hands off South African players. I mean, I hear you what different rules, but listen, ultimately it is the admin that selects a team. Before you select a team, you can only select a team that's eligible. So that would have to be the checks and balance, and I completely concur with you. But I'm also saying, I mean, as a player, never mind how many competitions you play, you're a professional player. How would you not know that? I'm seriously, how would you not know that you're ineligible for the next game, even if it's 6 months later, and then get picked and you go anyway? Just think about it.
Good afternoon, SAFM. Ashraf, we must open the Commission of Road Construction, High Corner. Every day in South Africa, the roads are fixed. Every day, there is this road from Crydock to Queenstown. Every year when I pass here, the road is still in construction. Every year. There is a mafia into this. This is every road in South Africa. You go that side, when you come back, the road is fixed. High corner.
High corner, as you say. Do I need to add to that? I don't think so.
Hello, Ashraf. Oh, my goodness. I'm actually shocked by the former Minister Mthethwa. May his soul rest in peace. And yeah, I know that he was mentioned in the commission. This is scary, Ashraf. It's scary. It's scary. Anyway, this is what I wanted to say, that I was once told that the way of speaking, my speaking, is similar to Professor Thuli Madonsela. We actually was told by one of the National Assembly MPs many years ago. But anyway, Ashraf, today's hearing once again, it's just bombshell. And I just hope that, journalists are also not implicated here, because it seems like it's going there as well. This is Tebisa.
Thanks. I was going to say thanks, Prof. Thuli, but you get my point. Yeah, but on the serious note, I hear what you're saying. I mean, listen, it's difficult. We can't speculate, but I can understand someone saying you get mentioned in a commission and then the next time you're dead. Churchill in Mthatha, hello.
Hello, Ashraf.
Yeah, how's it, man?
Ashraf, I'm fine. Hope you're also fine.
Yeah, good.
Look, I was listening to one of the commenters who said that, South Africans, cannot make decisions to decide on what actually happened and that and that. In my humble opinion, I think that caller is wrong. According to what has been submitted so far, South Africans have got every right to make their own analysis. Even if those who are being accused may come and rebut, But at the end of the day, South Africans can be able to connect the dots of what actually happened here. Remember also, even those who are tasked with investigations, they must do that independently of the commission, as long as they've got dockets that are ready, and then the cases that are ready that can be prosecuted in court. They've got every right to arrest, regardless of what happens in the commission. Because in the commission, the terms of reference, they seek to find out whether there was infiltration of the criminal justice system.
Yeah, I hear you. Got that. And I think it's come up before. You know, they're going to make recommendations, but if someone is implicated already, can action in some form be taken? And I did suggest, if you look at some of the pace of changes already taking place, just considering we're just over a week in this commission, things are happening, man. Let's get the news. It's 5 o'clock. Here's time for the news at 5.
Thank you, Ashraf. Government confirms Mthethwa's passing in oil workers' strike continues in Nigeria. Good day to you. South Africa's confirmed the passing away of Ambassador to France, Nathi Mthethwa. He was appointed in 2023. The government of France has launched an investigation into his death. His body was found at the Hyatt Hotel, where, according to reports, he died from a fall from the 22nd story of the hotel. Spokesperson for the Minister of International Relations and Cooperation, Crispin Piri.
The government of the Republic of South Africa announces with deep sorrow and profound regret the untimely passing of His Excellency Ambassador Nkosinathi Emmanuel Mthethwa, South Africa's ambassador to the French Republic. Ambassador Mthethwa was a distinguished servant of the nation whose career was marked by dedicated service in critical ministerial portfolios, including Minister of Police and Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture.
Eskom's recorded a 16 billion rand profit after taxes for the first time in 8 years. Eskom CEO Dan Modikani addressed a media briefing in Johannesburg. He says this profit will be invested back into the business for critical infrastructure and energy security.
In the midst of all of this, we were able to come out with a 16 billion rand profit after tax compared to the previous years of 55 billion rand losses. This performance is driven by significant savings in our primary energy costs, and Caleb will expand on that, by the increase of some 3.5% in our sales because of our generation performance, and also the fact that our generation primary mix is much more favorable than generating power from expensive diesel machines. There is also the tariff the tariff increase that kicked in that space.
Crime Intelligence boss Dumisani Khumalo has told the Matlala Commission in Pretoria that he believes that his 2012 arrest was politically motivated. General Khumalo's testimony at the Commission is at the centre of the inquiry, which is looking into corruption and alleged political interference in law enforcement agencies. The Crime Intelligence boss has revealed WhatsApp messages between alleged cartel member Vuzimuzi Kat Matlala and alleged Senzo Mchunu associate Brown Mahotsi, which allegedly sought to discredit the political killings task team. General Khumalo says misinformation exchanged between Matlala and Mahotsi form part of the pair's attempts to discredit the task team and his subsequent arrest.
The heading itself, Chairperson, shows towards the mixture of processes and known after the disbandment letter. Now, the first heading under breaking news is talking to the rogue unit, which is PKTT, but then the heading itself, it's totally different. It's talking to the ID raiding the office of the National Commissioner, offices of the National Commissioner and my office after we were served with notices of arrest.
The bereaved Sorela family at Tiani village outside Giyani in Limpopo are struggling to come to terms with the loss of 2 members in the collision involving a taxi and 2 trucks on the R81 in Limpopo this Sunday. The Transport Department says 12 people lost their lives when their taxi was crushed between 2 trucks. Family spokesperson Grace Sorela says their family members Lebohang and her 9-year-old daughter were among the victims. A strike by oil workers in Nigeria has entered its second day following the dismissal of hundreds of staff by the Dangote refinery owned by Africa's richest man. The BBC's Ijoma Ndogwe has more.
Talks between the Oil Workers Union and Dangote Refinery, which were mediated by Nigeria's Labour Ministry in the capital Abuja, ended in deadlock last night. This has left members of the Petroleum and Natural Gas Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, who began striking on Monday, taking industrial action for a second day. It's an escalation of a row that erupted last week.
The top story: South Africa's confirmed the passing away of Ambassador to France, Natim Tetwa. That's SAFM News. I'm Greg Khos.
In sports this hour, Erasmus makes 4 changes for Rugby Championship decider. Australia loses Maxwell for New Zealand's T20s. This is after freak net blow, and Mthembu proud as baby Proteas make history on global stage. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N1 southbound queuing towards Winnie Mandela Drive due to a crash on the opposite carriageway. The N1 northbound in Sunninghill has a crash after Winnie Mandela Drive exit, and on the N1 southbound in Grasmere there are delays at Grasmere services. In KZN, the N3 westbound in Pietermaritzburg has a stationary truck before Market Road, and the N3 westbound a stationary vehicle after Spaghetti Junction that's causing some serious delays. In Cape Town, the N2 outbound slow moving towards Muway. The M3 Philip Khosana Drive outbound has a stationary vehicle at Upper Roodeblom Road, and on Swartklip Road in Khayelitsha, slow moving traffic at Govan-Berkey Road. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
When Avukile was diagnosed with blood cancer, his only hope was a stem cell transplant from a matching donor. Thankfully, a perfect match was found, and Avukile received the transplant that saved his life. But thousands of patients in South Africa are still waiting to find their match. Together, we can give more patients like Avukile a second chance at life. Visit dkmsafrica.org.
This is an SABC-supported initiative.
Right, this message is brought to you by Ituba, the proud operator of the National Lottery. Now, Mzansi, Powerball stands at a staggering 100 million rand guaranteed jackpot for today. Play Powerball now for your chance at the guaranteed 100 million rand jackpot, and you could become the next big winner. Buy your tickets now, in store, on the nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, and then cell phone banking, or dial *120*7529# for USSD. Panda Push-Up Play. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. Ituba is the proud operator of the National Lottery.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Okay, we're going to talk later on about life after AGOA. I wonder, that comes up just now. Well, in a few minutes' time, in fact. But there's also news about the G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit, right? Which we're going to connect with in a few minutes' time. In the meantime, let me just get some of your thoughts again on some of the biggest issues that has certainly dominated the headlines today. Basically, they've moved the national pulse. Of course, the passing of Natim Tetwa, the ambassador, South Africa's ambassador to France, is top news. And then the ongoing conversations around the Matlala Commission. But anything else that we've talked about or not talked about, you can pick it up too.
Hi, Ashraf. You see, Ashraf, South Africans have developed a flagrant disregard of the laws and regulations as well. An example is about the Bafana that used to be the captain, that Mokoena. He knew that he was not supposed to play, and the whole office itself, or the committee, knew very well. But there and there, flagrantly, they just disregarded the law and made him play. So let them suffer the consequences of being stripped of points. Thanks, Willie and Kuma.
But when you say he knew, they all knew, like, how do you know that? I understand the consequences, but I mean, how do you know that what you said they knew, including Mokoena? I mean, how do you know? I'm just curious, because that goes back to the conversation we had earlier about callers. Like, we just know everything. I learned from you because I don't know, you know. Right, let's talk about the G20 Parliamentary Speakers Summit. So with me is Xolile George, Secretary to Parliament. This is ahead of the P20 Summit that is due to take place tomorrow. Now, the summit, I understand, provides a platform for speakers and presiding officers of parliaments not just from South Africa, but from G20 member countries, to deliberate on how legislative bodies can contribute to the formulation and implementation of the G20 decisions. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm very interested in all of that myself. So, Kolile George, appreciate your time. Thanks for connecting with us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, and good afternoon to all SAFM listeners.
Thank you. So tell me about this P20 summit tomorrow in terms of, what's on the agenda?
On the agenda, Ashraf, is a number of areas that G20 countries will be focusing on immediately after parliaments have convened. As you will recall, it's quite publicly known now that G20 is an international forum of countries that seek to cooperate around areas of mutual economic interest to ensure that there is a balanced development and balanced interest of the economies of the member states. So in our context as South Africa, we are playing host to our country's hosting of G20. So we call our platform P20. It's the 20 parliaments that form part of these countries. And essentially, our focus for this two-day session, starting from tomorrow, we had a session yesterday of young parliamentarians, and today it was women's parliamentarians, as a precursor to the official start tomorrow, Ashraf. So all of them rallied under the theme of harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for realization of global solidarity, equality, and sustainability. So we're proud as South African Parliament that we are playing host to many other countries who have already arrived and others arriving today, to make sure that it allows us as a country not only to showcase our capabilities, but also to drive development priorities that resonate with the national interest of our country. And our parliaments, as you know, once heads of state meet, Ashraf, Parliament's role is to look at legislative implications of those policy decisions that head of states would have made, to make sure that in our own context as a country, like other countries, we will translate that into laws that must be passed to enable the faster economic development of our country. So among some of the topics to be discussed, it will be around strengthening disaster resilience and responses, and what is our role in terms of international cooperation. The second topic will be around ensuring debt sustainability for low-income countries. How do we ensure that we look at mechanisms that will provide relief to many of those countries? Thirdly, looking at mobilizing finance for a just energy transition, to look at measures where the energy concerns around the country, we push for sustainable mechanisms and funding instruments to help that. The last focus is on harnessing critical minerals for inclusive growth and sustainable development. These are just but broad main key thematic focus areas, whereas there's other sub-items that will be canvassed right across. Yes.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because often when we've had previous G20 summits, not in South Africa, but of course elsewhere, one of the arguments has been that a lot of talking, a lot of planning and resolutions take place, and how much of that is actioned out. So I say that not as a criticism of what happened before, but in terms of therefore the P20 summit, and all these parliamentary leaders coming together. And you made the point about the legislative bodies in the various parliaments now need to be aligned to decision making that takes place. So how do you go about doing that, and how much time do you have to implement?
Each of the countries, Ashraf, as you would appreciate, they would gather, like in this case, it would be P20. So there will always be a broad set of agreements that will arise out of that. So it is for each country then to process the policy, development, and other measures necessary to give effect to those decisions that member states would have made. And part of those may very well carry legislative implications, in the sense that they may require review of certain matters of economic trade relations. It may be tariffs, it may be issues of safety, security, it may be issues of energy. So are there any implications where, first, there may be a need for new laws to be able to give effect to international binding agreements, or it may require revisiting existing legal instruments to give effect to those or pave the way for that. So it is in that context that countries will then look at it. So it's very crucial for parliaments to play very close in processing those policy decisions, so that the national development interest of a country would then be domesticated in a manner that is consistent with the development priorities of each of the countries. Countries also, as you would know, they are members of UN bodies. South Africa is one of those, like many other countries. So when there's decisions taken at those levels, we also have, under various international conventions, parliaments are also required to ratify certain decisions of a binding nature where they may have been taken through a multilateral body. So in that context, parliaments have a role to play around international diplomacy, and part of this platform is to advance those international development priorities for our own country, likewise any other countries.
Well, now I understand as well that in terms of the summit itself, it's a good few days, and it includes as well a young parliamentarians meeting and then a women parliamentarians meeting as well. Why is that important?
It's important in the sense that if you look at the global outlook of parliaments, Ashraf, the changing demographic of members of parliament is quite interesting and encouraging, in the sense that we used to have, I'll give you our own context. In the past, before 1994, one of our houses of parliament, it was referred to as the lower house before the 1994 dispensation, and it was a Senate. It is now called the National Council of Provinces. And traditionally, Senates have always been viewed as houses where the most advanced people in terms of age are likely to be put up by their political parties. And you look at 2024, the demographic composition of our National Council of Provinces is quite encouraging. So does the National Assembly. So many other countries also have populations where the public representatives have a fair distribution of young people constituting a majority. In our own case, just less than 50% in both houses. We have young parliamentarians of less than 50 years. So other countries also have similar reflections of their parliament. So a gathering that provides space for young parliamentarians to have a platform of deliberations on issues of mutual interest, but also looking at issues that are peculiar to supporting young parliamentarians to be able to assist is very, very important. So does for women members of parliament who have their own forum that can be deliberative on issues that affect young people and how they can make sure that parliaments, firstly, are gender sensitive, secondly, gender responsive. So some of the advances of laws we pass as countries are reflective of the aspirations where we have a gendered perspective, whether it is budgeting, whether it is issues of safety, whether it is other issues. So it's quite encouraging that we have platforms where we'll say young people are focusing on these areas, but also women in particular have a platform where we could be able to have platforms of sharing, platforms of common support and solidarity, but also allowing space for perspectives that must feed a gendered perspective on issues of national development priorities.
Yeah, point taken. Just before we wrap up, the theme of the summit is harnessing parliamentary diplomacy for the realization of global solidarity, equality and sustainability. So my mind tells me the fact that that's the theme and the key word here is harnessing parliamentary diplomacy. Does that suggest that it hasn't been happening before, therefore the need to harness parliamentary diplomacy?
International diplomacy, by its very nature, is multifaceted and multidimensional. It takes place at the level of the executive, it takes place at the level of parliament, but coherently driven by the national international relations policy of each country. So in our case, our foreign policy guides engagements for parliament. So consistently, since the advent of G20, parliaments have established a P20, a parliament of 20, since it started, for instance, in 2018, when it was launched in Argentina in the first summit, to make sure that there's a legislative platform for speakers of parliament to deliberate on how legislative bodies can contribute to the formulation of programs around it. So it is a steady course of action to make sure that we can harness, as as we form part of international bodies, multilateral forums, where we sit as Parliament of South Africa. We have a body, for instance, called International Parliamentary Union, IPU, that meets annually for parliaments who form part of states who are members of UN. We also have the Commonwealth Parliamentary Forum, which is also a multilateral body. So a steady pursuit of international relations in the African continent, in the SADC continent, at a global platform, our parliament consistently plays a visible role of leadership around that. So make sure that when there is issues of articulation about our national foreign relations policy stance, regardless of political parties, national policy issues are consistently executed in the common interest of the country. So it is a steady issue where we say harnessing, so that it is pursued from all angles, but coherently in pursuit of national development prerogatives.
Okay, quick answer as we wrap up. The Americans, will they be represented?
Yes, there will be representatives from the parliaments of US in terms of House of Representatives, and they will be represented here tomorrow, including members from their embassy from Johannesburg.
Okay, got that. Xolile George, Secretary to Parliament, thank you for your time ahead of what should be a fascinating Parliamentary Speakers Summit called P20, which starts tomorrow, goes on for the next 3 days. Your thoughts, your comments on that, how does that move you and the National Pulse?
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
African Under-20 champions Amajita chase a crucial win, while the Cagoets believe they have a special winning recipe. Africa is up against Oceania. This is the 2025 FIFA Under-20 World Cup. South Africa tackles New Caledonia on Friday, 3 October at 1 a.m. Live on SABC 1, SABC Plus, and SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
We'll get an ANC representative coming up after the 5:30 news to reflect on the passing of South Africa's ambassador to France, Natim Tetwa. That comes up later on. But for now, here's the position. What about life after AGOA? AGOA meaning the African Growth and Opportunity Act. And I asked that question, well, not just South Africa, but what about the African continent? Because it is zoned in on Africa, right? Understand that deadline in terms of that AGOA agreement with the USA effectively has ended today, right? So what's next for US-Africa trade? And can Africa as a continent then shape its trade future beyond AGOA? Basically, life after AGOA. Now, linked to all of that is the AU Kampala Declaration strategy that will kick in about 3 months' time. And we'll find out what that means as well. So let's talk now on the line with Ntutu Mbiko, who's an entrepreneur, farmer, and a member of the acronym is CAADP, but it's pronounced KADP. So, Ntutu, appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thanks. Good afternoon to your viewers and yourselves in the studio. Thank you for the opportunity.
Much appreciate your time. Right. So here's the question. What is life going to be for Africa after AGOA?
I think, like you've just defined what AGOA means, I think let's start from there, what it meant and what it was supposed to achieve. As you've just outlined, it is Africa Growth and Opportunity Act. And at face value, it looked and sounds meaningful and intentional since it talks what is required for the continent, right? And we've clearly documented our wish list through various frameworks and strategies under documents such as Agenda, CADAP, which is your Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program, which is a framework to inclusive and sustainable development to stimulate growth. And I'm citing all these, indicating that perhaps if we are not ready, and I know we are not, in terms of implementing those strategies. So if you were to ask me, How does it look like, and are we ready? I think that's the best question. We're definitely not ready, and it's due to our own goals in terms of delaying our own plans. And for the purpose of this conversation, I would focus on the agricultural sector of this partnership, particularly for the developing sector. Now, if you look at the time the CAADP was launched, it was just after 3 years of signing the AGOA Act. That meant we should have fast-tracked its intention, which would enable us to have a fully fledged trade partnership amongst the 38 countries that are eligible according to AGOA's criteria. So delaying on all these plans that we've been engaging and implementing them, it's the result of our non-readiness for a lack of a word, continue without AGOA. You must bear in mind that you are referencing a 9.8 billion in terms of revenue of this partnership. And if you look at who stands to lose more and who stands to benefit, it's us. And it's something that we have to now. We are acting as if we were not aware that at some point it will come to an end. I don't think we've envisioned where we would have sort of a marriage of some sort till death do us apart. As we are talking all these inclusive, you have your Africa Continental Free Trade and all these, our delay to implement this will result on us being identified as a continent that is not ready that is not ready and cannot afford to have AGOA as a trade partner. With that said, I think one of the areas that we've missed is to have a sense and a say and an input on the criteria of the eligible countries as prescribed by the America. And what do I mean by that? If you look at the assessment of the eligibility criteria of the legislation, it is not necessarily aligned with what we want to achieve as a continent in terms of inclusive growth. It's very absent to have a clear criteria that stipulates a country should drive inclusive growth while enhancing the participation of the majority of the population of each country. So if the continent's population is around, for instance, 1.5 billion, with women and young people making up more than 50% of that population, it should be clear that we need interventions that will ensure that they actively participate more. And for me, the absence of that act as well was a problem. But if it gets renewed, it's something that we have to take forward. If it's not get renewed, I'm not sure how quickly can we enhance and implement our strategies.
Mm-hmm. You said, I mean, we're not ready. What then are the immediate implications of that? Because, ultimately we can talk at a government level, at an economic level, but for the reality of the people listening in, it is, how does it affect them? So what would be the implications of not being ready?
It's a job losses. The reality, it's a job losses, and we do not have time to have talk shows anymore. We need then a leadership intentions that are clear, and I'm talking to the entire continent here, ensuring that every strategy there is being implemented. I mean, it's the AGOA is coming to an end today, right? So when you wake up tomorrow, and also it's celebrating 25 years of its existence. When you wake up tomorrow, if you were then to say, what next? We have limited time and we need to act quite fast. Ensure that we are able to drive inclusive growth, because if it's only a smaller population of the participants, we won't be doing any justice to the inclusive growth that we desire as a continent.
Okay, so then what are the implications then of the AU Kampala Declaration strategy on the CAADP plans for the next few years? In fact, for the next 10 years, yeah.
I think yes, it can. There's midterm, which is 10 years, but also there's Africa that we want, which talks to the Agenda 2063. What is important now is to make sure that there's political stability, there's no civil wars, there's harmonization of tariffs. Let's leverage on the Africa Continental Free Trade area. Let's ensure that we implement policies that drives inclusive growth. The population of our continent is more than 1.5 at this point, and you need to ensure that the majority of that population is driving that inclusive growth.
Do I take it then other member countries that would be signatories to the AU Kampala Declaration, are their own strategies internally aligned or not aligned to the Kampala Declaration strategy?
There are strategies aligned, and other members are aligned as well. And I think by January next year, it will have. I think we'll be celebrating a year after signing these strategies. But what is important, we'll also have to reflect back and take notes from what we could not do properly and what is required now to fast track this strategy in light of what we are facing with as an AGOA. In addition to that, we should also bear in mind that we do have, much as we were enjoying preferential benefits or tariffs with the US, we are signatories of other countries as well in terms of bilateral agreements. So it's important that we go to these discussions not with a begging hand, but to ensure that we leverage on what we possess as a continent. Everyone has been preaching this song that we've got raw materials, but we are still poor. We are becoming a church, church preachers instead of developing our own economy. If you listen to what I've mentioned earlier, is that some of these failures are indeed our own goals. Let's do away with the corruption. Let's assess the leadership intentions and really be intentional about our own success as a continent.
Okay, I like the play of the word own goals because, an own goal can mean an own goal or it can mean your very own goal. But let's just think about it. That's much appreciate your time. You've got us thinking in Tutu Mbiko, an entrepreneur, farmer and a member of CARDIP, reflecting on life after AGOA. Let's get the news headlines. Here's Greg House.
In the headlines, President Ramaphosa says government and the citizens of South Africa stand by the family of the ambassador to France, Nathi Mthethwa, who has died in Paris. Eskom's recorded a 16 billion rand profit after taxes. And Palestinian sources say Hamas has started a series of consultations within its political and military leadership to work out a position on US President Trump's Gaza peace plan. There's a full update at 6 o'clock.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the R21 northbound in Pretoria, queuing on the link to the N1 North. The N3 southbound in Germiston is queuing towards Geldenhuys Interchange, and Nelma Pierce Drive eastbound in Irene is queuing towards Cornwall College. In KZN, the N2 southbound has a stationary vehicle after Umgeni Road. All lanes are open. The N2 northbound in Umdloti has a crash reported after the Sibaya Drive exit. All lanes are open. And Chris Hani Road northbound queuing at Ronaldo Road. In Cape Town, the N1 outbound has a stationary truck before the N7 highway bridge. The N2 outbound slow moving towards Muway, and Voortrekker Road outbound slow moving through Salt River. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Khapele.
So to me, I saw the South African rugby players unpacking their bags the other day, but now there's the real work, which is not unpacking bags, is unpacking the opposition. You got names, who's going to do it, right?
Yeah, and Springbok coach Rassie Erasmus has made 4 changes to his match 23 for Saturday's Castle Lager Rugby Championship decider against Argentina. Oxenchair returns to the starting lineup after missing last week's clash in Durban with a niggle, while Grant Williams, Jesse Kriel and Bongim Bonambi are recalled to the bench. The rest of the squad remains unchanged, with Evan Elizabeth starting alongside Ruan Norkia in his 138th test, and Captain Siya Kolisi leading the side in his 98th appearance. And Kolisi says they always give their best with every match.
We always believe. We never go in any game with any doubt, and no matter what's happening in the game, because we've been ahead by 22 points against Australia, and then they came back and we lost that game. But we've been behind too, and we're able to fight back. So we do draw strength and energy from those moments that came in, but we also know Testament game, it's an 80-minute game. So all of those things that we go through in the season, they help us through each and every single game. And when chips are down or it looks like we're not going to win, we know what to draw strength from, and also when we're leading, we are able to humble ourselves and remind each other, on the next job. And that's the biggest thing in our team. Whether we score or they score against us, what's the next thing? Where can we find a way to change momentum? And that comes from the coaches all the way to the doctors and everybody. We're all on the same page, and I think that's what keeps us going.
In football, Mamelodi Sundowns coach Miguel Cardoso has welcomed a rare breather in the schedule and outlined how he intends to make the most of it. The Portuguese mentor, who recently reached the milestone of 50 matches in charge, has often voiced concerns about the congested calendar brought on by domestic and continental commitments. Sundowns finally enjoy a full week's rest before returning to action on Saturday night when they host Marumo Gallants in the Carling knockout. Elsewhere, the South African Football Players Union has taken direct aim at SAFA, accusing the association of what it calls gross administrative negligence that has cost Bafana Bafana 3 vital World Cup qualifying points. In a statement titled Hands Off Mokoena, SAFA's negligence is a national betrayal. SAFBU defended midfielder Tebogo Mokoena, saying that he's being unfairly blamed for a suspension error that was purely administrative. Now, the union says that the blunder was jeopardized South Africa's qualifications campaign and is demanding accountability from SAFA. In cricket, all-rounder Glenn Maxwell has been ruled out of this week's T20 series in New Zealand. This is after breaking his arm in a freak accident during net training. Maxwell had his arm fractured by a shot from big-hitting batsman Mitchell Owen while bowling in the nets at Mount Mangaung, and Matthew Shott was in adjoining net when Maxwell was struck. Then in tennis, Jannik Sinner reached his third China Open final in a row as defending women's champion Coco Gauff fought back to beat Belinda Bencic in a spicy contest. The world number 2 Sinner beat Australia's Alex de Minaur 6-3, 4-6 and 6-2 and is one victory away from a second title in Beijing. Finally, in netball, Spar Baby Proteas coach Precious Mthembu says that she is pleased with how they performed in the recently wrapped Netball World Youth Cup. Now, South Africa reached their best finish in the global competition by getting into the top 4. Mthembu's Chargers missed out on a podium finish after losing the bronze medal match 55-35 to England. In previous editions, South Africa had only managed to finish 5th. The 2025 edition is the team's best ever performance, and one can definitely say that we are really proud of how the Baby Proteas performed at the Netball World Youth Cup, and looking forward to what the future holds, especially when it comes to women's or netball in the country.
Well, I agree, and I think, the more successful we are across the board, just the better for the country as a whole. Yeah. So good, well done.
We must just not make silly mistakes. With that said,
Amidst misinformation and disinformation, where can we find reliable news? Turn to radio, your trusted source for truthful updates. For over 3 decades, we've upheld integrity as a signatory to the BCCSA Broadcasting Code of Conduct. Count on us for news you can trust. Say no to fake news. Radio, keeping it real since day one. A message from the National Association of Broadcasters. Tune in, trust, and stay informed.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, Jimmy Moyaha with the news as always. SAFM's market update coming up at 6. Jimmy, you got news about Eskom?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. I certainly do. Eskom provided us with their financial results for the year that was. And if you know me, you know that every year that this time around of the year, or this time around when this comes around, I always look forward to having a conversation with Eskom around their operations so that we can give an update to South Africans around the performance of our national power utility. So we're going to speak to the Chief Financial Officer of Eskom and get a sense of how the business performed throughout the financial year. At the end of the day, it is still a business and does still have operations that we need to look into. We've also got a conversation with the team at Nedbank Private Wealth around the gold price. It looks as though we got another day of record highs. We are up more than 11% for the month alone. So we're going to be looking at that as we close out the month of September. We've also got a conversation with the Department of Transport around some clarifications that they put out earlier in this week. They gazetted a notice earlier in this week that clarified what South Africans Africans do in the event that their licenses, driver's licenses in particular, have expired. We know that this has been a huge problem with the backlog that exists in processing these applications. And so if you find yourself flying with an expired license, we speak to the Department of Transport around that so that you know what your rights and protections are as a South African citizen. Then we've got a conversation with the team at Alan Gray, taking a look at safe havens and what the investment case is for safe havens at the moment. And then our property feature for this week is quite a special conversation. We are taking a look at potentially one of the largest auctions to take place in 2025. The auction is set to take place in the middle of October, so the middle of the month that is coming up. But we are referring to the auction of the Bloemendal Wine Estate. Just interesting fact around that, there is a reserve amount of 270 million rand for that particular wine estate. So I'm going to look into that deal, that transaction, and try and make sense of realistically who has 300 million rand lying around to buy the wine estate, and see if we can get to the bottom of that. That's our property feature on the show later on. But before we get to all of those, a sense of the market movements throughout the day. It's been another green day for the equities. It's been a relatively good day for the currency, particularly against the US dollar. If we look at equity markets across the waters, Asian markets were a bit of a mixed bag, with Chinese markets in the green, whilst Tokyo and Sydney were in the red. European markets were also a bit of a mixed bag. The CAC 40 in France, the only market finishing in the red, whereas the FTSE and the DAX finished in the green. The US markets at the moment are slightly in the red. The Nasdaq has just broken back into green territory, up about 2 basis points, not too much there. The S&P was down about 0.1% when I had a look a little earlier on. Local markets had a green day across the board. All of the sectors were in the green. Financials up almost 0.1%. Industrials almost a full percent, 0.88% to the green. And resources 0.85% to the green. As a result, the All Share and the Top 40 both up 0.2%. Commodity prices, gold prices a little soft at the moment, 3,837. But when I had a look earlier, we had crossed 3,850 at some point. So still at record levels and still climbing by all accounts. Platinum pricing, 1,608. Palladium, $1,286 or so a fine ounce there. Brent crude, $67 a barrel, way away from that $70 a barrel level, which is good to see. And if we look at the currency side of it, the rand, 17 rand 26 against the US dollar, and 23 rand 22 against the British pound. €1, 20 rand and 25 cents. $1 Australian dollar, 11 rand 42. $1 Bitcoin, $113,000 a Bitcoin, or 1.955 million rand. I'm going to look at these and other movements a little later on when we do our markets conversation with Skulk Low of PSG. But until then, and that happens just after the 6 p.m. news, back to you, Ashraf.
Okay, perfect. Enjoy your show. Lots to come from there. I know, Jimmy. Right, from our side, still more to come. We'll get your calls as well. But before that, we'll also chat to the ANC spokesperson. And before that, in fact, next up, we'll chat to Crispin Piri about the passing of Nateem Tetwa.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
So certainly the big conversation today outside the Matlala Commission has been news of the passing of South Africa's ambassador to France, and I'm referring to Nateem Tetwa. So we're really unclear what has happened, but it appears that it's been a very sudden passing away, and there's been lots of speculation about whether he died outside a hotel room, in the hotel room. Let's find out exactly what we know with Crispin Piri, spokesperson for the Ministry of International Relations and Cooperation. Crispin, appreciate your time. Thanks for connecting with us on the National Pulse.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
A very somber moment.
And it is. I mean, I would think that, politicians come and go. They do different things. They're ambassadors, they're ministers at some time. But when they crisscross as colleagues, it's always a time for sad reflection when news comes out that they've passed on, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we do just also want to say at this moment that the matter is still under investigation by the French authorities. And so we would really encourage South Africans to maybe halt the speculations until we have official reports from the French authorities around the circumstances of the untimely death of our late ambassador. We are in active contact with both the family, and our mission, of course, is seized with the matter in Paris as we speak. But what we can confirm is that the the widow has been in contact with us, and as I understand it, the President has also offered his condolences to the family and the widow directly. And until we have further information, we may then be able to communicate around the other processes that would ordinarily kick in. That is your repatriation process, as well as the memorial service and the actual funeral.
Yeah. What I understand about, not speculating, but having said that, what do you know that you can tell us? I mean, uncertain things as a matter of fact, right? What can you tell us?
What we know at this stage is that the late ambassador's body was found at the Hyatt Hotel in Paris, but the circumstances around that are not yet officially clear, pending an official report from the police. But as we understand it, is that the ambassador was found there, and the circumstances of what transpired prior to that and how he ended up there and why he was there are still privy to an investigation.
And I understand, I'm trying to choose my words carefully. He was at the hotel, that's so that but was he in a hotel room, or as has been reported that he was actually found outside after having fallen 22 floors? I mean, that's part of the different narratives we're hearing.
Yeah, that's the part that we are not in a position to provide official commentary on, pending the official reports, which will also be delivered to the family. But as we understand it, the ambassador had left home to a cocktail meeting or a cocktail reception, and that was the initial understanding of where the ambassador was headed to. And subsequently, it is now confirmed that he was found at that hotel.
Okay. And there's also been news that, in fact, before being found, he was missing for close on to 24 hours. Is that true, that he actually was nowhere to be found until he was found?
Yes, the wife did report him missing at some point after him not returning home as is expected after a normal official engagement, and that's when the wife informed the police and the French authorities that there could be something amiss.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anything else you think we need to know?
At this stage, Ashraf, no. We are mourning, and once again, we take this opportunity as a department to send our condolences to people who have worked with Ambassador Mthethwa in various walks of life, as well as the family members who may be listening to the show. And yeah, indeed, it's a really somber moment.
And it certainly is. Crispin Perry, spokesperson for the Ministry of International Relations and Cooperation, DIRCO. In fact, much appreciate your time here. As you said, a significant moment, but a moment of passing, the passing away of Nathi Mthethwa, South Africa's ambassador to France. Next up, we'll talk to the ANC's national spokesperson.
Power, land, loyalty, blood. In the heart of Montana, the fight for the Dutton Ranch is far from over. Betrayals cut deep, enemies close in, and every choice could be their last. Yellowstone, Season 4, where family is everything and nothing is off limits. Every Tuesday, starting September 2nd at 7 p.m, only on S3. S3, open up. S3.
You're listening to the National Pulse.
All right, we should in fact be connecting with Matlangi Bango-Motsiri in just a moment or so, but in the absence of that, just for now, just time to get further reaction from you. And there's been many things, including red cards or yellow cards. I'm talking about football, to the Minister of Sport himself.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ashraf Mbongo Sundisa. Yeah, Mr. Ashraf, please help me. Today is the 30th of September. Isn't Mr. Gayton McQueen's supposed to resign today? Because he says today is the D-Day, it's a deadline today. So we are waiting for his resignation, man. Please, can you please update us? Thank you, Mene.
Well, my understanding of that resignation was that, in fact, the deal was made, and the representative from his party, in fact, got his position back within the Joburg Council as per the request of the president of the country. So then that deadline or that ultimatum falls away. That's my understanding. That's why there was no Tuesday deadline.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Bongani Mkwanaze from Chaswell. To appeal is not going to help SAFA. They are wasting their time. You remember Sundowns, they were playing, I think it was AS Vita. They didn't protest, they didn't complain. They were already here in home. They were called back, come and play because that team did a similar thing. So some people, they say manager must be fired, Bafana manager. But although what he did is not right, it's going to cost us if we don't qualify. But in a workplace, you do have rights. There are processes. We have to go for hearing. They must give you a warning. You can't just make one mistake in SAFM, Ashraf, and then you're fired.
Yeah, but I think there's a well, you're talking of now the manager, right? I mean, I agree with you. You can't, listen, whatever's happened is a disaster. Hopefully it can be salvaged by the team qualifying for the World Cup, right? But in terms of just firing people offhand, I mean, we don't know the circumstances, and they're very, very difficult to say, fire them. As I've heard many people say, I think if that's what Musi Maimani tweeting about, it's like, you should be fired. It's a bit difficult to say that.
Yeah, Mukwena should have told the officials that he's got too many yellow cards. As a player, you must know. How can you not know that you've accumulated yellow cards? Yes, of course, there's a lot of dead wood in SAFA offices there, the manager, even the team manager, the coach. Those guys, they have one game or two games in a space of 2 months, 3 months. What will they be doing? What other job do they do other than looking after the players, the welfare of the players, how the players are performing, who's going to play, and why is he not playing? Why are we not playing this player? Yeah, they should fix that things in SAFA. SAFA is is dead. SAFA is dead.
Sure, SAFA is bad. No, that's not what I'm saying. That's what you're saying, or some of you anyway.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. It's Moses from eThekwini. Ashraf, I think this Matlala Commission was not supposed to be called Matlala Commission. I think this is the commission that was supposed to be called State Capture Commission, because the revelations that are coming there, it shows this: the judiciary is captured, the executive is captured, and some members of parliament are captured. So this is supposed to be a state capture, not that Zondo Commission. This one is a state capture.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Let's reflect on it when it's all done. It does look like very much a state capture for now, isn't it?
Good afternoon, Arshaf, to your producer and SAFM listeners. Arshaf, I just want to appeal, or I've got a request to SAFM to get the Premier of KZN, Umhlonishwa Honorable Tamintuli, to come and explain to us his investigation with regards to the misconduct labeled against the two ANC MECs. Can you please come to SAFM and explain to us what is the status of that investigation? Thank you, Ashraf.
Okay.
Nice show. Bye.
Samkelo. Thank you.
Germiston.
Thanks, Samkelo from Germiston. Point made, point noted. By the way, so we should be connecting. In fact, we're not being able to connect with the ANC spokesperson regarding the passing of Natim Tetwa. But in the absence of that, we'll get more time to take your calls. So you can call in live. You can tweet. You can WhatsApp, text, or voice note. We'll do all of that now.
Hi, Ashraf. As I said before, you and your team make this a great show. Well done, man. I always like listening to you. Some people are asking why weren't these cartels and crime syndicates arrested a long time ago. Well, that's exactly why we're having this commission, to find out who were the police that were protecting these people and, protecting them from being arrested. I mean, the police, some of the top officials, including the Minister, Senzo Mnguni. So, yeah. So it all come out in the woodwork. Errol Durban.
Thanks for that, Errol, and thanks for the vote of confidence and the support. Thanks for listening and for caring enough to call in and telling us exactly what you think. Much appreciated, right? And it's a team that makes it work, and you know that.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This is Peter from Bloemfontein. Ashraf, I want to agree with the caller who was talking about your listeners. I once said it before that sometimes when people come on air, sometimes you just feel that they are really abusing this platform. Because really, you'll find those callers who cannot even come with constructive criticism or analysis. Then people will just make opinion as if it's facts. They come on air complaining about everything without any suggestion or solution.
Some are going to argue to say you're doing the same thing. All right, I get that. But listen, it's a democratic. The airwaves are democratic, and I'm just making that point. Right, we will chat to the ANC spokesperson after this.
The wait is over. The 2025 and 2026 English Premier League season is here, and the battle for glory is hotter than ever. Can Mohamed Salah light up Anfield once again? Will Erling Haaland keep smashing records for Manchester City? And can Bruno Fernandes drive Manchester United back to greatness? Every goal, every clash, every heart-stopping moment live. Catch the Premier League Saturdays at 3 p.m. only on S3. S3, open up.
You're listening to the National Pulse.
Right, so having had a chat with Crispin Piri regarding the passing of South Africa's ambassador to France, to France, Natim Tetwa, let's now get the thoughts of Matlengi Bangomotsiri, the ANC national spokesperson. Much appreciate your time on the National Pulse. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Ashraf.
Yeah, and the point that I made to Crispin, it must be incredibly difficult. You coming on air like this, speaking about effectively someone who's what is a colleague, is part of your institution, right?
Yes, and obviously for those of us who grew up with the ANC from our teens, he represents somebody that we can speak about him and his contributions to the liberation struggle ad infinitum.
And I'm sure, of course, we don't have much time now. On other shows, there'll be lots of reflections and tributes on his career, right? But his passing. I mean, how big a loss is it to, in this case here, the African National Congress, but also being an ambassador to France for the country?
I'm certain that when the president of our country appointed him as a head of mission in France being a very strategic, a partner to South Africa on the trading and cultural heritage and other levels, this obviously would have meant that indeed the president, in his sound mind, would have considered how strong he was as a candidate befitting of that particular role. And we are saddened as the African National Congress. I can't even put it to words. We are saddened because apart from the current contemporary issues, we know where he came from, coming from the rural KZN in the North Coast, one of the very first people to take the battle to the apartheid enemy, as well as at a time when there was violence in KZN, one of those people who enabled the end of what was known as the no-go areas in KZN, and by being part of the peace process, a number of peace processes that unfolded in the early 90s, in the late 80s, having been an underground operative, but also having been somebody that initiated many young people into the liberation struggle.
What can you tell us about what you know about the circumstances leading to his death? It appears that it was a sudden death because he went to a cocktail function, I understand, on the same night.
Well, we are not at this point able to comment on the circumstances because it has got to be evidence-based, and it's something that needs to be checked by authorities that are qualified to do so. And we urge our fellow South Africans to allow that process to unfold. I think it would really be unfair to even the family Natim Tetwa and those associated with him, including the African National Congress, for us to be too speculative about it.
Let's speculate about this finally. Any idea what are the funeral plans or what's expected?
Well, what I'm aware of, Ashraf, is that we do have a team that is going to be in France by tomorrow to get to the bottom of this. And of course, it's a DECO-led process because, as we say, he was an official of the state by virtue of being the head of mission there, an ambassador. And I think that process has got to be given a chance so that we all can come together 2 days or less or more later with more informed view. So we ourselves as the ANC are waiting for the process that is led by the Department of International Relations and Cooperation to give comfort and to give a proper clarification around the circumstances of his passing. All I'm willing to say at this stage on behalf of our movement, the ANC, is that we definitely are saddened and that we are in touch with the family, including his spouse and the extended family members. He happened to come from a lineage of people, a political family, and so we are currently in conversation and are in contact with them to get to understand these circumstances. But we ask South Africans to give that process a chance and also allow the ANC to mourn him because he's a child of the ANC until his passing. And at the right time, when matters have got to be discussed, matters related to the circumstances of his passing, we will make ourselves available to give further information.
I'm sure you will at the moment. Well, thank you for your time. Much appreciated. And do pass on the condolences, I think, of many people listening in to the show, to members of, the country, the ambassadorial corps, but also, of course, within the African National Congress. Matlengi, Bengu, Motsiri, much appreciate your time here. And that's the end of the show for the National Pulse. We'll do it again tomorrow. Always fingers on the pulse. Let's get the news at 6 o'clock.
Thank you again, Ashraf. President offers condolences over death of Natim Tetwa and Hamas consults over Trump's Gaza peace plan. Good evening. President Cyril Ramaphosa says government and the citizens of South Africa stand by the family of Ambassador to France Natim Tetwa, who has died in Paris. His body was found at the Hyatt Hotel